I got a new skill every time. WNCH 351-390. Chapter 351. Simply returning to how things were can be confusing when it suddenly changes. Whoa. Whoa. The moment I returned to the usual, I almost stumbled and fell right there. The absence of the usual resistance from the water was to blame. Even though we were supposed to be on the ship, on the water's surface, we ended up playing in the water until the very end. Eek. Oops, are you okay, Tia? Beside me, Tia was also staggering in the same way. I reached out quickly to support her, and she thanked me with a smile. Ah, that surprised me. Thank you, Ed, I'm fine now. That's good. And it seems I'm fine too. When I focused on my left hand, a golden ring appeared on my index finger. Apparently, as the former Demon King Eld mentioned, this wasn't interfered with during world transitions. By the way, when exiting to another world from here and carrying items inside the stranger box, those items would automatically return to the box when returning from that world. However, apart from that, if things weren't kept in the box, they would disappear during world transfers, so caution was necessary. Well, items like this ring or the fragments of the god I had once assimilated into my body would probably be exceptions, directly embedding into the soul. Rather, if they vanished because of that, I wouldn't have needed all that trouble. But still, it's a shame we couldn't witness the coming-of-age ceremony. Sorry about that, making you comply with my principles. Timing the banishment before the coming-of-age ceremony was my selfishness. I didn't want to make Jinta's new beginning a farewell day with us but rather a day when Jinta, separate from us, stepped into a new future. Honestly, it was nothing but self-satisfaction. However, when I apologized to Tia for that, she shook her head with a smile. It's okay. I don't dislike Ed's way of thinking. Besides, right. Then, let's promptly read about Jinta's splendid moment. I turned my gaze to the table, where the familiar book lay. It was because I knew about this that I could promise to see it through. Sitting down, I gently picked up there, records of the hero's story. Despite being only 17, Jinta's life story was quite substantial. Ho ho ho. There it is again. The expected mischievousness. Foo. He's been on great adventures since he was little. The reason became apparent upon opening the book. It seemed that Jinta had actively indulged in adventurous play since childhood. Of course, it was just children's stuff, what they could do and all, but involving the adults around made it enjoyable to read. Hey Ed, about this mysterious warrior appearing at times of crisis. It's probably Ganta-san, right? He adds scatter the ends of words. But does Jinta himself not notice? Aren't children like that? Besides, there's more after this, right? Ah, yeah. A mysterious warrior appearing in the midst of trivial fights between children, swiftly resolving them. Jinta admired that figure, but when he returned home, he would witness scenes where his father was scolded by his mother for some reason. From Jinta's perspective, he would casually brush it off as the usual. Well, that's how it went, I suppose. Also, Jinta's hero aspirations seem heavily influenced by Ganta-san, right? Look, here too, it's a scene where Jinta is trying his best to protect his little sister, but somehow, the number of enemies, or rather, bad kids decreases. Then, after that, Ganta-san gets scolded again. They really are alike, the father and son. Maybe Jinta would do the same if he had a child? Oh, definitely. While maintaining a grand attitude in front of children, Jinta's discreet interventions came to mind vividly. While laughing at that imagination, we continued reading the book. When his boyhood ended, it was time for his youth. Starting his activities as a treasure hunter while playfully fighting with his father, meeting us, and then parting ways. During his coming-of-age ceremony, he wrapped himself in a silver cloth with friends, causing a ruckus, and then apparently got scolded severely by his mother and sister the next day. Very much like Jinta indeed. After that, he started working with Eld to become a full-fledged treasure hunter. Feeling a bit of melancholy as we'd swiftly reached this point, I turned my eyes to the last page. World 003, Records of the Hero's Story, Final Chapter, The Truth as It Is. And so, the hero Jinta succeeded in reconciling with the Demon King, utilizing that knowledge to explore ruins across various lands for several decades. He discovered numerous unknown magical artifacts during this time. Achieving a firm reputation as a treasure hunter due to these accomplishments, Jinta, after retiring from active duty, dedicated himself to writing. Among these works, The Truth of Hill People Eltatan, published in his later years, overturned established historical views and sparked controversies among people worldwide. Consequently, he faced severe censure from certain religious figures and historians. There was a time when it was even said, all of Jinta's achievements are falsehoods, Jinta is a legendary swindler. However, Jinta himself, nonchalantly, would laugh and say, indeed, during the most critical moments, I was just watching, Joe. That's why my achievements belong to my precious friends. It's said that their Valley of No Return was tread upon by humans, and the contents written in the book were proven true, but this revelation came only after 1,000 years following Jinta's death. What's this? You did quite well. It seems Jinta had indeed kept his promise. Though even if I were to descend into the world after 1,000 years, saying, the hero written about by Jinta is actually me, I'd probably just be laughed at. But so what? There are no tales of a hero confronting the Demon King as a hero, no supernatural powers or miraculous twists of fate. Jinta, as a mere treasure hunter, earned his fame through his own efforts and left behind his intent. It's regrettable not understanding much about Held, but this is a book about Jinta's life after all, so that's unavoidable. Well, at least it's known that they collaborated until halfway, so maybe they continued to enjoy life well after that. Well, that's enough. Probing into conclusions unknown in ordinary life, extending even to the afterlife, is not just tactless but also a form of arrogance. Come to think of it, Ed, this time God isn't crying, huh? Oh yeah, now that you mention it. At Tia's words, spoken almost casually, once again he glanced at the book. Indeed, this time the usual lingering expressions weren't there. Actually, there were no expressions that usually belittled the hero that had become a standard recently. What could this be? Could it be repentance? Though he was like this before, and now he's back to that state. Suddenly, my hand sparkled, and as I turned to look, the ring from New on my left index finger was shining somewhat brightly. What's this? Is it glowing? Hey, Ed, look. What's up with that? Oh, as Tia mentioned it, when I turned back, the door that had just appeared was faintly glowing. It was a phenomenon never seen in any previous cycles. Could it be that New Osama is calling? What will you do, Ed? I slowly stood up and reached for the knob of the glowing door, exerting some force. But the knob didn't budge. Oh, is it the left hand? Frantically turning it with the hand wearing the ring, this time, there was a slight resistance, and the knob turned. Oh? If that's the case. Hey, Tia, come with me. In the instant I turned back, there was nothing but a dark space before my eyes. Surprised, as I released my left hand from the knob, the door vanished, leaving nothing around. Back to darkness. Well, if there's nothing here, it's the same whether it's bright or dark. Even the floating sensation without firm footing was something I'd grown accustomed to after 6 months of living underwater. I remained vigilant of my surroundings, awaiting the response of whoever had summoned me here, without letting my guard down. Chapter 352, Interlude, Conversation with the God, Part 1. Hey, are you there? Drifting in the darkness, I called out loudly for someone. I didn't know how much real time had passed, but simply waiting in this blank space without doing anything was rather excruciating. However, despite quietly waiting, it was probably because the entity who summoned me here was likely the god called Nuwa. They had exchanged a fragment of my power and will, fulfilling my desires. Responding with respect was natural. But even so, there were limits. What should I do? If I exerted my powers as the Demon King of the End, I might be able to leave this place. But in that case, I wouldn't know if I could return here again, and above all, that might be seen as a clear act of hostility toward Nuwa. Hence, I waited patiently and called out as the next step. But the only means beyond that was to end the world to escape, which, I must admit, was quite troubling. I wished for a more peaceful or intermediary solution. Maybe shouting loudly enough to reach every corner of the space or leaving a message before departing, something like that. Destroying an entire house because someone didn't show up after being called is a bit arrogant. But still. Oh, so you are here. As I pondered over my trivial yet absurd concerns, at last, someone's voice reached the place. Their form was unseen, but the voice seemed to resonate throughout the entire space, making it impossible to determine their location. However, if a conversation was possible, it was sufficient. Was it you who summoned me all of a sudden? Man, I've been waiting forever. I apologize. You were so tiny that I had trouble finding you. What's with that? Well, whatever. From the perspective of an entity regarded as a god, I was undoubtedly insignificant. Shrugging involuntarily, the resonating voice echoed through the space again. Anyway, I see, you are the main body. First, let me express my gratitude for saving my world. Thank you, Demon King Andril. It's fine, I did it willingly. Also, calling me the Demon King every time is a hassle, so just call me Ed. And you? Is it okay if I call you Nuo-sama? I have no qualms about you calling me Nuo. I am not so grand as to deserve such an honorific. Is that so? But aren't you the god who created that world? As I tilted my head in confusion, vibrations surged forward from the front, as if letting out a sigh. No, that's not it. I didn't create any world. The world simply came into existence in my enlarged body. Creating a world from nothingness is beyond my capabilities. Huh? That's right. The origin of that white destroyer. And the entity binding your soul. Compared to that, I am nothing more than a trivial existence. Oh, it seemed that even gods had a hierarchy or power relationship. And the one I wanted to punch was evidently quite higher up. Right, it's a good opportunity. Let me ask you. What do you intend to do, Ed? Huh? What do? Well, for starters, if I meet them, I plan to punch them. Is that all? Actually meeting them might change my mind, but for now, that's the plan. Are you serious? Huh? Well, currently, I might be a pseudo-human as the former Demon King, but I don't hold any reverence that would prevent me from harming a god, right? So, yeah, I'd punch them. To Nuo's voice, which sounded puzzled, I furrowed my brow and replied. Then, as if confirming something, Nuo's voice resonated stronger. No. Despite enduring so much, you still intend to settle it with just a punch? I am well aware of the one who claims to possess fragments of your power. I have been observing your actions in my world all along. That's why I believe that even though you are carefree, you are not a reckless destroyer. As long as you remain that way, you are a friend to me. But that entity is different. To them, you are the sole threat. Therefore, regardless of your nature, they only considered the straightforward elimination of you. The result is what you are now. Your powers were shattered, sealed into different worlds, your soul bound in an eternal prison of time. Given false memories and goals, forced to live through countless lifetimes of despair and anguish, even reaching the outcome, it's all made to start anew as if it never happened. Even after all that, you're willing to forgive that entity with just a punch? When you put it that way, yeah, I guess I've been treated pretty harshly. Looking at it all laid out again, what Nuo was saying indeed sounded pretty terrible. However, since even the memory of suffering was meticulously erased each time, I honestly didn't feel much. Even now, having regained some of the Demon King's power and memories, what I vividly remember is only from the first round. When I gained the banishment skills, allowing for much easier days compared to before. Of course, there were still hardships, plenty of pain. Even though I managed to rectify some things in the second round, I couldn't forget abandoning my comrades or being abandoned by them. And thinking about the world that was messed up by the god and the people who lived there, it would still ignite an intense anger within me. But you know, I met Tia. No, not just Tia. I met various people. And it wasn't just pain and suffering. There were many happy and enjoyable moments. In a way, isn't it because I was thrown into this situation that I could have those experiences? So, what should I say? It's like, right now, I'm having so much fun and happiness that the past doesn't really matter much. Honestly, if the god, or rather, if they hadn't meddled with us unnecessarily, I probably wouldn't have cared about the god as long as Tia is alive and existing. That's my genuine feeling. Because isn't it true? To throw away my current happiness for the sake of revenge would be a waste. Rather than spending time on such inconsequential matters, I want to continue enjoying adventures with Tia even for a second longer. That, and only that, is the one thing I desire. Moreover, the anger of the people who suffered greatly belongs to them. It's not for someone like me to arbitrarily speak for them and raise my fist. In that sense, my anger towards the god amounts to no more than wanting to punch them. As I laid bare my true feelings, the surrounding space trembled again. It was the biggest tremor yet. Whether it was crying or laughing, it resonated strongly throughout my entire body, floating in the darkness, squeezing me tightly. Gyu. Hey, ease up a bit. It's painful. Oops, my emotions got the better of me unintentionally. I see, so that's you. Indeed, enjoying the present is the right thing to do. For entities like us, it's merely a fleeting moment that doesn't even fill a blink. But if you spend your time enjoying the moment, then the goal of punching that entity is infinitely distant, isn't it? Because with your current state, you can't even confront that entity. Is that so? To Nua's words, I tilted my head in confusion. Since the god I planned to punch wasn't a concrete image, I couldn't quite grasp my own position or the difference between us. Yeah. That's right, huh? If we define that entity at your size, the current you is just, at most, a tiny insect. An insect. Is that all? Actually, just being recognized by that entity means your existence is quite significant, you know? Even to me, that entity is nothing more than a jumping minnow. Huh? Minnow? Are you a fish, Nua? Indeed. What, curious about my appearance? Well, yeah. Since we're talking like this, I'd prefer to see your face, you know? Even when I was in that world, I've always faced you. Very well, if that's what you want. Nua's words paused, and the trembling in the space converged in front of me. Then, something squirmed and swelled like flesh. Pop. How about this? Huh, are you Nua? That's right. Is something wrong? Well, nothing's wrong, but it's a bit unexpected. The Nua that appeared in front of me was about 40 centimeters long, looking like an ordinary fish that could swim in a nearby river, utterly unremarkable in appearance. Chapter 353, Interlude, Conversation with the God, Part 2. Let's continue our conversation. Earlier, I likened you to a winged insect, but to be more precise, you're more like a mosquito. A mosquito, huh? As I nodded, savoring the rather peculiar sight of a fish floating in the air and speaking, Nua blinked its small mouth and inquired surprisingly, I thought you'd show a more displeased attitude, but it seems not? Ah, no, I mean, compared to a god, I'm just that, right? Besides, mosquitoes are quite formidable, you know. Anyone who has camped even once in a damp place akin to a forest knows the nuisance of small insects. Being unknowingly bitten or bothered by them, adventurers receiving fevers from these encounters are countless. Small and feeble, yet persistently swarming no matter how many are crushed, their bite could even threaten one's life. It was a fitting analogy for me, to the point where I rather reluctantly agreed. Well, if that's the case, as an existence akin to a mosquito, you certainly possess the power to cause harm akin to that. However, to fulfill your desire of punching, an incredible power is necessary. After all, for you to punch that thing, you yourself must grow significantly. Or if it's enough for you to feel like you've punched in your own mind, the conversation would be much simpler. Nah, that won't do. But, I see. That's quite a challenge. Even if a mosquito were to strike without drawing blood, would I notice it? It's obvious that for the opponent to fully comprehend being punched, I must also become significantly stronger. In that case, what should I do? I have no idea how to grow big. I understand it's not about increasing height or weight. However, even if it's said to acquire a size akin to a god, I have no clue. As I tilted my head in confusion, Nua quietly continued. The easiest way is for you yourself to absorb enough energy for that purpose. Do you know about the sudden duplication of the world that happened a while ago? Yeah, I do. Seems like I was the cause. Considering I hadn't expected anyone to peek inside, the information gained from synchronizing with the god fragment was probably reliable. So, apparently, the world multiplied because I clumsily died. I remembered events where I was the cause. Then, where do you think the immense energy necessary to duplicate the world came from, huh? That is, I hadn't even considered it until I was asked, but indeed, if the world were to multiply, tremendous power would be required. However, when asked where it came from, it's not me, right? It's the power of the god that I want to punch. Correct. More precisely, it's the power of this seal used to confine you. Because it desperately wanted to confine you, it poured an exceptional amount of power into this seal. It's precisely because of that, the seal continues to confine you. Just to reconcile, it became possible to duplicate the world. However, perhaps due to exerting too much power, the seal loosened, allowing me to interfere with you like this. Ah, I see. Huh? So, absorbing power means snatching the god's power used in my seal? I see. To be more precise, it's about incorporating that expanded world created by that power into you. What? To the proposal I hadn't even imagined, I was speechless. Yet Nuo, seeing me like that, continued the conversation nonchalantly. It's impossible for you to steal the power that seals you yourself. However, the world sealed along with you is different. Even if not all of the increased 100, if you can incorporate half of it, it should be enough. Wait. Me absorb the world? How? What happens to the absorbed world if I do that? The method is simple. You wield your power as the Demon King of the End and end the world. In doing so, the world will crumble and be assimilated into you, becoming your power. Of course, the absorbed world will cease to exist, but initially, it was a world duplicated by your actions. It will just return to its original state, so there should be no issue, right? There's a big issue. If that's the reasoning, it means I'll end the other world, the world where another Jinta, whom I haven't encountered, exists. Are you fine with that? Whether it's good or bad, it's not ideal. But in reality, having two identical worlds causes a significant contradiction. Over time, they would likely settle as distinct worlds, but within this seal, time is looping within limits. I can somewhat understand the decision of that being who thought it best to break it. As I raised my voice, displeased by this fact, Nuo casually replied. My shouts of anger continued, not pleased with this fact. Why? Why should it end? People in your peaceful world. Eld. The world Eld loved will end by my hands. How can you say something like that? Is being a god that detached? Then, will you not take this approach? Obviously. Just because it's a world created because of me doesn't mean I should sacrifice it for my sake. If they've doubled, I'll make sure both have a happy ending. That's my determination and resolve. As Nuo boasted, I shouted loudly. Even if this worsened Nuo's mood or if it meant the possibility of me losing the means to punch a god, there wouldn't be an ounce of regret. As I glared, suddenly, a forceful impact enveloped my entire body, almost as if I was being blown away. Haha, I see. You're still. I understand. I too am small. I have strong attachment to the people living in my world. If you choose that path, I was about to plead, appealing to your mercy to spare only my world. What's that supposed to mean? To the laughing Nuo, I felt somewhat let down. Was I being tested? Well, even so, my conclusion wouldn't change. However, that resolve will only prolong your journey further. If you don't absorb the world, the only option left is to regain your own power. If you gather all the Demon King's power, yes, you might grow as large as a bee from a mosquito. No, probably much more than double or tenfold, but even so. I mean, am I really just that kind of existence? That's right. Even if you were the former you, the Demon King's specialty lies solely in ending. That's all there is to it, even if it's incredible. Even if it had the power to end the thing, it wouldn't have the ability to create worlds or lives, right? When you put it that way, I suppose. Though being called the Demon King of the End, feared even by gods, might seem an incredible existence, ultimately, my power lies solely in ending. In a way, I feel a sense of modesty. You are small. But just because you can harm that thing, you're recognized and feared by it. And due to your power, it cannot completely erase you. At least not now. So, it's up to you from now on. If you don't absorb the world, it's more appropriate to defeat the god fragments, chip away at its power, gather the scattered pieces, and enhance your own strength. It might be a slower progress than a turtle, but within this cycle of endless time, Perhaps. Fine. If everything ends up just being for my satisfaction, then I'll do things my way till the end. After all, I am the Demon King. Haha, I see. I feel like I'm being quite casual, but that's just who I am. While grinning, New also chuckled. Chapter 354, Interlude, Conversation with the God, Part 3. Well, I've pretty much finished telling you what I need to. All that's left is to return you to your original place, but is there something you want to ask before that? Well, to Nuo's inquiry, I crossed my arms and pondered. Since I didn't think I'd have many chances to directly confront a god, I wanted to ask everything I could at this opportunity. Oh. Right. About the previous world, or rather, anything about the first cycle or the worlds before that. Do you know anything about them? I do know. Does that matter? No, it's just that earlier, the Demon King I met, Eld, was sealed to suppress the god's fragment, right? But then, if that's the case, why were the previous Demon Kings also sealed? If there's hill people, Eltartan existing, you've met them, right? The difference between the third cycle and before was whether the god's fragment existed. So, in the third cycle, Eld was sealed solely to suppress the power of the god's fragment. However, in the first cycle, I distinctly remember Jinta mentioning the Demon King being sealed. If there was no god's fragment, why was Eld, who should have been prospering on the surface alongside Nuo, sealed? I had no clue about the reason. Well, this is just my simple curiosity. It's not crucial to know, but if I missed this chance, I might never find out, so if I can ask, I'd like to know. Indeed, the previous Demon King, Eld, was also sealed. The reason was a war. What? A war? Yes. People envy what they don't have and are reluctant to accept what's different from them. It was a war born from such jealousy and intolerance, a common occurrence everywhere. However, the power of the surface-dwelling humans, who were thriving without any intruders, could have easily opposed the underwater people, even if they were fewer in numbers. So, the conflict that began as minor skirmishes gradually escalated, and it was feared that irreparable damage would be inflicted upon the world. That's when that man decided to become the root of it all and chose a path to end the conflict. I see. So that's why it's said the Demon King was sealed by hill people, Eltartan. He accumulated all the blame on himself, causing two conflicting forces to cooperate and seal him, sacrificing himself to protect the world due to his deep love for it. It's ironic, or rather, a sad story. Regarding that, aren't you interfering? I'm not. Well, aren't survival competitions part of daily life? Right, that's true. Living in this world wasn't limited to just humans. Insects, animals, demonic beasts, they all survived by preying upon each other, struggling to exist to the best of their abilities. To discuss this solely from a human perspective, from human values and ethics, was the epitome of arrogance. Wait, I see. Perhaps that's the god's perspective. It's not about looking down on or discriminating against them. They simply treat all lives equally. If gods see us as we see insects, then what's wrong? Oh, it's just a bit of self-loathing. Well, never mind me. I felt quite down about it, but sometimes, you just have to accept it for what it is. In truth, even though insects desperately try to communicate and coexist with us, we perceive their buzzing wings as nothing but a nuisance and mercilessly continue to kill them. If I start imagining that, I'll truly be immobilized. So, I'll bear this as my sin. If it attacks, if it tries to take, no matter the opponent, I'll stand and fight back. After all, I'm also a life living in this world. Is that enough for your question? Is there anything else you want to ask? While I was mulling over my own thoughts, New added another question. Well, yeah. Really, at this point, anything else I want to ask is, then, just one last thing, alright? What is it? I want to know your true size. I've felt a sense of unease since the moment the small fish appeared in front of me. There's no mistaking that this fish is Nuo, but it's not certain if its size is as it appears, or rather, it's probably different. I mean, back in the beginning, just hearing Nuo talk caused huge vibrations. So, I could imagine that its actual body would be considerably large. But really, oh, my size, is it? Even if you want to know, My form is right in front of your eyes, isn't it, huh? This is just to make it easier for me to, it's not that. There is indeed. Saying so, the fish in front of my eyes suddenly vanished. Yet, the sense of Nua's presence I felt remained unchanged in this place, and if it's you, you should be able to feel it. Now, I'll return you to your original place, so discern while you have the chance. Wait. My body felt like it was floating and being drawn upward. I instinctively flapped my arms and legs, but in this floating state, there was no way to resist that force. To feel in this situation, amidst what felt like an incredibly swift movement, I strained my eyes into the darkness spread before me. There, far in the distance, in what could be called the darkness of the horizon, I sensed a slightly denser darkness. Ha ha ha. If this were a normal surface, it would be higher than mountains, higher than clouds. Reaching through the sky into the heavens, at a height where I could almost touch the shining stars, I finally saw it. The unremarkable figure of a fish emerging from the darkness. However, its size was abnormal, to the point where one of its scales could rival a continent. Oh. So that's why it was a world of water. Eyes scanning around, I saw Nua's eyes sideways and suddenly realized. The world we journeyed through seemed to have been on top of Nua's eyes. A film of water covering the eyes. That's why it was both underwater and above water. I couldn't peek behind it from here, but surely, on the opposite side, there existed another world, increased by my actions. Huh? So the ground is actually Igunk? Ugh. Didn't want to know that. If a vast ocean was called a god's tear, it might feel somewhat noble, but if a tall mountain were called a god's puja, I'd instantly lose any respect. Yeah, it seems that knowing everything doesn't necessarily lead to happiness. Well, let's leave it at that. At this size, is it just a small fish to the god I want to punch? Seriously, how absurd. I was again shown the distance of the goal, feeling rather disheartened. But the fact that the goal I'm aiming for was clear serves as the driving force that motivates me. Then, amidst my countless mood swings, Nua's voice unexpectedly reached my ears again. Right. I completely forgot, but let me grant you my blessing at the end. I can't interfere with the fundamental restrictions, but I should be able to assist you on your path. Now? Thanks, Nua. Can you hear me? I can hear. But that's as far as it goes. Farewell, Ed. The benevolent demon king who governs the end. I sincerely wish you prosperity on your journey. Same to you. When I become a bit bigger and stronger, I'll bring my dear partner and come play with you. Ha ha ha. Then I look forward to that. Before Nua's words could reach the end, my surroundings were engulfed in light. And the next moment, Ed? What's wrong? Huh? I woke up, holding the knob to the door of the 012th world. But it would no longer turn. Chapter 355, There are times when all you can say is it was amazing, in this world. Huh? Tia. As I was called by name, I found Tia's face before me. To me, who was still somewhat confused, Tia furrowed her eyebrows slightly and spoke. Hey, what's really going on? The light from the door seems to have stopped. Huh? Oh, yeah. Returning my gaze, indeed, the door was no longer emitting light. Unconsciously, my left hand, which had been gripping the knob, easily released its hold. Maybe that was all a dream. Nah, it couldn't be. Like, my soul got taken away or something? Originally, there were many things about this door world transfer that I didn't understand. My speculation was that every time, only the soul was transferred, given the rewind of my body and equipment. It made me think that the body constantly underwent disassembly and regeneration. In that case, maybe what just happened was cleverly utilizing that mechanism, calling only the consciousness or soul? Yeah, that's probably it. I mean, I was floating. Hey, Tia. I just met a god. Ed, you seem tired. Come on, let's take a little break here, shall we? No way. I seriously met them. I was kinda floating in this dark world. Could you stop looking at me like that? Receiving a gaze filled with pity and kindness, I instinctively leaned on her. Tia then playfully smiled and patted my head. Foo, I got it. I was just teasing you a bit. Wah? How wicked. An elf like you. Eek. In return, I lightly pulled Tia's ear. Tia then pinched my cheek, so I pinched her nose, and in this childlike play, after about a minute, Tia, Who let go first, breathed out contentedly. Foo, that was fun. So, you met the god. New Osama, right? Yeah, that's right. Oh. I've never met a god, but what kind of person? God were they? Did they shine brightly, like sparkle? They didn't shine. Rather, they looked like a fish. A fish? Like Jinta? No, not like those fish people. Just an ordinary fish that swims in a nearby river. Huh. But, it was huge. That fish's left eye was the world we were in until a moment ago. Yeah, it was enormous. Sorry. I think I understood, but I can't quite imagine it. No, it's okay. It's difficult for me to express it in words too. Nuwa may be described as just a stupidly huge fish in words, but its presence truly felt like that of a god. I was fine, but ordinary people might immediately prostrate themselves, or one could say that they'd be crushed by a presence akin to divine authority. So, what did you talk about? Oh, right, at Tia's request, I began explaining the conversation I had with Nuwa. After hearing it all, Tia tilted her head and spoke. I see. So for Eld, the world of this cycle might have been the best, right? Huh? Because in other worlds, Eld would just be considered a demon king, right? In that case, wouldn't the outcome be different from what we saw this time? Yeah, that's true. This time, because of the unfairness of directly speaking to a god, I got to know the truth. Otherwise, our source of information was mostly from Jinta's stories. Meaning Eld would be treated as the demon king who plunged the world into chaos. In that scenario, it didn't seem like Eld left behind the key to undo his seal like this time, and if I were asked why I bothered defeating the sealed demon king, it would be quite debatable. So, the troublesome fragments of God did a good job this time. Well, there's a lot of damage caused by that, but it's hindsight, I guess. Even villains have their benefits. Regardless of being a harmful presence in the world, the work of defeating them could be profitable. In other words, there's no such thing as something without value in this world. This time, that's exactly it. But that doesn't mean I approve of what the fragments of God did or their existence. Well, isn't that fine? We're not gods after all, so we just do our best with what we can. Oh, or is Ed aiming to become a god? I have no such intention at all. But is the direction I'm aiming at close to that? To Tia's innocent question, I pondered, twisting my head. I'd rather not take up such a pompous and bothersome position, but as Nuwa said, if I were to punch a god, I'd need appropriate power. It's not like becoming huge equals becoming a god, but if there's a condition to becoming a god, like gaining immense power or becoming a significant entity, could it be possible? I kind of feel that way, somehow. Ed as a god. Huh? What's that supposed to mean? Do you have something to say? Not really. I'm just saying, even if everything becomes completely transparent, it's not good to peek at a girl changing her clothes too much, you know? I'm not peeking. Besides, the only one I've peeked at is you, Tia. Huh, really? Well then. How should I react? However you want. As Tia began to wonder whether to get angry or be happy, I let out a deep sigh and left the place. My destination was the shelf where the records of the hero's story were stored. There were only 3 volumes now, the 051, 001, and the book from the world with the Black Knight. I picked up the book from Jinta's world, which had normal contents, and flipped through its pages. Seems impossible. What's wrong, Ed? No, remember I told you I received blessings from Nuwa? Well, one of those was to restrain alterations in there. Records of the hero's story apostrophe. Look, the contents of Jinta's world's book are ordinary, right? Oh, so that's what it meant. Yeah, that's fine. Lately, there've been a lot of unpleasant expressions, even though everyone's been trying so hard. Yeah, I think so too. But it seems like changing the already written content is impossible. If I had the power, I'd want to properly depict Geed's regret and the Black Knight's achievements. Nico's side was still fine, Nico and the others are still fine, but this side has been blank from the start. Well, if things were going to be decent from now on, I'd wholeheartedly welcome it. At least it's 1,000 times better than seeing the god cry every time. Frankly, even if I were forced to read it again, my impression would still be like, so what? I see. Well, it's fine. Even if it's not written here, We understand and remember everyone properly. So, is that all for the protection you received from Nuo? No, actually, this is just a bonus. There's another main one. At Tia's further inquiry, I smirked. Yes, this was more of a service, as there's another proper protection. So, I returned to the door and gripped the knob of the next world's door, which hadn't been opened yet. Ed? You're going to the next world already? Just watch. If I were to open the door like this, we would land in the next world. However, while concentrating in that state, a faint blue line of light emerged from Nuo's ring on my index finger, ran across the surface of the door, and returned back into the ring. At that moment, information about the world beyond the door entered my mind. I see, the next world is. Hey, he. I see, this is good. It's excellent, Nuo. Ed? What's wrong? I suddenly shouted, surprising Tia. But, it was me who was rather surprised. Listen, Tia. Pay close attention to what I'm about to tell you. This was surely the trump card that will help to turn the tables against the god, the first and last step to overturn the guaranteed bad ending. Until now, I've been at the mercy of the god. But this time, I'll resist a bit, okay? T/N, had my exams, will resume posting regularly from now on. Sorry for the wait. Chapter 356, that was not the beginning of a hero's tale. Third person Pof. In what, faced with an unimaginable threat looming before him, Jinku, a rookie adventurer, forgot even his fear, consumed instead by a single, persistent question. At the age of 15, having reached adulthood, Jinku and his childhood friend had ventured from their village to the city. The first 3 months since becoming adventurers had been moderately successful, and this time, it was supposed to be no different. The task they received was to subdue 5 goblins that had strayed from their group. They had defeated goblins multiple times before, and this time, they had prepared thoroughly without letting their guard down. Even considering the possibility of the strays reuniting with the main group, they had prepared for retreat. As the shield bearer, Dama, teased Jinku, saying, Jinku, you're always too cautious, but for Jinku, the safety of his comrades was paramount. This time, by completing the request reliably and without pushing beyond their limits, they aimed to take another step towards becoming the heroes they dreamed of becoming. That was the plan. Jinku. Hey, Jinku. What should I? TSK, Kane. What the heck should we do? What do you mean, how should we? And in a sense, that task had been accomplished. Indeed, in front of Jinku lay the corpses of 5 goblins. However, those corpses had been ruthlessly trampled upon. And the culprit behind it, why the heck is there an earth dragon here? Jaya, well, facing the roar of the earth dragon, Kane, the magician, cowered. Dama, standing in front of everyone as the shield, was holding his ground, yet it was evident to anyone that he was wavering. Blaming anyone for it was unreasonable. Despite being in a forest near the mountains, it was highly improbable for an earth dragon to be in such a place not far from neighboring villages. Even if it had descended from the mountains, it should have been detected long before reaching this point, and the information should have circulated. Yet, as far as Jinku and his companions knew, there had been no information circulating about the appearance of an earth dragon. If Jinku and the others were more seasoned adventurers, they might have felt a sense of unease at the almost non-existent traces of the massive 4-legged body, measuring 5 meters in length, having moved behind the earth dragon. However, such expectations were not placed upon fledgling adventurers. However, the harsh reality for Jinku and his companions was that there was an enemy they absolutely couldn't defeat in front of them. GRGGHHHHH. Hey, Jinku, get it together. What should we do? Huh? Yeah. What should we? Well, we have no choice but to run, right? Dama will hold off the attack as usual while we retreat. Don't be stupid. There's no way I can hold that thing off. Finally regaining his senses, Jinku gave instructions, but Dama protested desperately. Although Dama was the oldest among the 3, he was only half a year older than Jinku, and despite having a sturdy physique from helping his father, a lumberjack, he was no different from a dry twig when facing an earth dragon. Did you prepare the smoke bombs, Jinku-kun? Do you think they'll work? Upon hearing Kane's words from behind, Jinku, however, without averting his gaze from the earth dragon, replied with a grim expression. The cheap smoke bombs purchased from a tool shop could deceive the vision and sense of smell of goblins, but he had no confidence they would work on an earth dragon. If they provoked it even slightly, the only future he foresaw was being devoured then and there. Yeah, probably not. But in that case, all we can do is quietly back away, right? All right, let's go with Kane's suggestion. Both of you, slowly back away. Be careful not to trip. Okay, got it, Jinku-kun. In response to Jinku's decision as the leader, Dama and Kane slowly began to retreat on the spot. But as the three started to move, the earth dragon, seeing them in motion, slammed its long tail onto the ground. Jaya, no, it's no use, it's completely aiming for us. What do we do, Jinku? What should we do, Jinku-kun? No matter how many times you ask, even I don't know. Repeatedly bombarded with questions, Jinku's voice involuntarily became harsh. But for some reason, as the two faced each other and then turned to him, they smiled. I see, you don't know. If Jinku doesn't know, then there's nothing to be done, right? That's right. If Jinku-kun can't decide, then we'll have to decide, huh? Hey, you two, what do you? I'll hold it here. So you guys, run. Saying that, Dama stepped forward. Just one step. But that single step embodied the resolve Dama held within himself. What? What are you saying, Dama? You said yourself that there's no way to defend against that. Yeah, I know, but if Jinku can't decide, then this might be the only way, right? Don't worry, I'll buy you guys time to escape. Come on, you lizard bastard. This is Dama-sama. Dama, banging on an extremely crude heavy shield made by attaching an iron plate to a wooden board, attempted to catch the earth dragon's attention, but in that moment, his body soared through the air. The log-like tail of the earth dragon had blown Dama and his shield away. Dama, Jinku-kun, now's your chance. Huh? What are you saying, Kane? Dama, quick. Guided by Kane, who pushed him forward, Jinku, though bewildered, was forcibly pulled away. Dama, who had been thrown against a nearby tree, was spitting blood and seemed drained, but he still appeared to be alive. Yet, ignoring Dama, Kane grabbed Jinku's hand and started running. Though Jinku didn't agree with this, Kane's forceful tug was surprisingly strong. If he had this much strength, Jinku wondered if Kane could win an arm wrestling match against Dama, an irrelevant thought that crossed his mind. Jaya, Jinku-kun. Whoa! However, before them, a hailstorm of rocks poured down with immense force. The earth dragon exhaled a breath not to let its prey escape. Ouch! Kane, are you okay? Kane? Ha ha. Sorry, I messed up. Jinku, pushed by Kane, managed to avoid the breath attack, enduring the pain in his knees. Then he immediately forgot about his own pain. Countless rocks were embedded in Kane's body, lying in front of him. Jinku hurried to Kane, disregarding the earth dragon behind him. Fortunately, the vital areas were spared, but blood seeped from the pierced arms, legs, and abdomen. It was definitely a serious injury. Wait, Kane. I'll get help right away. It's okay, Jinku-kun. I'm fine. Just you, please, run. Don't be ridiculous. I'll definitely save both you and Dama. So, we made a promise. Didn't we? That someday, we'd become famous adventurers together. Become first-rate adventurers. Don't talk nonsense, idiot. Damn it. Hurry, with the medicine. Trembling, Jinku reached for his bag on his waist. However, when he opened it after feeling a prick at his fingertips, he realized that the healing potion he had bought for emergencies had broken inside the bag. Why? This kind of thing is supposed to be sturdy. For the first time in his life, Jinku cursed from the bottom of his heart. But the potion being shattered was irreparable, and it was impossible to extract the potion soaked into the leather bag, unlike with cloth. No. Not here. Solidify, my enemies, dash in the sky, Kane? Idiot, stop it. If you use magic in that condition, stretching his hand towards the void and muttering a spell, Kane ignored Jinku's attempts to stop him. However, his magic eventually completed. Jinku-kun, run. Freeze arrow. Jaya. Icicles conjured by Kane flew towards the earth dragon's face. Although it didn't cause a scratch on the dragon's scales, the earth dragon began to thrash its tail in irritation, resulting in noise and dust spreading around. I can escape now. Suddenly, Jinku felt a strong conviction within him. If he abandoned his two companions and fled, he could surely escape himself. It felt like he knew that future, as if he could see it already. Jinku's legs moved as if he would abandon the unconscious Kane and run. But what happens after I escape? A rookie adventurer who abandoned his companions, two childhood friends. The burden of such a tragedy, lying everywhere, felt heavier than anything else when he carried it himself. Struggling desperately not to be crushed, aiming only to avenge his comrades. What lay beyond that? I won't run. I won't run away. It was a foolish choice. Knowing that he would only meet his end by staying, Jinku turned around and readied his sword. He knew that a second-hand iron sword wouldn't penetrate a dragon's scales, but if he didn't prepare to fight, it felt like his legs would start running on their own. In Jinku's mind, someone desperately shouted, "Run!" If he didn't run now, nothing would start. Whether he'd buckle under the weight or overcome it, the difference lay in whether he bore it first. That plea echoed within him. But he didn't know. It wasn't something he knew. Defying fate, facing the Earth Dragon with a forced grin, Jinku shouted at the top of his lungs, "I'll take you on. I'll defeat you and save them. I'll become a hero who slays dragons." Jaya! The Earth Dragon mercilessly swung its claws at Jinku. There was no way for him to defend against it, no sudden awakening of miraculous power at the last moment. Even if there was dormant strength within him, it wouldn't awaken without following the proper steps. Hence, this was the end of the story. The heroic tale of Jinku the Brave would not begin but conclude without commencing. Nice resolve, huh? From nowhere, a man appeared, grinning slyly, heralding the end of the god's plot. Chapter 357, Those who say it's embarrassing to cry are just lonely people who can't cry. Alright, made it. Tia, leave it to me. Tia, who had leapt off my back a bit earlier with a full speed, Hermes dash, rushed first to the obviously troubled and delicate-looking boy, probably Kane. Confirming this with a glance. The next moment, the young hero Jinku called out from behind me. You are, no time for talking now, step back and take care of your friends. Why yes. Jinku obeyed my words this time. As expected. At this stage, communication would work fine. Now, what's next? Hey, what's wrong, you darn lizard? Quite irritated, aren't you? Is Mama's milk running low? Nah, 'cause you're a lizard. Does that mean you're overviviparous? Gull. The Earth Dragon, clearly irritated having its own impressive claws stopped by a considerably smaller prey, let out a growl. If I were a novice adventurer, that alone would have shaken me, but it lacked the necessary intimidation for me. Oops. Here we go. Gull, rebounding the impact received with the orbital reflector. The claw that was brandished by the Earth Dragon was thrown backward. It didn't quite launch the 5-meter giant, but the dragon's gaze shifted from viewing me as easy prey to something to be cautious of. However, that wasn't enough. Smirking fearlessly, I made my first strike towards the Earth Dragon's leg. With a solid resistance felt, a deep cut appeared on the dragon's leg claws. Oh! Did you dodge it at the last moment? Ha, not a bad response, Jaya. But, that was a mistake. Using the back of the Dawnbreaker, I heavily struck the nose of the Earth Dragon that was attempting to bite me. Dragon scales were not only tough but the muscles beneath absorbed shock, so rather than slashing, hitting like this transmitted damage more effectively. Of course, it could be cut through. Well, that's a different matter. The dragon's eyes widened slightly as a faint blue light expanded within them, a sign of magic filling its body. To the dragon, I had become a foe that must be defeated with full force. Dragons in this world were more beast-like, not speaking language, but their intelligence derived from animal instincts was not to be underestimated. Bit, wrestled, crushed, and mowed down. Using his arms, or rather, my two forelegs, mouth, and even their whole giant body, I was being seriously attacked by the Earth Dragon. But I dealt with each move, deflecting, blocking, or enduring them. While I could use the invincible impregnable fortress and stand still, I couldn't afford to show an inelegant fight in front of the hero watching behind, deflecting claws, catching sweeping legs, dodging lunges, and squirming from the foul breath. The vicious fangs swung just beside my face, making a sharp noise but missing. It was quite a muddy fight, but it was fine for now. This one's done. On to the next. Got it. After Tia finished attending to presumably Kane, she then headed towards the boy leaning against a tree, probably Dima. Upon my response, the Earth Dragon suddenly narrowed its eyes. Jaya! With a roar, the Earth Dragon swung its thick tail. However, its aim wasn't me but the exhausted boy and the elf girl treating him. Watch out! Run! Huh? Jaya! Jinku's shout and the Earth Dragon's cry echoed almost simultaneously through the forest. It was because my unreserved strike had sliced the Earth Dragon clean in half. Bad move. You shouldn't ignore me and go after Tia. Know your place. As I glared, the Earth Dragon cowered slightly, taking a step back. But perhaps anger overcame fear. Its head slightly recoiled, and then, with tremendous force, it unleashed a hail of stones from its wide-open mouth, the reason these large lizards are called dragons. Confronted with an immensely powerful breath, I quietly raised my sword. There's no need for the power of a demon king against an opponent of this caliber. If my master's sword and my skills are rightly combined, with the exhalation of its breath, I cleaved the Earth Dragon into two neatly. Good work, Ed. Dispersing my lingering thoughts in front of the cleanly split Earth Dragon, Tia, who had approached, spoke to me. Though a robust dragon species, splitting it in half would have killed it. I calmed my mind, sheathed my sword, and responded to Tia's voice. Hey, good job, Tia. How are things over there? Yeah, both of them are fine. I used a slightly stronger healing potion, so there won't even be scars, let alone any after effects. Good to hear. But, something wrong? When I unexpectedly furrowed my brows, Tia's gaze turned towards the Earth Dragon I had split. You were planning to decapitate that Earth Dragon, right? You've split it in two, is that okay? Oh? Well, that's... Originally, the plan was to sever the Earth Dragon's head. Not just for the sake of its valuable materials but also to establish a foothold in this world. Being known as a dragon slayer was a clear demonstration of power. However, it was difficult to cleanly cut its head off from the front. So, the original plan was for Tia, who had finished treating, to attract the dragon's attention, giving me an opening to decapitate it from the side. That was the plan, but, well, you see? It was a bit of spontaneity, or maybe it was just my mood. I'm sorry. Despite seeking assistance and then completely ignoring it, I was clearly in the wrong. I humbly bowed my head to Tia, who was glaring at me. I wouldn't make excuses like feeling angry because Tia was targeted. I didn't want to go down that route. Tia seemed to understand everything, wearing a smile mixed with amazement. But she quickly adopted a thoughtful expression. It's fine, really. You helped me after all. But what about this? You can't just take this along, right? Well, what I did was slice it vertically rather than horizontally. Most of its organs were damaged, and blood was flowing out. While I could strip its skin and claws, I didn't want to work in a place where blood, organs, and excrement were creating a small pool. I could put it in there, stranger's box, but honestly, I didn't want to. Though the contents had never interacted before, I felt uneasy about putting something like this directly in there. Besides, I couldn't clean it up. What should we do? Oh, maybe the tail? The one I cut earlier. Excuse me. At that moment, someone behind me called out. When I turned around, I saw Jinku, whom I had just helped. Hey, Oh, kid. Are you all right? Yes. Thanks to both of you, my friends. Comrades. Really, thank you so much. Jinku bowed deeply, almost to the point of breaking his back. Behind him, the two treated by Tia were lying peacefully, making gentle sleeping sounds. Haha, it's fine. We just did what we had to do. More importantly, I'm glad we made it in time. Yeah, if we were a little late, it wouldn't have worked out. You did well. Yes. Both of you really worked hard for us. Oops. That's not it, huh? As Jinku bit his lip in distress, I gently placed my hand on his head. Of course, both of them worked hard. But so did you. Because you chose to fight without abandoning your comrades, that's why we made it in time. So, everyone worked hard. You guys are a great party. Yes. Both of them are my proud friends. Ugh, sniff. Tears welled up in Jinku's eyes, and his voice choked. The feeling of having something precious in his hands that he thought he would lose. I knew that feeling well. I'm sorry. Don't worry about it. Hey, kid. It's not embarrassing to cry. Life where you can't cry for someone isn't fun, right? Be proud that you met someone important enough to cry for. In other words, right now, it's okay to cry as much as you want. Yes. I gently continued to stroke Jinku's head as he cried, his face contorted. Chapter 358. The value of an irreplaceable treasure is enough if you know it yourself. Hey, Dima. Are you really okay? I said I'm fine, didn't I? How many times do I have to say it? But what about Kane? Is there anywhere it hurts? Haha, I'm fine, Jinku. Not a single scar left. Those high-level healing potions are amazing, huh? Yeah. Ah, I'm really relieved. Exiting the forest and heading back to town, we could hear Jinku and the others' conversation behind us. Despite Jinku repeating his question numerous times, the remaining two seemed somewhat exasperated but still had cheerful voices. By the way, in appearance, Dima was about 5 centimeters shorter than me, a warrior with short, deep bluish hair. Jinku, slightly shorter than that, had short brown hair as a swordsman. Kane, about 160 centimeters tall with dark grayish hair, wearing a slightly short white robe over his clothes, was a mage. Though they were all officially recognized adult adventurers, there's an indescribable innocence in their expressions that makes them seem endearing. All three of you are good kids. It's good we could help, right? Yeah, absolutely. Watching the three of them, I replied to Tia, who had approached with a smile, wholeheartedly agreeing. Then my gaze shifted to the golden ring snug on my left ring finger. This is all thanks to new Osama, isn't it? If I hadn't known beforehand with this, there's no way I could have made it in time. That's right. Even running at that speed, it was barely in time. Thanks to Nua's protection, even before entering this world, I knew it was the 66th world. That's how I located Jinku's position with the Akashic compass, and dashed at full speed with Tia on my back using Hermes dash. But even then, it was a close call. In other words, without prior information, even if we were here now, we wouldn't have been able to change Jinku's fate of losing his companions. But, what was the intention behind this? If that being absolutely didn't want me to save them, couldn't they have sent us to a world where it was too late, like with Harris-san? Ah, who knows? Maybe they wanted me to feel regret and despair, thinking if only I had hurried at that time. Wow, that God is still as mean as ever. Ha ha ha, true. I don't really know the actual reason. But if the intention of God is to wear out my soul, making me desire the end through my own will, it might not be entirely wrong, or maybe they just can't make fine adjustments. If gods are such immense beings, maybe they can only shift time in units of years. That's possible too. Well, it doesn't really matter. But, I'm really glad. What I heard from you was just too pitiful, Ed. Yeah. Since I knew beforehand, I had told Tia about the events of the first loop before entering this world. However, the content was far from enjoyable to hear. In the first loop, I meet Jinku a week from now. In front of me, restless due to not meeting a hero, appears a near-broken boy who, after losing his companions, sinks into despair, builds up guilt for escaping alone, and hardens his resolve for revenge against the land dragon, nearly almost breaking. Feeling intuitively that such a broken Jinku is the hero, I once again approached him and earnestly took care of him to become his companion. But Jinku never opened his heart to me until the end. On the night when we obtained information about the land dragon that attacked Jinku and the others at a certain place, I, who had apparently fallen asleep, suddenly found myself back in the dot. Presumably, while I was asleep, Jinku had left alone, and that was recognized as exile. Reflecting on it, that was harsh. If only I had cared a little more seriously. Being a mercenary or an adventurer, these kinds of stories about parting ways with companions are everywhere in this profession. Spending a lifetime with the same party and not losing anyone was a miracle allowed only in the hero tales told by bards. Moreover, at that time, I was in a period where I had become accustomed to exile in a negative sense. I rejected forming deep bonds with people since I knew we would part ways anyway, and I considered using them as a stepping stone for my return acceptable. Even if it was a god's implanted thinking, the decision was undoubtedly mine. Losing companions is sad, but it's not something you should carry forever. Drink some alcohol, talk all night, and then let go to the extent of occasionally reminiscing. That's the way of life for a true adventurer, or so I believed without doubt at that time. So, I imposed that belief onto Jinku. Hey, Jinku. Thinking back, was it really okay to leave that land dragon alone? What's up, Dama? You're not suggesting that after getting rescued, you wanted to snatch its materials too, right? Idiot, no way. Dragons have tremendous magic, right? If we left it, wouldn't other powerful magical creatures be attracted to it? I think it's fine. I don't know why, but that land dragon didn't have any magic left. I wonder why that is. I dunno. Maybe Ed-san slashed it all? No, seriously, it was amazing, like, swoosh. Damn, I wanted to see it too. Do you think he'll show if we ask? That might be a bit presumptuous, don't you think? He's probably an amazing adventurer. That's right. It wouldn't be so easy to just accept that. Watching Jinku and the others chatting happily as they turned around lightly, I inwardly chuckled. That day, when I learned that Alexis and the others had died, I was shaken by a shock I couldn't even comprehend. I was so shaken just by the death of those guys I had been with for only a year and a half. I can't even imagine the shock of seeing two childhood friends die in front of Jinku. It's unimaginable, and even thinking about it is presumptuous. If someone were to come and say, I understand how you feel, if I were to lose Tia, I would probably punch them without a second thought. Everyone carries something precious. Whether it's big or small, it's a unique treasure that only the person themselves holds and doesn't require understanding from others. Ah! Look, Ed, there's a town. Oh, we made it? With Tia's exclamation, a splendid town came into view where she pointed. We came to the town instead of the village troubled by goblin attacks because reporting a colossal problem like a land dragon to the village would only cause trouble. We did inform them that we had incidentally defeated goblins on our way, but a proper report had to be made to the Adventurers Guild in the town. Wow! It's a town. We really made it back alive. Don't get too ahead of yourself, Dama-kun. We haven't arrived in the town yet. That's true, but we've come this far, it should be okay now, right? Jinku? No, Kane's right. Even at this distance, we might still be attacked by goblins or wolves. Do you think you can fight with that equipment, Uck? Well, that's... Dama stuttered in response to Jinku's point. The equipment damaged by the land dragon was seriously dented and not practical for use. But well, in this particular case, Dama's opinion isn't entirely wrong. After all, we're with Ed-san and the others now. Ed-san, Tia-san. What is it? As Jinku rushed over and stopped in front of us. He then deeply bowed his head, and the two behind him followed suit. Thanks to both of you, we were able to safely return here. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. So, as a token of our gratitude, thanks? It's not necessary at all. We just did what we wanted to do. No, it's not like that. That's right. We're just beginners. I don't think we can even afford the cost of healing potions. Though I said it with a smile, Jinku and the others persisted. In reality, maintaining a certain etiquette in situations like this is crucial if we plan to continue as adventurers in the future. It's not about whether they can afford it or not, it's about showing an absolute willingness to pay. If they don't, no one will help them in the future, even if they're in trouble. So, just as I was thinking of casually treating them to a meal or something, Dama came up with an outrageous proposal. Hey, Eda-san. If it's you, I can lend you my ass. Huh? Dama-kun, what's lend me your butt? Is butt referring to the rear end? No, I'm not exactly sure either, but I heard an old man in the tavern saying, he saved my life. I'd lend him my butt. So maybe it's a really big thank you? Oh, I see. Then I'll lend mine too. I don't know what to do, though. Then I will too. Ed, please lend us your butts. Cough. Wait a second. Foo-foo. Ed, you're quite popular, huh? Give me a break, seriously. While Tia smirked mischievously, I struggled with immense confusion in the face of Jinku and the others. who were pressing me to lend me their butts. Chapter 359, Even when you know you're right, sticking to it can be difficult. Leading the way, Jinku and the others entered the Adventurers Guild. For some reason, Jinku and his friends were silent and subtly holding their butts. It was because I had explained various things to them. I absolutely didn't do anything besides explaining. I could have dodged the situation, but if I had, there was a chance Jinku and the others might misunderstand and tell the same thing to someone else. Most would likely take it as a joke or teasing, but if even one person took it seriously, it would have been very sad for both sides. That's why I explained it properly. As a result, Jinku was walking oddly. Well, it was much better than ending up in a situation where the joke wouldn't fly. They'll probably forget about it by tomorrow anyway. As Jinku and the others walked to the reception counter of the Adventurers Guild, they were greeted by a young receptionist with a bright smile. "Welcome. What business do you have today?" Actually, there are various things. For now, please process the completion of this request." "I understand. It's the goblin subjugation request, right?" "Yes, certainly." When they stopped by the village, the completion mark for the request was properly stamped alongside the report. So, the receptionist cheerfully accepted Jinku's submitted request form and took out coins from the shelf behind to place them on the counter. "Here's your reward." "Well done." Can you wait a moment?" During the mission, there was something that needed to be reported. "What is it?" "Well, in the forest where the request was, we were attacked by an earth dragon." "An earth dragon? You mean, that earth dragon? A type of dragon that, when measured from head to tail, reaches 7 to 8 meters in length?" "Yes." Upon Jinku's words, however, the receptionist's smile vanished, replaced by a suspicious expression. Jinku-san, right? There have been no reports of an earth dragon near the location mentioned in the request. There have been no sightings or reports of an earth dragon moving from any nearby mountains. Are you sure it wasn't a mistake?" "No, it wasn't. We definitely." Sigh. Despite Jinku's insistence, the receptionist audibly sighed. "So, Jinku-san, are you claiming that a dragon of such size moved unnoticed to the forest near the village? And then what happened to this earth dragon?" "We defeated it." At that statement, the receptionist fell silent again, and her expression filled with anger and frustration. "Listen, Jinku-san. This is an official warning as a member of the Adventurers Guild. False reports regarding powerful demonic beasts that threaten people's lives and actions related to them are not only against the Guild's rules but also against the law. I understand that rookies like you want to make a big impression, but further claims like this won't be taken lightly. Are you prepared to go to jail or pay fines by persisting with the claim that there was an earth dragon, and we defeated it?" Under the intense gaze and words, Jinku faltered. This chain of events was one of the factors that twisted the original Jinku. A fledgling adventurer who lost his comrades claimed they were attacked by an earth dragon. But so far, there had been no reports or sightings of an earth dragon, and even after an investigation, there were no signs of a dragon of that size having moved. As a result, Jinku received a severe warning. He wasn't charged because it was judged that Jinku himself was caught up in delusions, unable to accept reality. Yet, he still didn't overturn the claim that we were attacked by an earth dragon, which made him become an annoying person to deal with. But this time was different. I patted Jinku's shoulder and stepped forward in front of the receptionist. "Calm down, Jinku, you didn't explain it properly." "Sorry, ma'am, it wasn't them who defeated the earth dragon, it was me." "Was it you?" As I stepped forward and introduced myself, the receptionist looked at me with a puzzled gaze, though not as doubtful as she had towards Jinku. "I'm 20 now, even if I am better than a 15-year-old novice. My worn-out leather armor didn't make me look like an expert capable of defeating an earth dragon. It was understandable. Do you need the same explanation again?" "Nah, don't need it. Because I have this." Saying that, I reached into my bag at my waist and pulled out the tail of the earth dragon that I had cut off through their stranger box. In this world, there are magic bags that can hold much larger items than they appear and reduce their weight accordingly. They were sold in several levels starting from about a gold coin, So it's not unusual for a skilled individual capable of slaying dragons to possess one. Upon its resounding appearance, not only the receptionist but also the adventurers around fell silent, enveloping the previously bustling guild in sudden tranquility. In the past, I might have found this pleasing, but after multiple activities alongside the hero's party, I've experienced this rarity a few times, so I continued speaking without minding it. This is the tale of the Earth Dragon I defeated. Still don't believe it? That's the tale of an Earth Dragon? Is it real? Why would I carry a fake tail around? I should have brought the head, but I ended up splitting it in half in the heat of the moment. It's still left at the location of the previous request, so if you want to confirm, feel free to check there. But I just left it, so there's a high chance it's been scavenged by other demonic beasts or something. I can't guarantee anything beyond that. No, that's dealing with a demonic beast. As long as there's no clear danger, it's the right of the one who defeated it. But just a moment, please. I'm just a receptionist. I'm not sure how to handle such a case. Got it. Take your time and check with someone higher up. Please wait a moment. With a wry smile, I watched the receptionist stand up as if she might jump out of the ceiling and rush towards the back of the guild. After confirming her departure, I turned back to Jinku. Are you feeling more composed? Yes. I'm sorry. I guess I'm just no good. Ha ha ha. The doubts and frustrations people directed you are different from the murderous intent of beasts. I find the former much scarier. Is that so? Even though you're strong enough to defeat an Earth Dragon? Yeah. That's why having comrades is important. Having someone you genuinely believe in and supports you. Just now, if you had turned around and looked at Emma and Kane's faces, wouldn't it have been different? As I shifted my gaze, Jinku also moved his face. There stood Dima and Kane, wearing awkward smiles. Sorry, Jinku-kun. Ed-san said that, but I might not be of much help. But look, Dima-kun will surely handle, right? Wow. No, I can't either. I can stop Boa's charge, but dealing with such a scary-looking Nei-chan is impossible. Ha ha. You two are not reliable at all. Don't laugh. This is where the leader, Jinku, comes in handy, right? I am desperately cheering from behind. Go, Jinku-kun. You guys. Geez, being a leader is tough. Jinku's face no longer held any fear as he laughed. Once again, with the support of his companions, he had overcome the trial. It might be a small matter of no significance to the world, but it's an essential experience for a boy to grow into an adult. From now on, at least, he seems unlikely to falter when making legitimate claims. Maybe he'll wait a bit before resorting to bravado. Seeing this young man's growth, Tia muttered softly beside me. Fufu, being young is nice. Hey, Tia, that sounds a bit old manish. What is it, Ed? Eek. No, nothing. Really, it's nothing. Immediately averting my gaze, I could feel an intense, piercing pressure from behind. Amidst enduring that soul-chilling gaze, I couldn't help but deeply realize once again that indeed, humans were the most frightening. Chapter 360, The responsibility one should bear is limited to the authority and salary provided. After that, we were led to a separate room, where a person claiming to be the guildmaster explained the details of the matter, even though, in reality, we just recounted our experiences as they were. Despite Jinku and the others, who were not accustomed to such situations, speaking nervously in front of the important person they met for the first time, for me and Tia, who had spoken to the king multiple times, it was nothing remarkable. So, without any particular issues arising, the questioning was concluded in about an hour. Phew, it was a long time. Well then, can you wait a moment? As if trying to leave now that the conversation was over, I called out to the guildmaster. Romance gray middle-aged man. The guildmaster turned his gaze towards me in a casual manner. T/N, romance gray used to describe attractive middle-aged men aka daddy. What's up, Ed-kun? Do you have something else to discuss? Well, yeah. It was about investigating the traces of the Earth Dragon, but I also want you to check for magical reactions or something like that. What do you mean? In response to my request, the guildmaster, who had started to stand up, returned to his seat. Waiting for him to settle into a listening posture, I continued. The Earth Dragon this time, there's something that bothers me. Hey, Jinku, about the situation where you guys were attacked. Or rather, the first time you encountered the Earth Dragon, can you tell me again, huh? Yes. But, even if you say the situation, we were searching the forest for a goblin subjugation request, and suddenly, there was an Earth Dragon in front of us. Yeah, that's it. Doesn't that seem strange to you? Wah. In response to my question, Jinku looked puzzled. That's why I continued my words. I mean, it's an Earth Dragon, right? If such a huge demonic beast was active right next to you, there should be noise, right? I don't think you geese moved just because you heard the sound of trees snapping, right? No way. If we heard a sound like that, we'd run away immediately. Right? Yeah. If there's a sound of trees breaking nearby, in that forest, it's probably a brown bear at most, right? It's not impossible to defeat it, but there's no reason to go looking for a fight without even receiving a request. Right. And if the Earth Dragon is walking, wouldn't it make a much louder noise? So, then. Huh? Kane tilted his head in confusion at the unnaturalness of his own words. Smirking at his reaction, I continued my words confidently. That's right. With a body as big as an Earth Dragon, if it's just moving around normally, it should make a ridiculously loud noise. Yet, you guys, who are novice adventurers, wouldn't just jump into such a place, right? So, where did that Earth Dragon come from? Perhaps it was summoned to that location? What? Everyone in the room raised voices of surprise. But that's only natural. Until now, the discussion had been focused on how the Earth Dragon had moved to such a place without being noticed by anyone. No one had thought of the possibility of it being summoned right there. Summoning an Earth Dragon? Ed-san, can you do something like that? No, I can't, and I don't know anyone who can. But rather than thinking that the Earth Dragon moved from somewhere without leaving any traces, isn't it more likely that it was summoned just before Jinku and the others arrived there? That's why I want you to investigate magical reactions. So, what do you think? Can you investigate that kind of thing? Honestly, I don't know. I've been the guild master for about 10 years, but I've never met a spellcaster who can summon an Earth Dragon. However, in response to my question, the guildmaster, crossing his arms and deepening the wrinkles on his forehead, began to ponder. If it's possible to summon an Earth Dragon, that's a considerable force. If it's a secret force held by the country, it's still manageable, but if it's involved with some criminal organization or anti-government forces, it could become a huge problem. And above all, there's a possibility that the Demon King is involved. In this world, there are as many as 3 Demon Kings. According to the knowledge I gained in my first playthrough, there is a Demon King in the north, east, and west of the massive flat world, with human territories located in the south. However, while Demon Kings may quarrel among themselves, they don't necessarily treat humans as absolute enemies. There are skirmishes, but there are also political and commercial connections, maintaining a balance of tension. Therefore, if this is an experiment by some Demon King in the human territory or some covert operation, it could lead to a massive war. And more importantly, leaving it alone is out of the question. But investigating is scary too. In the dilemma, the guildmaster, with a worried expression as if his face might cave in, continued to furrow his brows. Finally, he opened his mouth. Okay, let's pretend we didn't hear anything, huh? Is that okay? In response to the guildmaster's decisive words, Tia reacted with full force. However, the guildmaster maintained a deliberately calm expression and replied to Tia. You're Tia-kun, right? It's fine. While it's true that I have some power, authority as the guildmaster, it's only to a certain extent. I don't have the power to mediate or consider issues between nations, and I don't have that level of responsibility either. So, I'll pretend I didn't hear anything, conduct an on-site investigation, and report only the facts obtained from it. The decisions on what to do next will be made by someone who hears about it. But, Ed? No, I think that's fine too. In fact, if we don't go along with this, we might all be detained until the results are out. It's unlikely that we'll be silenced with so many speculations piled on top of each other at this point. But, silenced? In response to my casually spoken words, Jinku and the others expressed voices of fear. So, I placed my hand on Jinku's shoulder and spoke in a calming tone. It's okay. He's making sure to pretend he didn't hear anything. Just don't spread this too much. Also, it's recommended that you stick with us for a while. That way, if something happens, we can protect you until it's resolved. Is that okay? It feels like we're causing trouble for you, Eda-san. It's fine. Right, Tia? Of course. Besides, if we say goodbye here, I'll be too curious about that side. That's right. What about you, Jinku? And Dima and Kane? I'm good. If I can be with such a cool guy, it's actually lucky. I'm fine too. Well, if it's not a bother, I might want Tia-san to teach me magic. Haha, sure. I'm not specialized in elemental magic, but I can teach you some basics. Yay. Kane, you're too straightforward. I want something too. Ed-san, teach me something. Something, huh? Well, it's vague, but sure. How about you, Jinku? Is it really okay? In front of the innocent excitement of the two, Jinku still hesitantly asked. So, I gently ruffled Jinku's head with my hand. It's fine. At times like this, just rely on us silently. Letting the senpai show off a bit is the way of a good junior, you know? What's with that? Haha. Understood. Well then, please take care of us, Eda-san. Tia-san, leave it to us. Nice to meet you again, everyone. The palpable sense of trouble rapidly expanding. However, precisely because of that, we naturally found ourselves fitting into the group of Jin and the others, following the flow. T/N, no life. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, hence the delay. Chapter 361, there is a reason behind words and a motive behind actions. Thank you so much for today. Looking forward to working together from tomorrow. Yeah, see you again. After concluding the discussion within the guild, we dispersed. It seemed that the promise to treat the rookie boys to a meal, as a way of expressing gratitude, had completely flown out of their heads due to the unexpected turn of events. Well, since we would be acting together from tomorrow onwards, it didn't really matter. There was no need to rush for the sake of deepening camaraderie. So, we casually had dinner on our own, secured lodging, and were about to rest in our rooms. Or so it was supposed to be. However, it came to the point where all that was left was to sleep, and once again, Tia had come to my room. What's up, Tia? Good girls should be in bed by now. Oh, my apologies. Then tonight, I'll be a little bit naughty. So, why did you use such a provocative tone? Well, what are you talking about? Ouch, ouch. I'll tell you. Slightly displeased, Tia tugged at my ears playfully as I spoke. She had been smiling silently throughout the conversation with the guildmaster, but it seemed that her patience had its limits. Geez, resorting to violence right away is no good, you know. Humphrey, it's because Ed was being mean. But seriously, what's going on? It's one thing with me, but isn't it a bit too threatening towards those kids? I wasn't lying, you know. Well, certainly, saying all that was mainly for us to continue working together with Jinku and the others. Just as the guildmaster's final decision was to pretend he didn't hear anything, the latter part of my report, except for the suggestion that the Earth Dragon might have been summoned, wasn't strictly necessary. In fact, it didn't matter whether I said it or not, as it was just piling speculation on top of speculation and stirring up a sense of crisis. So, why did I do such a thing? The reason was clear. To push Jinku and the others to want to work together with us, or more accurately, to make them wish for it. Jinku and his friends form a trio of a swordsman, heavy warrior, and magician, while we are a duo of a swordsman and a magician. Well, you are a spirit user, but if the roles overlap, one is a novice, and the other is a capable person who can defeat an Earth Dragon. In such a situation, it doesn't make sense for us to work together. Even if we want to be together, we can only take care of a novice for a month at most. Half a year, which is the time needed for banishment, is obviously too long. That's why it was necessary to create a situation where Jinku and the others would find it natural to be with us. People around might say various things, but as long as Jinku and the others are convinced, the rest can be managed. Shrugging my shoulders, Tia released my ears and adopted a troubled expression. I see, that's how it is. Ed, You really are amazing. I just thought it would be nice to get along normally and be together. Haha, it might be fine if it's just you, Tia. Joining a party temporarily when solo is not uncommon, and especially since you're an elf, there's an excuse for training a novice early for the future. But it won't work if I'm with you. Even if we add Jinku and Dama, I alone can't match up. So, the only reason left is something melodramatic, like Tia falls in love at first sight with someone from Jinku's group and insists on joining. But I can't give up on Tia and forcibly tag along. I don't want that. It's not that I dislike Jinku and the others, but pretending to be in such a play every day would be absolutely no fun. True. That's why, well, instilling a sense of fear might be one of the reasons. One more reason? Are there other reasons? Yeah, there is. Actually, this one is the main reason. As I spoke with a suddenly serious tone, Tia also straightened up with a solemn expression. I chose to be with Jinku and the others, even if it meant choosing forceful means, because almost certainly, they are being targeted. Targeted? By whom? Why? I don't know who. But do you understand why they would be targeted? Although almost no one in this world knows. We know that Jinku is the hero. Then, does it have something to do with the Demon King's army? Yes. We talked about the first loop, right? Yes. Originally, Jinku lost 2 companions there, and he became disheartened, right? Right. Before I was expelled, on the day I fought with a guy who claimed to be a subordinate of the Demon King in the north. During that fight, he mentioned, we conducted a summoning experiment near a village inhabited by humans. As a result, Jinku went out alone to investigate the truth while I was sleeping. But doesn't that sound fishy, being present near the location where the Demon King's army conducted an experiment? That alone might still be a possibility. However, the summoned Earth Dragon, for some reason, killed only Jinku's 2 companions and spared Jinku. If it was a genuinely top-secret experiment, there's no reason they would let Jinku, who could be easily killed, slip away. Moreover, the Earth Dragon caused no harm to anyone else and was immediately sent back. To top it off, the Demon King's army soldier who appeared before Jinku happened to be related to the experiment, and he deliberately told Jinku the truth about the incident before dying. It seemed too convenient in every aspect. In this world, the will of the god is undoubtedly at play, and considering I have the power of the Flag Maker, and all, I can't deny the possibility that this entire sequence of events is preordained. A destiny set by the god. But if you think about it normally, the purpose might be to drive the hero Jinku into despair and darkness. I don't know what they want to achieve with that, though. So, Jinku and the others are still being targeted? As for that, I can't say for sure right now. We managed to thwart their initial move, but whether they give up at this point or continue. If they are really aiming for the hero, as long as Jinku is alive, the next hero won't be born. So, for now, the best we can do is keep an eye on the movements of the 3 supposed Demon Kings and protect him. I see. By the way, among those 3 Demon Kings, which one is Zed's doppelganger? Come to think of it, I haven't checked that yet. At Tia's question, I realized I hadn't thought about it. Since all 3 of them have fragments of my power, it's essential to confirm it beforehand. I materialized their Akashic compass, and specified my power's fragments to search. Then, seeing the image that appeared, I grinned knowingly. Well, this is getting quite interesting. It seems like a significant change in plans is necessary, but now Ed is making that wicked face again. Don't say things that make me sound bad. Well, admittedly, I came up with a few ideas to the point of making that face. That's right. I'm sure we'll get to see a good howl. It'll be entertaining. You mean Ed's howling face? Yeah, certainly, since the Demon Kings are essentially my face, that would be the case. Right? Foo. I wonder what kind of face it is? I'm looking forward to it. Yuri, WL, yes. Ha. Smirking while Tia playfully poked my cheek, I chuckled awkwardly and continued to devise plans for the future in my mind. Chapter 362, Excessively Sweet Nectar, ironically, attracts no one to partake. Good morning, Eda-san. Tia-san. Hey, good morning, Jinku. And good morning to you too, Dima and Kane. Good morning. The next day dawned, and we met in front of the Adventurers Guild, exchanging light greetings. While Jinku seemed fine, it was a bit surprising to see Dima and Kane in good spirits. Well, both of you seem fine. It was common for those who experienced death to struggle to recover and end up quitting the adventurer's life. Although yesterday was filled with shock and excitement, after a night's rest, reality might have sunk in, and fear could have taken over. However, it seemed that wasn't the case. Of course, if I get down from something like that, I won't become a top-rate adventurer. I'm honestly a bit scared, but being with Jinku-kun and Dima-kun makes it a bit easier. Ha ha ha, I see. It's good, you know? Rather than being reckless and diving into something without fear, someone who acknowledges the fear but still gathers the courage to move forward becomes stronger. If you're going to continue as adventurers, cherish that feeling. Thank you. Foo-fa-foo. As I patted Kane's head, he shyly smiled. Yes, while they were influenced by their friends, they weren't being dragged down. It seemed they would be okay. So, Ed-san, about us traveling together for a while, what do you think? Any requests or? Yeah. About that. Looking up at me with enthusiasm, Jinku was met with a scratching of my head and a somewhat hesitant response. Well, you see, we've got a bit of a tricky request on our end. I'd prefer to prioritize that if possible. Does that mean we won't be able to stay together anymore? No. You guys haven't even taught me anything yet. Don't say that, Dima-kun. Ed-san and the others said they would take care of us out of pure kindness. Well, yeah, but gradually, as I began speaking, the three of them each showed their own reactions. However, my statement wasn't finished yet. Interjecting in my half-hearted response, Jinku seemed concerned. However, I hadn't finished speaking yet. No, it's not like that. If you guys are okay with it, I'm thinking of taking you along. Really? That's great. However, what we'll be doing is a world tour. We'll go through all the surrounding 3 countries and talk to each country's demon king. A world tour? And talking to all the demon kings? That's dangerous. If we go to other countries, won't we be attacked and killed right away? No, it's not as dangerous as you guys think. In fact, there's usually interaction between countries. Around here might be an exception, but in towns closer to the center, adventurers from other countries are quite common, including beastmen and lizardmen. Is that so? Wow, the world is vast, but a world tour sounds impossible. Right, Jinku. Jinku? Deep in thought, Jinku raised his head and looked straight at me, asking, can we really go along with you? We don't have any money. Yeah, it's fine. We'll cover the travel expenses entirely. I can't promise a luxurious journey, but I guarantee you'll have regular meals and stay in normal inns. There will be dangers, of course, but we'll do our best to protect you. As long as you don't do anything foolish, you shouldn't die. Well, then, we'll probably come back here in about a year or 2 at the earliest. It'll be a kind of training journey. 2 years. Well, don't rush to decide. As initially planned, I'll keep an eye on you for about a week or so. If we're not attacked during that time, it should be fine. You can decide whether to come with us or not at that time. Okay. Giving a somewhat forced response to my nonchalant words, Jinku seemed lost in his own thoughts. Meanwhile, Kane and Dima, who had been talking as if it was someone else's matter, showed bewildered expressions. Oh, this seems bad. Internally making that judgment, I led the group of novice adventurers toward the guild to take on a nearby subjugation request, intending to ease them into the adventuring life. Jinku's puff. You guys, seriously, you're way too careless. If we weren't here, you'd be seriously injured, you know. I'm sorry. Ed-san's words carried more exasperation than irritation, causing me to drop my shoulders in disappointment. Indeed, today's job was unusually harsh. I couldn't deny that my mind had been preoccupied with the morning's discussion, making it impossible to concentrate. And it seemed the same went for my companions. Whether it was my hesitation that concerned them or something else, both Dima and Kane kept glancing over at me. Vigilance towards the surroundings and dealing with demonic beasts has become secondary. The fact that we were safe now was solely due to Ed-san and Tia-san, who had intervened. I understood it myself. But even if I understood, there was nothing I could do about it. So, as I looked down in frustration, Tia-san intervened on my behalf, addressing Ed-san. "Don't be too hard on them, Ed. It's only the day after yesterday, and being tired is natural. Don't worry too much. How about taking a break from work tomorrow and going out to eat something delicious?" But, well, given the circumstances, that might be a good idea. While we can handle the requests you guys are taking on, it's too frightening to let you fight demonic beasts in this lax state. Take a short break and get back in shape, alright? Understood. I couldn't reject that proposal. I would probably still be pondering this morning's events even tomorrow. As Ed-san and Tia-san left after patting my shoulder, I turned to my companions once again. "Sorry, both of you. It's my fault, isn't it?" "Well, yeah. Hey, what's bothering you? You're not seriously thinking of going with Ed-san and the others, right?" I can't answer that immediately. To Dama's question, I couldn't give an immediate response. However, my hesitation seemed to be the answer itself. Damas grabbed my shoulder and confronted me. "You idiot, what are you thinking? 2 years? Leaving this place for 2 years and traveling to all the Demon King's countries? We, beginners, can't possibly do that." "That's right, Jinku-kun. It's impossible no matter how you look at it." But Ed-san and the others will protect us." "They're not seriously inviting us. It would have been different if it was someone we had known for a long time, but they just met us yesterday. Going on a journey to meet all the Demon Kings and using their money to bring along rookies? Believing in something like that is just foolish." Well, if you put it that way." Dama's words made me realize once again how impossible the invitation I received was. But, what if? I also think that maybe they were subtly suggesting that we decline. Because, no matter how you look at it, we won't be of any use to them. Still, taking us along, and when we reach the Demon King's country, what if they sell us off as slaves or something? Kane? Who do you think saved you and Dama? I know. But, thinking about it that way, there's no reason for them to take us along. Yet, they're willing to take us on a job, take care of us, and let us gain experience. I don't understand, and honestly, it's a bit scary. The more I heard from the two, the more I realized how true their words were. But, even so, sigh. They said the departure is a week later, so we can think about it until then. I want you guys to get back to your senses as soon as possible. Saying that while laughing, Dama walked away. Unable to handle my own feelings, I clenched my fists painfully, watching his retreating figure. Chapter 363. The hand extended to a friend was not pulled back, yet it gently pushed me forward. Jinku's puff. Even after a night's sleep and waking up, the uneasiness within me didn't dissipate in the slightest. Whether it was during the meal that also served as thanks afterward, or during work the next day, the feeling of hesitation never cleared. This can't continue like this. Ed-san and Tia-san may be forgiving and smiling for now, but I was well aware that they might get tired of it at any moment. Moreover, the fact that I was involving my childhood friends and close companions in my half-hearted actions, exposing them to danger, weighed heavily on me. That's why, on the evening of the 4th day, during the break before returning to town after finishing work early, I stood in front of Ed-san, who was sitting on a suitable rock. Excuse me. What is it? Well, certainly, I was more nervous now than when facing an Earth Dragon. My tightly clenched hand was starting to lose its strength, and my throat felt dry, but I can't delay this any longer. So, summoning the courage within me, I forcefully opened my tightly sealed mouth. Ed-san, why did you decide to take us on a world tour? A simple and obvious question. Why was it so difficult to ask? The moment I put it into words, the reason struck me. I see. I was scared. If I asked this and the reason turned out to be something flippant like Dama or Kane said. If it was something much like it could have been anyone, we just said we'd protect you, then I would have had no choice but to take them along with me. I didn't want to be disappointed. I was expected to join someone so powerful, invited with such small self-esteem. The fear of that tiny pride being shattered. That was the reason I couldn't ask until now. Was it really that simple? Simultaneously feeling disgusted with my own arrogance, I felt something release from my chest. If I hear the expected answer now, I feel like I can accept it without any hesitation. Yeah, that's right. If that's the case, I can simply refuse the invitation, continue working hard with Dima and Kane in this town as before. That should be fine. I unconsciously started to justify myself, but Head-san, after gazing silently at my face, answered with a small smile. Why, you ask? In a word, I felt potential, I guess. Potential? Yeah. Jinku, you can become strong. With proper guidance and continuous effort, you should be able to become the world's greatest swordsman eventually. The world's greatest? That's quite exaggerated. Even if it's a joke, it's too much. I chuckled involuntarily, but Head-san remained serious. Huh? Seriously? But I'm confident in my ability to judge people. The talent within you is quite something. Of course, talent is just talent, so you have to polish it properly for growth. Even if you use orichalcum, if the blacksmith's skills are poor, it'll just end up as a worthless stone. That's why. Showing you a wide world, letting you interact with various people, and accumulate plenty of experiences. That way, after seriously traveling with me for 2 years, you'll become much stronger than you think. Ultimately, how far you reach is up to you, but at least, if you travel seriously with me for 2 years, you should be able to defeat earth dragons while humming a tune, you know. Defeat an earth dragon? That embodiment of despair? The opponent who was nothing more than a symbol of hopelessness becoming a trivial fish in the pond? Really? Can I really become that strong? But what about Dima and the others? If they were invited too, yeah. In terms of talent, you're exceptional. But that doesn't mean those two are weak. If they travel the same way, I think they can become top-class adventurers easily in 2 years. At the age of 17 after 2 years, I think it's amazing to be at the level of top-class adventurers. Right? Well, that's true. I guess so. We, top-class adventurers. Ha ha ha. If that happens, we can search for another Earth Dragon and you can try fighting together as a trio. It should be an easy victory, and becoming a party of Dragon Slayers in your teens will make you heroes in no time. No words came out. The beginning of a hero's tale, which I could only imagine in my dreams, now stood before me as a tangible reality, and I felt it strongly. Well, you should think about it. Join forces with your friends over there, huh? Saying so, Ed-san turned around, and following his gaze, I also moved my eyes. There, I saw Dima and Kane, who were supposed to be talking about magic, and Dima who was supposed to be watching. Dima. Kane. Hey, Jinku. I heard the story just now, but I still can't bring myself to want to go. Why? Dima, you can become a top-class adventurer, even if you say that. Honestly, I can't believe in myself as much as you do. If it's about training here, I'll gladly do it, but going to another country, let alone the Demon King's country, if something happens, I won't even be able to come back on my own. No matter how much you say I can become strong, it's impossible to that extent. I'm interested, but just being interested isn't enough. And I have no dissatisfaction with my life here. So, I think it's best to work hard here and become strong with everyone. I silently agreed with their arguments in my heart. That's right, that's fine. If I'm satisfied with that, I can surely lead a peaceful and uneventful life. But, question mark. My inner thoughts being exposed, the voices of the two overlapped. Surprised, I lifted my face, which had started to lower, and the two were looking straight at me. Jinku, you're different, right? Unlike us who are just average, you were told that you have amazing talent. So, go for it. We can't go, but we'll wholeheartedly support you, Jinku-kun. Dima. Kane. But, if I go, our party. Idiot. We're childhood friends, best friends, comrades, right? Just because we're separated for 2 years doesn't mean anything. That's right, Jinku-kun. We'll work hard here so that you won't abandon us when you come back. You've been struggling for so many days because you want to go, right? Then go. Don't use us as an excuse. We'll make sure the place you come back to is safe, Jinku-kun. If you do that, whenever you are Dama, turning away with a red nose, and Kane, rubbing his eyes with a tearful smile, distorted faces. Not just their faces. Everything in the world seemed to warp. I couldn't hold back the tears overflowing from my eyes. Dama. Kane. I've been blessed with the best companions. Hey, just realized that now? I knew it from the beginning. Even if we're apart, we'll always be comrades, right? Of course. I'll definitely become stronger. And come back. When I return. Again, as a comrade. Don't be stupid. Don't just leave without saying anything. Just going on a solo adventure doesn't mean leaving the party, right? Or did you think every time you went to take a leak, you were leaving the party? That's quite vulgar, Dama-kun. But, you're right. If you're just going a little far, there's no need to leave every time! Yeah. So, just going out for a bit. When I come back, let's go on an adventure again. Yeah. By then, I'll have become the strongest, so don't be scared, okay? I, too, shall transform into an extraordinary magician, making a name that reaches you from a distance. Sniff. So, Jinku-kun, as well. I promise. The next time I come back here, it won't be just a homecoming. It'll be the triumphant return of the world's strongest swordsman. The three of us joined shoulders and declared while crying. And thus, encouraged by the best companions, I decided to embark on a journey around the world with Ed-san and the others. Chapter 364. What was offered was a helping hand. Starting from now, the next 3 chapters will be in third-person POV. With Jinku's determination and a week passing without any significant events, Ed and the others departed from the town, leaving with only Jinku as promised. Left behind, Dama and Kane continued their activities as adventurers as usual, but the results were not favorable. Sigh, he managed to escape again. It's tough without Jinku around. Sorry, Dama-kun. If only I could cast magic more frequently. Well, there's no helping it. Increasing mana is more challenging than building muscles, right? If only it were as easy as getting fat by eating and sleeping like the village old man's belly. I wouldn't want that. They exchanged light banter with smiles, trying to maintain a cheerful atmosphere. However, the reality was not as sweet. With the original 3-person party reduced to 2, the decrease in combat power was more severe than Dama and Kane had anticipated. They struggled to defeat demonic beasts that should have been manageable, and gathering quests, which were not suitable for Kane, a mage weak in close combat, became challenging for a single person. Consequently, their overall efficiency dropped to less than half. Of course, in other areas, Kane's knowledge and attentiveness sometimes came in handy. Being childhood friends for 10 years, they knew each other well, so there were no issues with their relationship. But the harsh reality of a significant decrease in income since Jinku's departure for just 1 week left the two genuinely distressed. What should we do? At this rate, before we can wait for Jinku-kun to return, we'll run out of resources. Worst case scenario, we could quit being adventurers and return to the village for a living. But it wouldn't look good if, when Jinku returns, we easily give up and go back to being loggers. Right? Hey, you two, mind if I join the conversation? At the guild's attached bar, where the taste was moderate but the prices were reasonable, a popular spot for novice adventurers to have meals, a person suddenly approached Dama and Kane, who were pondering with furrowed brows. When both turned their faces simultaneously, a black-haired boy of approximately the same age as them stood there. Huh? Who are you? My apologies, I've been listening to your conversation. Could it be that you two are also novice adventurers? And you are? Sorry for not introducing myself first. I'm Hyde, a man who became an adventurer just last year. So you're our senior? We started this year. Oh, I see. Well, 1 year doesn't make much of a difference. Right? Sigh. From the perspective of novices, a 1-year difference was quite significant. This was because having a year of experience in the unstable and dangerous profession of adventurers was a considerable achievement. However, when viewed in the broader context of being adventurers, 1 year was not that much. The most significant hurdle was being recognized as a newcomer or beginner and making the transition to being considered fully fledged, a process that usually took 3 to 5 years. So, what business do you have with us, Senpai Hyde-san. Cut the senpai part. You can call me by my name. Now, about the matter. Are you guys looking for additional party members, huh? Well, not exactly looking. What do you think, Kane? Me? Well, yeah, I guess. I do think having one more frontline member would be good. If they could find someone to fill the gap left by Jinku and play a similar role, they could easily solve the problem. It was something they had known from the beginning, but both of them had troubled expressions. We appreciate the offer, but Jinku-kun's just away for a bit. We don't want to replace him without his permission. Oh, is that the case? When is the individual who embarked on a distant journey expected to come back? About 2 years, I guess. 2 years. Did the person who went on the journey tell you not to recruit new members? That seems a bit selfish. Hey, don't badmouth Jinku without knowing anything. Yeah. Besides, Jinku-kun wouldn't say something like that. We just thought it might be a good idea. When Dama and the others raised their voices slightly, the boy named Hyde shrugged lightly and apologized. Though he gave off a somewhat frivolous impression, it prevented the atmosphere from becoming too heavy. Oops, my bad. But expecting just 2 rookies to wait for 2 years seems quite challenging, doesn't it? I've been going solo for a year, and honestly, I feel like I've reached my limit. TCH, that's just because Hyde lacks determination. Dama-kun. I'm sorry, things haven't been going well lately, and Dama-kun is a bit agitated. Who's agitated? Damn it. Sulking, Dama roughly placed the wooden mug he held on the table. The contents were a diluted ale resembling water due to lack of funds, and it wouldn't bring intoxication even if consumed from a barrel. Seeing Dama like that, Hyde changed his expression slightly more serious. I see, I understand your feelings. But if you continue like this, both of you will end up dead. What? What's with the sudden aggression? Are you picking a fight? Dama-kun. But what does that mean? With an abrupt and impolite remark, Dama and the others glared at Hyde. However, Hyde casually sat at the same table as Dama and the others, continuing his words without hesitation. Whether you like it or not, I've seen people like you before. They admire becoming adventurers, but find it tougher and less profitable than they thought. Quitting within half a year is not uncommon. Add those who retire early due to lack of strength and experience, and the number of rookie adventurers is cut in half in about a year. So, you guys are a typical dropout pattern. The number of comrades decreases for some reason, and as a result, earnings decrease. Trying to solve that by taking on unreasonable requests, attempting to work as if nothing changed despite the reduced strength. And then, they die. Do you have any recollections? That's. To Hyde's question, Dama struggled to find words. Indeed, over the past week, there were several chilling moments. If this was happening within just a week, considering doing this for 2 years continuously, Dama was not an optimist. So, what do you suggest we do? It's simple. Let me join your party. What? But, of course, it doesn't have to be a permanent arrangement. We can discuss whether to formally make me a party member when the person who went on the journey returns. Or if you insist, I can be a temporary solution until I join another party. You geese can use me as a force until your comrade returns, and in the meantime, I'll use you guys until I find other comrades. See? In that case, I won't betray your comrade, right? Betrayal is too much to say, but... Hey Kane, what do you think? I think it's okay. Like I said earlier, to use magic properly from the rear, having one more frontline member would be good. And honestly, aside from our feelings, even if we recruit more members, I don't think Jinku-kun would say anything. Dama-kun, you really like Jinku-kun, so perhaps Jinku-kun feels the same way? What? I idiot. Who said I care about Jinku or? Alright, fine. Hyde. Let's work together from tomorrow onwards. Nice to meet you, Hyde-kun. Yeah, nice to meet you. Dama and the others extended their hands with smiles, and Hyde firmly grasped them. They continued with a light meal and discussion, and on that day, they parted ways. Until the end, Dama and Kane didn't notice that Hyde hadn't asked for their introductions. Chapter 365, The Shadow silently creeps closer. Okay, let's toast to Hyde officially becoming a member of the party. Cheers. Cheers. About a month after their first meeting, on a day when their work had ended smoothly, Dima and his party returned confidently under the red sky. They celebrated Hyde, who had become a party member after the trial period proposed by Kane, with wooden mugs they obtained at the usual guild-attached tavern. Since work was going smoothly, they treated themselves to a slightly expensive wine for the occasion. Ha ha. Good drinks are always delicious. That's right. We can enjoy this thanks to Hyde-kun, right? Ha ha, cut it out. It's the result of all of us working together, isn't it? Yeah. We can handle this much with ease. To the modest Hyde statement, Dima said with an arm around his shoulder. He wasn't just tipsy from a sip, he was simply in a good mood. Man, isn't he easy to work with? Like, he comes to the right places when you want him to. Totally. I always think Hyde is really something, you know. Hey, even you are saying that, Kane? Ha, you're making me blush. With praise from the two, Hyde smiled and took a sip of the wine. One reason for building such a good relationship in a short period was that Hyde had just the right strength. If Hyde were as strong as Ed, Dima and the others might have felt intimidated, and they wouldn't have formed a party. On the other hand, if Hyde were hopelessly weak, they wouldn't have worked together. However, Hyde, as a senior adventurer with a year of experience, had solid abilities but wasn't strong enough to make all decisions alone. It was the synergy of Dima taking hits, Kane restraining, and Hyde making decisive moves in critical situations, which made them accept Hyde and be satisfied with their contributions. At this rate, by the time Jinku returns, we might become first-class adventurers. Yeah, if that happens, I wonder how Jinku-kun will react. Foo. Usually, I'm the one surprised, so I'm looking forward to it a bit. Jinku, huh? You two really like that guy. What? No, it's not like we like him. It's just that he's a childhood friend, so we care a bit. You're still not straightforward, Dima-kun. Everyone knows you've always seen Jinku-kun as a rival since the time you were in the village. What the hell? That's not true at all. Ha, you geese really get along well. But, does that guy Jinku really plan to come back? What do you mean? To Hyde's question, the friendly atmosphere suddenly chilled rapidly. However, despite Dima's glare, Hyde shrugged nonchalantly and answered without hesitation. I didn't mean it in a weird way. I just thought, Jinku got recognized by some incredible sword master and set out on a journey around the world, right? If he becomes successful there, he might not come back to such a rural place. Establishing a mansion in the royal capital and turning it into a base, serving as a noble's bodyguard, or even rising to the rank of a general in a certain country. These are ambitions that successful adventurers might entertain, isn't that so? The obvious point made the cold air return to normal. Picking up a meatball and putting it in his mouth, Dima thought of his best friend beyond the ceiling and spoke. Oh, that's definitely true. Setting up a base to handle big requests may happen, but that's a story after Jinku returns. Besides, the idea of him not coming back at all is absolutely not happening. Why is that? Well, because Jinku will definitely come to brag about how he got stronger than us. He'll definitely show off some killer moves with a smug face, you know? Yeah, that's absolutely true. I think he'll probably show it to us about 3 times a day. Is that so? But even if he does, wouldn't that mean something different from coming back to the party? If a significant gap in skill develops, I think it would be difficult for us to continue working together. In that case, Jinku might try to train us, right? Well, he's the leader, so if it comes to that, we could increase the number of members or split into 2 parties. Ha, if Jinku-kun says, I'll be waiting up there, Dima-kun would probably get all worked up and start doing push-ups or something. Actually, even at this stage, when Jinku-kun comes back, having 3 in the vanguard and just me in the rear isn't balanced. If possible, I'd like one more person in the rear guard. Then, someone who can use healing magic would be good. Just having one person makes a huge difference in stability. I think so too, but healers are in high demand, and there are few of them. Realistically, I'd prefer someone who can use a bow. A hunter would probably be skilled in trap handling as well. Shall we try recruiting Donal-kun? Donal? That guy. What's the deal? If he can prove he can earn, he might become an adventurer, but what does his father say? Ha. You two really have no doubts about forming a party again when Jinku returns? Well, of course. After all, he's Jinku. That's right. Because it's Jinku-kun. Is that so? Even though it's 2 years away, there is no doubt in Dama and the others' conversation that Jinku will definitely return and reform the party is as natural as the sun rising in the morning. Observing this perspective, Hyde involuntarily forced a strained smile. Looks like this is going to take a while. Despite becoming well acquainted over the past month, he still feels a certain lack of trust or bonds with Dama and the others concerning Jinku. However, there are still 2 years. I should take my time and prepare thoroughly. Simply killing Jinku was easy. Attacking him from behind during an ordinary mission, especially targeting inexperienced adventurers, was inconsequential. However, compared to the initial plan of abandoning comrades under attack and surviving alone, just stating the comrades died when he returned made him seem weak. Deep sadness would inevitably engulf him, yet it was a part of an adventurer's daily life, and he wouldn't plunge into despair. However, that was not satisfactory. For Hyde, who had consistently indulged in the world's darkness and despair, a hero's despair was the finest delicacy and the ultimate move to elevate his existence. Spoiling that with a little effort was out of the question. Indeed, vexing is my true form. How did he manage to intervene in that situation? Moreover, he still seems to be trying to nurture the hero who is still our common enemy. In an affordable and befitting novice adventurers, a black shadow slipped through the gap of the poorly designed window. When Hyde reached out from the bed, the shadow was sucked into Hyde's fingertips, conveying its memories. I see. The main body has entered the demon realm. It seems to be going well. Kyukaku. In that case, let's keep that female fox. No, female tanuki occupied. Hyde will never stand in the spotlight. Behind the back of the 3 demon kings, he occasionally threatens or flatters behind the scenes, manipulating the conflicts between nations. By doing so, the world continues to produce despair, providing Hyde with power and pleasure. By the way, the biggest secret of that queen is that she is a tanuki disguised as a fox, where the fox spirit tribe holds the pinnacle of power. If the truth were revealed, she wouldn't just be dethroned but would be stoned to death by the entire country. Therefore, the queen cannot defy Hyde. Even simple orders like bothering passing travelers, especially humans, would be promptly accepted as a way to get on his good side. Now, how will you move? Regardless, everything is under my shadow. Dance wildly to entertain me as much as you can. Pitiful clown doll of the god, Kyukakaku. Hyde's face melted away, leaving behind a featureless black void. In its center, a pure white light, captured by the darkness, flickered. The god's despair, awkwardly caught and unable to fulfill its mission, was also a supreme delicacy. The laughter of the shadowy demon king, an entity nothing and yet everything, disappeared into the darkness of the night without being heard by anyone. Chapter 366, An Existence That Shouldn't Be There. After the official party celebration, which had passed a month, Hyde, who had deepened his friendship with Dama and Kane even more, was working with them as usual on that day. Traveling through the forest infested with low-level monsters such as goblins and wolves, a place that posed no threat to Hyde originally, sandwiched between Dama and Kane, Hyde's thoughts were focused on something entirely different from the surrounding vigilance. Though I managed to integrate smoothly. The real issue starts from here. Whether it was Dama or Kane, both had already firmly accepted Hyde as a comrade or friend. If that was the case, all he needed to do was sway their hearts and slip into the gap. However, the means to achieve that needed careful consideration. It's a certainty that I'll have them under my control, and if I could create a rift between Dama and Kane, and steer it in my direction, that would be ideal. There were several ways to fan the flames of discord between Dama and Kane. The easiest was to make an issue out of money and women. Inducing someone close to the core of the party, preferably tempting them with both personal funds and party resources, was the most straightforward and reliable method to manipulate people. However, even Hyde, not particularly influential in a town of no significance, couldn't extend his influence to the level of inconsequential prostitutes. While he could use money to request services, the foreseeable complications would increase exponentially. If it were a place like the capital, He could have employed a well-established organization and moved high-class courtesans. However, summoning such individuals to a place like this, enticing novice adventurers with little earnings, would be unnatural. It would be a subpar strategy. However, resorting to methods like blackmail with secrets, similar to the Demon Lord's cohort, was not an option. A normal village-born boy like Hyde didn't possess any significant secrets to guard with his life. There simply weren't any grand secrets to begin with. Foolish would be the one who risked their life to protect secrets like I once peeked at an older woman from the village bathing when I was a child. Well, it's fine. If there are no weaknesses, I'll just have to create them. Enemies ahead, a horde of goblins. Their number is 7, a bit much, huh? What do we do? Circumvent and look for another route? In response to Dimmer's report, Kane furrowed his brow and asked Hyde. However, Hyde, entrusted with decision-making authority along with trust, shook his head with a challenging smile. No, let's go. With our current strength, we should be able to defeat them easily. Just to confirm, there are no ambushes, right? Doesn't seem like it. Though if it's a separate unit led by a general or something, I can't say for sure. Haha, if there's such a big shot, I'd like to meet them. Alright, let's go. Kane, leave it to me. Freeze arrow. As Hyde declared let's go, Kane, who had been chanting since then, activated his magic, freezing the feet of 2 goblins. Seizing the opportunity, Hyde rushed in, swiftly cutting down the 2 from behind. Meanwhile, the 3 remaining goblins' attacks were sequentially blocked by Dimmer with his shield. Don't let such sloppy attacks through. Good job, Dimmer. Kane, I'll take the left. Understood. Assemble in the sky and burst into flames. Annihilate my foes. Fire arrow. Breaking free from the ice on their legs, the goblins were met with Kane's arrows of flame. As the goblin with burnt eyes screamed, Hyde's sword delivered the finishing blow, and Dimmer skillfully intercepted a club swung towards the off-balance Hyde. In just about 5 minutes, Dimmer and his companions successfully defeated almost 6 goblins with minimal injuries. We did it. A great achievement. Phew. We somehow won. Wait, the numbers don't add up. While Dimmer and Kane celebrated, Hyde, without joining in, surveyed the surroundings. Prompted by his actions, Dimmer and the others also counted the fallen goblin bodies, confirming that there were indeed only 6. Did one escape? No, seems like it's inside that. Hyde pointed the tip of his sword at a torn bag lying on the ground. Bulging from inside, something was wriggling, undoubtedly suspicious. HMPH, did it believe that by lurking somewhere hidden from us, we wouldn't spot it? A typical goblin's superficial cunning. Dimmer, put an end to it. Me? It might burst out of the bag when you tear it open, right? Since it willingly positioned itself where it can't move, just approach with your shield up and stab it with your sword. Well, yeah. In response to Hyde's words, Dimmer nodded in agreement and approached the bag. At that moment, Hyde's mouth contorted in an unnatural smile. Suppressing his laughter, Hyde awaited that moment. Inside the bag was not a goblin that had failed to escape, as one would naturally assume. Instead, there was a miniature version of Hyde, mimicking the appearance of a human child. Now, kill him. Let your hands be stained with the blood of an innocent child, soaked in the wailing of resentment. Why was there a child in such a place? Why was the child inside a bag? If one had even a bit of thinking capacity, countless contradictions and questions would arise. Perhaps, even if by some bizarre coincidence they ended up killing an actual child, a seasoned adventurer might simply dismiss it as something that didn't happen after downing a bit to drink. However, Hyde knew that Dimmer and the others hadn't yet experienced killing a person. He was well aware of the turmoil that could plague an inexperienced mind after committing their first murder, even if the victim was an undoubtedly villain. So, how would Dimmer react to stabbing a frightened, hiding child? If he tilted the bag to confirm, and a child on the verge of death twitched and convulsed, if the tiny hand reached out from the bag and uttered the word mom with blood spurting from its mouth, oh no, this is bad. Just imagining it won't stop the drool. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up. Restless and unable to calm down, Hyde's demeanor made Kane, who was standing behind him, tilt his head slightly. While Dama also sensed the uneasy atmosphere, when he glanced back, all he saw was Hyde maintaining a serious expression, sword at the ready. What's wrong, Dama? Even if it's inside the bag, losing sight of the enemy is not commendable, you know. Why yeah. Right, my bad. Hurry up. Do it quickly. How long are you going to tease me? Naughty child. Kukakaku. Hyde's face remained motionless, having already reached a state where if he tried to change his expressions, his smile would crumble into an inhuman visage. Knowing this, Dama felt a slight discomfort, but the trust built between them prevented him from questioning or pursuing it. Therefore, Dama, holding a sword and shield, with an unsettled feeling about Hyde's fidgety state, redirected his attention to the bag that was once again wriggling. Prepared for anything that might leap out, he approached with his shield up, gripping the sword arm tightly. Jaya? ? Suddenly, twin screams echoed through the forest. However, what surprised Dama wasn't just the screams from both front and back, and what shocked Kane wasn't Hyde, who had shaken and screamed, but Jinku-kun. Piercing the bag with the sword glowing with golden light, there stood the figure of a friend who was supposed to have set out on a distant journey. Chapter 367, I said I would explain, but I never said I would make you understand. Jinku, why are you here? Hey, don't steal someone else's prey. No, Jinku-kun? Oh, but, what's wrong with Hyde-kun? Yawawa, what should I do? Gawa? Burning? My body. Ga'a? ? Alright, that's enough. I know it's chaotic, but let's calm down for a moment. Ed-san. In the midst of the chaos, I also revealed myself from the shadows of the trees. With the added confusion, the expressions of Dama and Kane distorted to an extent that made them seem less than human. Oh well, this is the limit. There, Dama and Kane, just come over here without thinking too much. But, what about Hyde-kun? It's fine. Just come over here for now. Jinku, relax and release your grip, okay? Yes. And, what do we do, Kane? I don't really know, but should we go? With Jinku being here, Dama and Kane hesitated, but eventually, they made their way towards us. Once they entered our proximity, I carefully cut only the bag part of the torn bag that Jinku was stabbing. From within emerged a human child of around 3 years old, blood streaming from every facial orifice, eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. The child wailed in pain, with every scream carrying the weight of the world's resentment, drenched in the agony of being burned by golden light. What? It can't be a child? Did I? It's okay, Jinku. While Dama and the others were stunned, Jinku's hand, the one with the sword, trembled violently. The golden light within the sword, reflecting the uncertainty, wavered rapidly. Seeing Jinku in this state, I reached out and put my hand on his trembling one, encouraging him. Ed-san, I'll say it again, it's okay. It may look like a person, but it's not. But, don't hesitate, Jinku. Just for now. Believe in me more than what you see. More than yourself. If there's any guilt or responsibility there, it's all mine. So, don't loosen your grip. Why did you come here? Right, I understand, Eda-san. With my reassurance, Jinku's hand stopped shaking, and the fading golden light returned. Patting Jinku lightly on the back, I turned my attention to the newcomer, a boy I had met for the first time but who continued to scream absurdly. Manipulating someone into taking the life of a child and capitalizing on the ensuing guilt. Sweetly murmuring you're not to blame when they're in distress. That's quite a tactic. Jaya? ? Undoubtedly, you intended to console him with you're not at fault in his moments of despair, aiming to foster dependency. Quite a cunning move. Ga'a? ? Can you start talking normally soon? Well, forget it. Hey, Jinku, give it all you've got one last time. Why yes. Following my instructions, Jinku gathered his strength. The light of the sword intensified, and the body of the child, pierced through, crumbled into black liquid, seeping into the ground. It melted? What the hell is this? What's going on? Jinku-kun, what in the world? Wait, Jinku-kun? Seemingly exhausted, Jinku swayed. Though Dima and Kane reached out to support him, it was an elf lady with a kind look, who emerged from the shadows of the grass, that gently caught the falling Jinku. "Good job, Jinku. You did well. Ed. Leave this to me. Everyone, come closer." "Tia-san? Damn, I have no idea what's going on anymore." "Ugh. My stomach is starting to hurt." "In the name of Lunarisha, manifest, wind veil." After completing the incantation, Tia's magic created a wind barrier around herself and Jinku. This would provide some protection against projectiles, and more importantly, it would prevent them from overhearing the conversation we didn't want them to. I gave Tia a thumbs up with a smile in response to her cheeky wink, then redirected my attention back to Demon King Hyde, who was panting heavily. "So, can you speak now?" "Ha. Ha. Why? What's wrong? What do you want to know?" "Everything. Why are you here? Why did Jinku awaken as a hero? Why do attacks on my duplicates reach me too? Why? What the hell have you done?" "Quite a lot of questions. Well, I'll answer them in order. First, why am I here? Naturally, it's because I knew about your existence." "What? And no way. That's impossible. You, who had just arrived in this world and had no connection to the rulers of this world, could not possibly know about me. How did you manage to know about my existence?" "Well, that's thanks to Jinku. Huh? Even after awakening as a hero, how could Jinku, a mere novice adventurer from the countryside, be connected to me?" "Well, that's because you poked your nose where you shouldn't have." Don't get it? Well, I guess you wouldn't. In the first loop, Jinku, deeply wounded by the schemes of Demon King Hyde, searched for the origin of the Earth Dragon that no one believed existed. He gathered information on all three countries ruled by the three Demon Kings, disregarding laws, pity, and even self-preservation. Among the various pieces of information he collected, one stated, "The Queen of the Demon Country is being threatened by someone." At that time, Jinku dismissed it as irrelevant to the Earth Dragon, and I didn't pay it much attention either. However, when their Akashic Compass projected the image of the Demon King threatening the Queen, everything changed. The drunken gibberish turned into reliable information. Therefore, we changed our original plan and decided to head to Demon Country. Of course, the opponent was the Queen. Meeting her wouldn't be easy, but with the Mirage Shift, I could infiltrate any heavily guarded place and eavesdrop on confidential conversations. After successfully meeting the Queen and having various conversations, the fortunate convergence of events led to this moment. However, everything was because Demon King Hyde insisted on tarnishing the hero Jinku. If you were someone who only aimed to kill the hero after succeeding, I wouldn't have had the opportunity to get information from you. If you were someone who failed and thought of revenge against the hero in a short-sighted manner, I wouldn't have been able to protect Dima and the others. But both versions of you wanted to thoroughly torment the hero and corrupt his soul. The desire was the opening that allowed me to arrive at this moment. Oh, by the way, the reason Jinku awakened as a hero is because I hastily trained him. And Jinku's attacks reaching you? Well, that's because Jinku is that kind of hero. Even when separated, they are inseparable. With the power of the hero of Bonds Jinku, it's a piece of cake to reconnect the sub-body to the main body right in front of you, isn't it? You claim to answer, yet you cram all the essential information between the lines, nodding in satisfaction with a smug face, delivering the worst shitty explanation where only you understand. Wait, hold on. Are you suggesting there are other reasons? Oh yeah. Actually, the other reasons are probably more significant. Don't you think so? So it is. Smirking at my response, the last companion emerged from the shadows of the grass. You? Long time no see, Hyde-san. The fox-faced woman, dressed in layers of colorful and luxurious fabrics, looked at Hyde's foolishly open mouth and laughed merrily. Chapter 368. The more a self-proclaimed schemer postures as a villain, the more easily they seem to run out of schemes. Could it be you, Kongaku? Why are you here? Why? Well, because I was asked by your esteemed self over there. So, why? Why would you listen to this guy's request? Hey, isn't it because you set it up that way, huh? I shrugged my shoulders and replied, and in response, Hyde, looking disgraceful or intentionally exaggerated, raised his voice wildly. His expression seems to have lost its human decency. Well, it's too late to be concerned about that now. Why are you always like this, Hyde, wanting to know everything? Look, Her Majesty the Queen over here, she was probably threatened by you, right? So, if I go and listen to her, and if I say it's a favor, it's only natural that she would agree. You and I are fundamentally the same existence, you know? What? This can't be. Queen Kongaku of the Demon Realm was one of the countless individuals who were threatened by Hyde. That's why, when I secretly infiltrated her room using their mirage shift, she wasn't surprised. Feeling a similar aura to Hyde within me, she listened to my story. Furthermore, I know Kongaku's secret, just like Hyde. Based on the vague information obtained by the first round Jinku, I've now confirmed it. With such a background, I proposed a slight negotiation. And Kongaku agreed to cooperate with us. Do you understand, Kongaku? If you make an enemy out of me, your secrets will quickly spread. Of course, I understand completely. However, that is only if Hyde-kun can get through this situation, isn't it? Hey, ha. You think you've exposed my secrets and cornered me, huh? How foolish and absurd. Very well. Let's stop the petty tricks. I'll plunge the entire world into the mire of war, staining the souls of heroes with the despair and tragedy created by humans. Regret provoking me, for you shall regret it to the fullest. With those words, Hyde's body began to dissolve and sink into the ground. However, without panicking, I summoned a familiar metal frame into my hand. Manifest, Akashic Compass. The lost item is the main body of Demon King Hyde. Here I go. Who? In response to my request, Hyde's new form, dwelling within the metal frame, was projected. And when Kongaku saw that, when she identified Hyde's figure, she conjured a golden fan into her hand, raising it towards the sky. Pink petals danced around, and there appeared Hyde. What? Oh, Queen Sama, truly amazing. Ho. I'm honored by your praise. What? Why the rush? You're well aware of this power, aren't you? Well, it's truly remarkable, you know. Queen Kongaku of the Demon Realm. Her commonly known ability was the power to teleport to a place where a spell has been previously inscribed. However, there was more to it than that. Her power includes the ability to forcibly teleport everyone, including herself, to the location she was currently looking at, and the power to forcibly teleport the person she is looking at into her line of sight. It's an extremely dangerous ability just by hearing about it, and Kongaku, who has such power, was being unilaterally threatened due to the problematic nature of Hyde. Your ability to act as you pleased until now was due to having countless avatars spread throughout the world. Entrusting the position of queen requires believing in the extraordinary luck to effortlessly and surely confront opponents who cunningly threaten oneself, without any countermeasures against one's abilities, and instantly hitting one correct answer out of hundreds. Of course, it would be different if you were cornered enough to make such a risky decision, but you always balanced that well. That's why this distorted hierarchy existed. When I heard the story from this gentleman here, I couldn't believe my ears. A magical tool that can easily and reliably project the appearance of the desired person anytime. Foo, with this and my power combined, there's nothing to be afraid of, right? That's why, because of that, your efforts to prolong the conversation and prepare for escape during that gap were all in vain. How does it feel to have experienced a premium waste of effort? You. Laughing mockingly, I faced Hyde, who was furious and rushing towards me. I understand he's infuriated because he's being retaliated for what he usually does, but there's no obligation to take the straightforward punch driven by anger, especially when it's not particularly fast or strong. Just by tripping him a bit, Hyde fell spectacularly. His physical abilities, in my estimation, don't quite reach the level of a first-rate adventurer. In short, he's weak. Probably, it's the side effect of creating and controlling a large number of avatars, but the details don't matter much. Do you have anything to say before the end? I had let him bark enough. Drawing their Dawnbreaker, I aimed its tip at Hyde's nose on the ground. Hyde scratched the ground vigorously and repeatedly pounded his fist on the earth. Darn it, darn it, darn it. Why is this happening? Just a little more, and I could have become a higher being. A higher being? Yes. According to my calculations, the transmutation of existence requires 3 powers. One of them, the power of the Demon King, I had from the beginning and was steadily increasing it by manipulating the world from behind the scenes. The second one is the power of the hero. It should have been obtainable if this plan went well, as it represents the will of the world itself. But even then, it's not enough. I planned to make these 2 mine and use them as a stepping stone to obtain the final power. Cutting off his words for a moment, Hyde casually rolled over on the spot. His face, now visible, had about a quarter of the upper left melted and missing. And from there, something white was peeking out, shining. Fate has come dancing. The power of the gods, which I had no idea how to obtain, came to this world. So, I seized it and incorporated it into myself. Therefore, there was only one more thing left, just a little more. Hence, there was only one more, just a bit left. Despite encountering such a miracle, why did you appear at this very moment? If only you weren't here, if only you weren't present at this moment. That was unfortunate timing. But, a plan that crumbles with just one uncertainty is nothing more than that. Even if you had become the so-called higher being, the end would have been only slightly delayed. Stop pretending to know everything. Enough. Then, as you say, let's end this. You think you can? Hyde, with his remaining eye wide open, unexpectedly tried to stand up. Naturally, I stabbed Hyde's head with my sword, but the intense pain transmitted through the tip reflexively made me pull my arm back. You, what the? Kya-ha-ha-ha. If this is the end, and if you bring an end to me, then I will put an end to everything from my side. Now, fragment of the god. Rather than you devouring me, let you be devoured by me. Let this world, which refuses to recognize me with the power of the Demon King, meet its end. Inserting his hand into the hole in his head, Hyde crushed the fragment of the god. Instantly, the surroundings were filled with light, and a massive pillar of light rose. What? Hey, we can't stay here. Emergency evacuation. Panicked Kongaku's voice echoed, and in an instant, our field of vision switched. The pillar of light, which suddenly became distant, slowly changed its shape. And what appeared there was a giant figure of light, towering far above T/N, a JRPG boss. Chapter 369, The end would destroy me, yet it would not harm her. Glad you're okay, Kongaku-san. But this guy. Suddenly, in response to the appearance of the giant of light, I unintentionally let out a silly mutter. Although it was called a giant, it only vaguely resembled a human shape. Its essence was a dazzling accumulation of radiant light. And that giant was just monstrously huge. It was so massive that I couldn't accurately estimate whether it was 30 meters or 50 meters. While I wouldn't go as far as saying it was higher than the clouds, its intensity felt like the sky was pressing down. Ed, what's going on? What should I do? At that moment, Tia's voice, likely due to the forced teleportation, reached my back as the wind barrier broke. When I turned around, there was Jinku, collapsed and groaning, and Emma and Kane, whose eyes were spinning. Well, yeah. That makes sense. It's overwhelming for a novice adventurer to handle information beyond their capacity. Now was not the time to be thinking about such things. Come forth, Akashic Compass. The lost item is the bed at the inn Jinku is staying at. Kongaku-san, can you send those 3 over there? Your treatment of people is rough. But fine. Here we go. In an instant, Kongaku teleported Jinku and the others into the room at the inn. It would probably cause some confusion, but such matters can be dealt with later. It's just absurd to try to fight while babysitting against this opponent. As expected of Her Majesty the Queen. By the way, about tossing this behemoth. If I could do that, my country would have already conquered the world. That's true. Just to be sure, I asked, but the answer was as expected. If that mass could be tossed, you could simply rain rocks directly onto the armies or cities of opposing countries from a distance, resulting in one-sided massacres. Well, can you at least interfere with its perception, make it so its appearance isn't visible from the outside or something? If that's all. But hiding something this big for a long time is impossible. If it moves just 10 steps, it will exceed the range of the spell. Enough. Tia, I'll need your support. I'll defeat that thing. Understood. Explain the situation properly later. Got it. Not now, but later. Meaning if I make a mistake here and get seriously injured or die, it won't be possible. Feeling the encouragement from my partner, I naturally sense my lips curling upward. Even if you were dismembered by a god, this mess is your doing. I'll make sure you take responsibility. Come on, you giant. Fu. Like the sound of an orchestral instrument, a high-pitched and resonant voice echoed. Rather than coming from a non-existent mouth, the sound reverberated from the giant's entire body. Slowly. No, that's not it. It just looks slow because it's huge. In reality, it lifts its leg with tremendous speed and starts walking towards us. The relative distance gained through Kongaku's quick thinking was roughly 100 meters. However, the giant's stride was probably around 20 meters in one step, and the foot itself seems to be about 5 meters. I activated the Hermes dash, and tried to slip under the foot of the one about to take its second step. And the sensation throughout my body was no longer just heavy, it's beyond the level of being called weight. Although I used their orbital reflector to handle the impact, this isn't a power that deals with weight, so if I continue like this, I'll be crushed normally. I can only buy a moment. If I blink next, my entire body will likely turn into a mess of flesh, becoming a stain on the ground. But that moment is enough. Here I go. I redirected all the force I received directly to the sole of the giant's foot. The giant lost its balance, toppled backward, and crumbled. At the same time, an immense shockwave reverberated through the surroundings, causing shattered trees and dust to billow like a storm. There's no way to keep this completely under wraps, is there? Well, that's also within the scope of the task, so I'll leave it to the guildmaster to manage. Just stay down. I continued to slash at the arms and legs of the giant, attempting to rise with Dawnbreaker. However, as expected, the effect was minimal, and instead, I received a numbing sensation of damage. Is the power of the god seeping in just by cutting it? But, I've already learned how to deal with that. Therefore, I once again imbued the sword with the power of the Demon King and slashed. Black lines ran through the giant's white body, and the giant, attempting to stand up, collapsed again on the spot. Yes, indeed, my power as the Demon King of End was effective even against a god. However, the consumption on my end was considerable, so it wasn't something I could use recklessly. I'd prefer to finish it in one blow, but despite being quite accustomed to it by now, there was still a cost. If I used enough power to cut this monstrosity in half, I might lose an arm or something similar. While regenerate, the unlicensed physician could handle such injuries. It wasn't an ideal solution. If I were expelled from this world, it would heal cleanly, but then again, that wasn't a desirable outcome either. Hey! Ed, whoa, Tia. From behind me, Tia's voice, sounding a bit angry, reached my ears. I turned around hesitantly, and there she was, the elf lady, looking quite upset. Hey, Tia. Why are you so mad, asking for support and then running off by yourself? Of course, I'd be angry. Oh? Is that so? Yes. And are you planning to do something reckless again, huh? I can see through Ed's thoughts. So, I rushed here in a panic. Looks like I made it in time. Surprised, I felt Tia's hand gently touch mine. Still injured? Well, I can tell from that black mark. You need to use that power to defeat it, right? Yeah. It seems like that. It's like that monster consumed the Demon King's power through the God's Shard, huh? Isn't it more like the Demon King is using the God's Shard? Seems that way. The disgraced Demon King, in a fit of despair, destroyed everything. That's why I have an obligation to clean up the mess. It aligns with my goal. I didn't do it, so I don't have an obligation to defeat it. But if my shard is the cause, I do have a moral duty. Besides, if I leave that thing alone, the world would simply be destroyed. As someone aiming for the happy endings of all the worlds involved, there was no choice from the beginning but to defeat it. So, let's do it. I raised my sword, and Tia put her hand over mine, guiding the sword forward. Huh? What are you doing? That's right. We're going to defeat that giant, aren't we? I'm joining in. What? What are you talking about? Oh, yourself getting injured is fine, but you don't want me to get hurt? Of course not. My own arm turning black is relatively inconsequential. I've engaged in reckless behavior in battles before, even using abilities like certain death in 10 minutes. If there's a plan that can work, sacrificing an arm seems trivial. But what about Tia getting hurt? There's no room for speculation, it's a definite no. Sure, adventurers get injured in battles, and I don't have a super protective mindset like I won't let you get a scratch. But feeling bad is inevitable. As I made a troubled face, Tia returned a cheerful smile for some reason. Then it's the same for me. Sure, injuries happen in battles, but I don't want you to get hurt. Besides, you haven't forgotten the promise we made before, right? A promise. Well, if I knew it in advance, we could discuss it, but in this situation, yeah, that's true. So let's do it together, okay? With the two of us, the burden will surely be halved, right? No, it's not that simple, is it? I had never considered sharing the burden with someone else. If this were anyone else, I'd jokingly say, no way, and laugh it off. But with Tia, a part of my soul mixed in, perhaps, honestly, I just said it on a whim, but you really seem capable, right? Alright then, let's do it together. Come on, Ed, get ready. Wait, hold on. No way. I won't wait for sure. Eagerly, Tia got close, trying to make me ready for battle. This feeling of hers is impossible to deal with. In that case, I have to prepare myself. Oh, come on. I don't care what happens anymore. You will be fine. But, try not to hurt me too much, okay? After uttering an inaudible scream, I slowly and deliberately raised my sword, more meticulously than usual. Frankly, Tia's hands and body were getting in the way, but I couldn't afford to focus on that. With a caution multiplied by hundreds, thousands, millions, and trillions, I carefully imbued my power into the sword, adjusting the force so delicately as if my brain would burn, all to avoid burning Tia's hands. It's okay, Ed. After all, your power would never hurt me. With a tone of conviction whispered in my ear, the tension that was on the verge of breaking suddenly eased. Yes. That's right. Even if I were to regain all the power of the Demon King and wield a force capable of ending the entire world and the gods, as long as this soul is mine, there is no way it would harm Tia. Let's go, Tia. Yes. Quietly exchanging words, I gently swung down the sword. It fell to the ground without any resistance, a giant of blinding light torn into two by the black line. The giant of light turned into particles of light and disappeared. In front of this fantastical scene, Tia, who had been in close proximity, called out. There was no pain on her face at all, and just as I was convinced, the power of the Demon King of the End did not even singe Tia's skin. Hey, Ed. I wanted to say that at least once. Isn't this the perfect moment? Well, but that was something said in the heat of the moment, so wouldn't it be awkward now, taking a break like this? Oh, it's cool. It's cooler this way. More importantly, come on, if it's going to get more embarrassing the longer we wait, let's say it now. There's no helping it. Alright, here we go. With a slightly embarrassed smile, responding to Tia's plea with my sword raised, I shouted, all creation, all things, nothing can't be eradicated. This proclamation in the face of the disappearing giant was somewhat silly but fulfilling. T/N, no chapters tomorrow. I have college from 7 AM to 7 PM, fucking hell. Also, if you notice any faults, do comment. I'm posting while almost asleep. Chapter 370. The thing I deeply desired was already within me. Even if the giant of light disappears, the scars it left behind do not vanish. I couldn't even take a second step, I simply sat on the spot. But even so, in front of me, a depressed hollow formed in the broken trees as if stars had fallen. In the center of that, I walked towards it alone. There, I found Hyde, whose body had become like a tattered, or rather, a muddy substance, with most of it turned into a black, sticky liquid. Even at this point, the fact that his face remained that of a boy named Hyde and not mine might be due to his final pride. Hey, Hyde. How are you feeling? Ha. I never expected that the fragment of a god who devoured all my power would be defeated so easily. Both I and the god are, after all, fragments. Perhaps I was the real clown. Well, it's not like it was that easy, you know? But, yeah, if I have to say, it's the order of things. I guess it was just bad luck this time. If this had been my first encounter with the fragment of a god, I would have been the one defeated. I learned to use my powers through battles with the fragment of the god known as Winged Ones, alongside the Black Knight, had the opportunity to directly touch the fragment of the god at the Casino Demon King's place, and even defeated the fused fragment of the god in the form of Eld, also known as Hill People, Eltartan. Because of all that, without doing much, I was able to defeat the Giant of Light. Whether you call it luck or fate may vary from person to person, but at the very least, for him, it was the worst misfortune. Well then, once more. Do you have anything left to say at the end? What's the point now? If you absorb me, you'll understand everything I'm thinking, won't you? Then what's the meaning of saying anything? All the secrets I've gathered, not like that. Despite Hyde's sarcastic remark with his half-melted face, I shook my head while pointing the tip of the Dawnbreaker at him. Certainly, if I retrieve power, I might inherit knowledge, memories, and experiences it possesses. But it doesn't mean I'll understand everything. Above all, that's precisely why I'm asking. What? I'll ask one more time. Demon King Hyde, do you have anything to say? At the end, the fragments of power collected naturally lose their individuality. Even the optimistic Demon King Last, who had offered her all, no longer retains her personality. Changing from an independent entity to a larger part formed by the aggregation of countless powers, it's an inevitable outcome. That's why I'm asking. Whether he's a villain or whatever, while Hyde is still Hyde, he might have something to say, especially since this is the last chance. In response to my question, Hyde's eyes widened, and he froze. His body was slowly but surely melting, indicating the short time remaining. Yet, Hyde remained silent for a full minute. And then slowly opened his mouth. I wanted to become myself. Not a fragment of your power, not a demon king with countless forms and faces. I wanted to become an individual called me. That's why I sought power. If I could gather the power of the demon king, the hero, and the god, become in existence a higher being, I thought I could break free from the framework of being just a fragment of yours and become a unique entity called me. I tried to interject with a different opinion, but my words got stuck. The face of the boy named Hyde finally melted away, revealing my face underneath. A fragment of my power with my face. Faced with such an opponent, I had nothing significant to say here. Everyone takes that for granted. But I alone couldn't possess it. Manipulating the world with the power of the Demon King, devouring the power of the god, reaching out for the power of the hero. Even coming this far, I still couldn't become myself. You won't understand. No one will. I am. Barely maintaining the form of a human hand, it reached towards the sky. However, I just wanted it for myself. That hand, without grasping the sky, made a splashing sound and crumbled. I gently touched the black puddle it became, reclaiming the power of the Demon King. Demon King Hyde had stirred up the world extensively. The sacrifices were countless, and it would take a long time for the effects to fade even after his death. No one would forgive his sins. No one would tolerate his desires. But that's precisely why, you're an idiot. You're probably the worst Demon King that everyone in this world would acknowledge. Hyde, the faceless Demon King emerging from the shadows. The man who engraved a unique scar across the world concluded his life in this manner. Ed, is it over? After absorbing that black, bitter essence into myself, like the coffee from Canal's world, Tia approached as if she had been waiting and spoke. Kongaku also arrived behind her, observing the surroundings with a languid gaze. Yeah, sorry for keeping you waiting. Kongaku-san, you really saved us this time. Fufafu, you're welcome. Ah, finally, I'm free at last. The thought of not having to see that irritating face again is truly refreshing from the bottom of my heart. Right. Facing Kongaku, who was celebrating Hyde's death with a genuinely refreshed expression, I returned a subtly strained smile. Considering what he had done, this attitude was only natural, but now he had become a part of me. Now then, I'll be heading home soon. You remember our contract, right? Of course. I won't talk about your secrets to anyone, and we won't visit your country. Just let Jinku go. I don't mind at all. Nobody pays attention to the idle words of mere boy. However, if you act too impudently, we might have to respond accordingly, you know. Ha ha ha, I'll make sure to keep that in mind. Very well then. I shall take my leave. Ho ho ho. Leaving behind an elegant laughter, Kongaku's figure vanished along with the petals. No matter how many times I see it, teleportation magic is truly amazing. She's gone. Yeah. Despite being a queen, she's quite nimble. Of course, it's probably not like that in reality. The queen, who disappeared at my request and now suddenly returned, would likely cause a commotion in the demon realm. Well, it's not under my jurisdiction, so Kongaku will handle it in her own way. After all, she's been a queen for around 300 years, managing to keep her true identity hidden. So, Ed, what's your plan? What do you mean? I mean, the explanation here. How do you intend to explain this to the guild? At Tia's words, I let out a deflated sigh and looked around as if the air had been sucked out of me. The overwhelming signs of destruction spread across the surroundings, something that couldn't be concealed no matter what. Even with Kongaku's magic hiding the appearance of the Giant of Light, it made things even more challenging. We can't talk about Kongaku-san, right? And we can't talk about the Demon King either? So, how do we explain it? Since it's you we're talking about, I'm sure you've got something in mind, right? Ha ha ha. Of course, Tia. Leave it to me, I'll clean up everything, as expected. So, what's the plan? It's obvious. Let's just pretend we didn't see anything. I boldly declared, and for some reason, Tia shot me an intense glare. However, despite Tia's attitude, I felt determined to protest. Come on, what else can we do? There's no way we can come up with an explanation for this scale of destruction no matter what we do. Oh, I see. Looking back now, should I have asked Kongaku-san to summon some random demonic beast? Even a single earth dragon, leaving a corpse, could have been enough to cover it up. Maybe I should call her again and see if she'll come, Ed? I get it. I get it already. I won't call her. But if that's the case, the only option left is to pretend we didn't see anything. History repeats itself. Just like Guildmaster that day, pretending not to see anything, we'll do the same. Yeah, the spiral of karma is doing great today. Sigh. Well, certainly, I can't do anything about this scale either. See? So, let's just pretend nothing happened here, and let's quietly go back to the town so that nobody notices us. We do need to explain to the guild at least to some extent. Yeah. Sorry, Guildmaster. Good luck with the paperwork. Bowing slightly in the direction of the distant town, Tia and I left the forest. The Adventurer Guild's response to the mysterious destruction found in the forest not once but twice is unknown, but well, yeah. Hang in there, Guildmaster. When things cool down a bit, I'll send you something to lift your spirits. Chapter 371, The failures you can choose with a smile are more valuable than success. You are Eda-san. Whoa. And so, having secretly returned to the inn borrowing the power of Tia's spirit magic, I was welcomed by the tearful face of our hero. What's up, Jinku? What happened? It's not what's up. I thought something incredible happened when I felt so exhausted, and then I went to the inn, and find Dima and Kane here too. What's this about a Giant of Light? I have no idea what's going on. I see. Yeah, sorry about that. With Jinku excitedly bombarding me with questions, I gave a wry smile and patted his head. While it seemed like Jinku might know various things given the situation, in reality, I hadn't told him much. Especially about what happened after he passed out. In front of me, Dima and Kane were staring at me with intimidating eyes. Hey, give us an explanation, Eda-san. I have no idea what's going on. That's right. I couldn't hear anything from a certain point. And what about Hyde-kun? What happened to Hyde-kun? All right. I'll explain. Listen carefully, it was all a dream. Asserting confidently, I declared it before Dima and the others, who then burst into laughter. However, They quickly regained their composure and fell silent, waiting for the next words. But that would be the end of what I had to say. What? Seriously? Come on, isn't that a bit too much, making fools out of us? No matter how you look at it, I can't accept that. Please tell us properly. I see. Then consider this a warning. In this world, there are things better left unknown. For you guys, the events just now are undoubtedly one of those. Saying it was all a dream is the most peaceful way to end this, but do you still want to know? With a serious expression, I conveyed this. Not knowing, not understanding, indeed, it could be unsettling. But it also meant not shouldering any responsibility. At least for a fledgling adventurer like them, lacking significant power, this secret was too heavy to bear just to alleviate their anxiety. It seemed that the intention was clearly understood by Dima and the others. They pondered seriously. And timidly, Kane asked for clarification. About that dream story. Jinku-kun, do you know about it? Yeah, some parts. I don't know everything, but I know a bit. If I kept everything a secret, I wouldn't have been able to bring you guys here. Then, we want to know too. Are you sure? I emphasized, and Dima and Kane nodded firmly. Yeah. At first, we thought it might be okay if Jinku didn't know, but if he does, we can't be left out. Exactly. Whether we get involved or try to cover it up, it's better if we're all in this together. Dima, Kane. Ed-san, we understand that you're considering us, but with those words from their comrade, Jinku also directed a determined gaze towards me. Faced with such expressions, there was only one answer. All right. Tia, please. All right, I'll set up a barrier. At my request, Tia erected the same protective barrier around the room as before. Unless someone was intensely focused on us, the conversations inside would remain unheard. I believed it should be fine, but it never hurt to be thorough and cautious. Now then, as you wish, I'll tell you about the events in the dream. But don't forget. I've said it many times, but this is purely a story from a dream. Most likely, if you tell someone, they'll dismiss it as a tall tale. But, in the off chance that someone takes it seriously, you all better be ready to move to the dream world together. Understand the responsibility that comes with knowing. Are you really okay with this? In response to the final confirmation, Jinku and the other two silently nodded after exchanging glances. Seeing that, I left Tia, who was meticulously maintaining the barrier, as is, and began recounting everything that had happened up to this point. I spoke about our journey to the Demon Realm, one of the countries ruled by the Demon King. There, we proposed negotiations for the subjugation of the fourth Demon King. The surprise of finding the Demon King right beside Dima and the other. Our anxiety leading us to ask the Queen of the Demon Realm to teleport us to this point. And above all else, the revelation that Hyde, whom they considered a friend, was the Demon King. Wait, Hyde was the Demon King? But, the Giant of Light. Why, though? We were getting along just fine. Why did this happen? Everyone may have their own thoughts on that, but I can't say anything about that. I presented objective facts. Well, it's just a story of a dream. How you choose to interpret it is your own concern. Although my words may seem dismissive, it reflects the reality of the situation. According to the story I heard from Dima and the others, Demon King Hyde had been actively participating as a member of their group for 2 months. What kind of interactions took place during that time, and what kind of relationship had developed between Hyde and Dima's group? Just as I kept my relationship with Hyde hidden from them, the relationship between Hyde and Dima's group was exclusive to them. Alright, that concludes the discussion. So, what's your plan now, Jinku? Are you heading out on another journey, or do you want to take a break here for a while? Well, about that. In response to my question, Jinku looked at me with an expression of unprecedented concern. He seemed hesitant, avoiding eye contact and glancing downwards several times. However, after a final glance at Dima and the others, he gathered his courage and spoke up. I'm thinking of quitting my journey. What? The surprised voices came from Dima and Kane. However, I remained calm and addressed Jinku, looking into his eyes. Why is that? Well, you see, I've been greatly indebted to you, Ed-san, and I feel bad about it. But, in the end, calm down, I'm not blaming you. So, let me ask again. Why do you want to quit your journey? Because Dima and the others were in danger. Hey, Jinku, what do you mean? Hush. Let's listen quietly for now. Tia gently restrained Dima, who was about to interject. I briefly glanced in that direction, then focused on Jinku, waiting for him to continue. After what happened earlier, I started thinking. Ah, I see. While I'm on this journey, Dima and Kane could face danger, or even worse, they might end up dead. Haha, it's foolish, isn't it? It's obvious and something I should have known. But once I realized that, it was already too late. I want to be with these guys. Oh? So you're giving up on the dream of becoming a hero that everyone knows about? Well, I don't want to give up on that, but if I have to choose between the two, I'm fine with it. Being with these guys, being their companion, is much more important to me than becoming a hero. So, I can't go on this journey anymore. I'll become stronger here with Dima and Kane. I see. With a smile full of understanding, I patted his shoulder. Seeing Jinku's bewildered expression, I laughed and conveyed my response. Ed-san, listen, Jinku. There might be people who, without understanding, call you a fool who missed the chance to become stronger or a coward who ran away from the journey. But I don't think that way. You chose a future where you live with your companions, not for your own glory. It's as valuable as being a hero who saves the world. I genuinely celebrate and respect you for being able to clearly articulate that choice you made, even though I brought it up on my own, but with Dima and Kane pushing me, and now. Why is this happening? Haha, sometimes you need to take a detour to see things clearly. And there's nothing wrong with deviating from the path you chose or turning back. If you go on a journey, become a bit stronger, go through various experiences. And if that helps you realize your true feelings, then it's all good. Look, I'm fine. More importantly, they're waiting for you, right? With a pat on the back, Jinku turned his body towards them. There, Dima and Kane wore complex expressions, and behind them, Tia watched over the boys with a smile full of affection. Dima, Kane. You're an idiot, Jinku. We sent you off with such excitement, and now you're throwing everything away and coming back? Sorry. I promised that the next time I come back, I'll be the world's strongest swordsman, but still, well, it can't be helped, Jinku-kun. But isn't it fine? It's just like you not to keep your promises anyway, huh? Wait a minute, Kane. I'm not like that, am I? Not really? Come on, there are quite a few items you bought, saying, this will definitely come in handy. And ended up not using. They're cluttering up my room because you went on a journey, but some of them are pretty annoying. T/N, Jinku a true RPG player. Well, it might be like that sometimes, but isn't breaking promises different? Don't sweat the small stuff. So, it's like, don't worry about the trivial things. Dima. Kane. Is it really okay? That's because it doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. It's just a story of reducing 2 years of time to 2 months. Don't keep dwelling on boring things. Dima, again with that? Can't you come up with a better analogy? Shut up. Kane, what was that just now? It felt like even I would question it. That's inevitable. Even I can't come up with something clever right away. Then we're the same. Hey Dima, Kane. Stop arguing over such things. As the two started arguing, Jinku tried to mediate. However, they both reached out to Jinku with a smirk. Hey, Jinku. Now that you're back, there's something you need to do, right? Fufu. Welcome back, Jinku. Yeah. I'm home. Grabbing Kane's hand with his left and Dima's with his right, Jinku, tears streaming from his eyes, said, I'm back. And thus, the short heroic tale of the hero Jinku came to a close once again. Chapter 372, There's no more unnecessary meddling than when others say what a waste. After that, we spent several months in Jinku's hometown. We trained Jinku and spent our days as typical senior adventurers, taking on simple requests and such. And in the end, announcing that a new job has come in, we left on a journey, successfully banished. Upon landing in the usual, Tia cheerfully raised her voice as always. We're back. Whoa, what's up, Tia? You seem unusually energetic this time. Really? I just felt like saying it. I mean, Isn't this place like our home? Come to think of it, since we always leave from here and come back, it might not be wrong to call it home. But for me, even though I had a sense of it as a base, I hadn't thought of it as a home. Home? Huh? What? Are you thinking about it that much? No, you see, I've never had a place to call home. Certainly, I've been in buildings and spaces that could be considered homes. Even during my journey around different worlds, I stayed over at various people's homes. But I never had a place I could call my own. It exists in my memories, but it's something created by the gods. In reality, neither a home nor a family exists. So, wherever I went, I was always just a guest. I see, a home. Exactly, a home. Mine and Ed's home. So, welcome back, Ed. Oh, I'm back, Tia. And, is it? Welcome back. Well done. Welcome back, Ed. Ugh. What is this? I don't understand, but an indescribable sense of happiness seems to be filling me with great force. This is the power of a home. Amazing. No wonder everyone wants one. By the way, why did you suddenly start saying that? There's no deep reason, but if I had to say, maybe it's because I was with Jinku and the others? Watching those kids, I somehow wanted to come home. You get it? Sorry, I can't say anything. Haha, it's okay. I don't have a clear reason either. I just felt like saying welcome back when we finished our adventure and came back, that's all. I see. Certainly, it would be tasteless to seek reasoning for such feelings. Seeing me nod in agreement, Tia chuckled softly and walked toward the table. Well then, let's read it right away, shall we? Will it be another good story this time? That should be the case. Oh, as I took their record of the hero's story in my hand, the entire book was momentarily enveloped in a faint light. Probably, the content has been modified with this. Does it automatically activate when I hold it? If we want to read the original content, should I have you read it for me, Tia? It doesn't really matter, does it? To be honest, I don't really want to read the version that makes the god cry every time. Sorry for saying this, but it's not that interesting. Haha, I can understand that. Following Tia's comment as we read together, the life of the hero Jinku was as ordinary as it could be. Being childhood friends, Dama and Kane frequently appeared, occasionally having fights, sometimes playing pranks together, and spending heartwarming days. But that was really all. There were no unexpected attacks by demonic beasts, no mysterious traveling merchants showing up. There were occasional good or bad harvests, but no famines. Catching a cold might happen, but there were no widespread epidemics or incurable diseases. The book about the hero Nico that we encountered a while ago was somewhat similar, but what made this one even more ordinary was that Jinku didn't recognize himself as a hero and didn't use his power at all. And so, the story progressed without any peaks or valleys, moved rapidly when we encountered it, and then rapidly dwindled. The last passage of a considerably thin book. VO04th World, record of the hero's story, final chapter, and hashtag. Thus, without realizing it, the hero Jinku, driven by circumstances, defeated the Demon King. However, he ultimately chose not to acknowledge himself as a hero. After the Demon King, who had secretly manipulated the world from behind the scenes, died, the world was thrown into great chaos. Still, Jinku never stood as a hero, and he continued his activities as a capable adventurer in the local area until he retired at the age of 35. After retirement, he found employment as a staff member at the Adventurers Guild. He also helped Kane, who started a general store, and Dama, who took over the family business, leading to family-like interactions. His days were peaceful yet fulfilling, surrounded by family and friends. In his later years, when Kane lay on his deathbed and asked Jinku, "Could you have become a hero if you weren't with us?" Jinku replied with a smile, "Without you guys, my life would have been dull and probably ended long ago." This sentiment remained unchanged throughout his life. When he passed away at the age of 68, he told Dama, the last one remaining, "Deciding to spend time with everyone here was the biggest and the best choice I had made in my life." Choosing to cut its own wings and envelope itself in the warmth of friends, Jinku, the hero, decided not to hatch and return to the world untouched by the hands of the Demon King. What's wrong, Tia? You look puzzled. Inquiring about Tia's unimpressed, or rather, puzzled expression, she answered with her ears slightly drooping. I don't know, it just feels unsatisfying. It's not like they're saying anything bad, but it's just not. Well, good, you know. Oh, I see. It's probably because our perspective on Jinku is positive, while the viewpoint of this book is neutral or from the world's perspective. Remember when I said similar things to Jinku and the others? Even if an egg was precious, if it doesn't hatch, it will decay and die. From the outside world's perspective, that would be a significant loss. But is it really unfortunate for the egg itself to live and die comfortably, wrapped in warmth? Is it foresight, or perhaps, recklessness for a boy who has only lived for 15 years to decide it's enough just by looking at the outside world for a moment? There was no correct answer to such questions. It all depends on the perspective, how one defines happiness. It changes completely depending on the situation. We've seen Jinku and the others having fun on their adventures. So, reading this, I have no doubt they lived and died happily. But, for example, let's say, if Alexis gave up all the privileges of being a hero and lived leisurely in the castle, many people would probably complain, saying fight. Right? If you have no rights, there are no obligations. Yet, everyone feels uncomfortable when others don't move according to their own perspective. No, not just uncomfortable. Some would even say it's a sin not to act when you have the power. It's a sin not to pursue possibilities. If you can do something, not doing it is a grave sin. They often say such things. Those who make such claims are the ones who haven't even fulfilled their obligations from the rights they obtained. As I spoke, shrugging my shoulders, Tia returned a wry smile. Those who earnestly argue for such views. The existence of these well-intentioned individuals can be incredibly troublesome, as anyone who has traversed hero parties would know all too well. So, that's fine. We're just happy that they lived the way they wanted until the end. Sigh. True. Hoping for it to be written the way I want would just be the same as before. Exactly. So, putting that aside, what do we do? Do we go to the next world right away, or if this is considered home, should we take it easy for a bit? Well, that's an enticing proposal for both options. I'm curious about the next world, but since we've bought a bed and all, relaxing here once in a while. Haha, time isn't moving anyway, so you can ponder as much as you want. Laughing at Tia, who was alternating between looking at the bed and the door while contemplating, I gently placed the tale of the unsung hero, the hero who never hatched, back onto the bookshelf. Chapter 373, No matter how cute the opponent is, it's frightening when they come in large numbers. Alright, we're here. They should be coming soon, so protect yourself. Yeah. The moment we landed in the new world, I gave Tia these instructions. However, her reaction seemed a bit slow, almost like she wasn't fully convinced. Even though this time, thanks to Nuo's blessing, we knew about this world in advance, I made sure to warn her thoroughly. Get ready, Tia. They're coming. Huh, already? Oh okay. While we were discussing this, a rustling sound echoed from beyond the forest surrounding us. The noise, distinct from the rustling of leaves, rapidly approached, and encountering them was just a matter of time. During the first loop, I was completely helpless and trampled upon because I knew nothing. But now, things were different. I widened my stance, lowered my hips, crossed my arms in front of my face, and assumed a perfect defensive posture. As the flood surged toward me, outsiders, the swarm of fairies, each about the size of my palm, approached. Outsiders. Real ones. Dark. Big. But a bit smelly. The fairies swarmed round, saying whatever they pleased, pulling my hair, poking my cheeks, kicking my butt, tickling my sides, and doing whatever they pleased. I felt the urge to swing my arms while shouting. But that would be a bad move. Because, if I did that, according to fairy logic, it would mean I was playing along. The mischief would intensify, and while swinging my arms, I would continuously endure further annoyances for an extended period. So, I endured it. If we showed no reaction, they would quickly get bored and leave. I knew this from my experience in the first loop. Outsiders. Real ones. White. Sparkly, but a bit smelly. Ugh, I'm not smelly. Idiot. Despite making it clear that she shouldn't react, for some reason, Tia responded to the fairy's words. Through the gap between my arms, I could see the fairies joyfully playing with Tia. Ugh, I want to help. But forgive me, Tia. If I intervene now, everything will become chaotic. Suppressing the urge to act, I endured and waited. Ah, that was fun. Outsiders, see you again. Goodbye. Satisfied fairies floated away from the scene. Confirming their departure, I walked towards Tia. Are you okay, Tia? Ugh, I'll never get married now. Tia sat on the ground, sniffling. Her beautiful long hair had numerous strange knots, and her face was scribbled with red and green lines. Her long ears were sticky from being licked. I told you to protect yourself properly, didn't I? How did it get this tangled? Ouch. Don't pull it so hard. Oh, sorry. But these knots are really tight. The fairy-tied knots were difficult to untangle with my hands. While cutting them off was an option since everything would return to normal. When we returned to the I knew Tia took good care of her hair. So, suggesting that was quite challenging, it was more of a last resort. Sigh. Fairies are like that, huh? I imagined them to be cute and small. I don't think you're wrong about that. One or two of them would probably be like that. But that number, if it were just a few, I could easily handle it. Accepting offered flowers, playfully poking back mischievous fairies with my fingers, those scenes would be as charming as Tia imagined. However, when they surged in the hundreds, there was nothing I could do. The horde of fairies that clung persistently, laughing and giggling from all directions, turned my mental state into nothing but fear. That was genuinely scary. I seriously thought I might be eaten alive. Wait, I got it. If I had used Invincible, now, could I have prevented their mischief? Damn, I messed up. I completely forgot about it. The fairy antics were, after all, just mischief, not actual attacks. That's why the idea of protecting against attacks didn't occur to me. Alright, I won't forget next time. Fufu, Ed, you look pretty funny too, huh? Well, yeah. While I focused on defense, I wasn't completely untouched. Countless nuts ended up in my hair, and something sticky was crammed into the pouch at my waist. Fairies engage in mischief, not harassment, so from their perspective, it might be something delightful. Well, yeah. I'll have to put effort into cleaning up later. Alright, it's mostly untangled now. Well, anything more is impossible. Thank you, Ed. And I'm sorry. I underestimated the situation. Haha, it's fine. Besides, they didn't really attack, did they? Well, that's true. But if you hadn't explained it to me earlier, I might have retaliated. Yeah, I'm glad you told me beforehand. This was the 24th world. At that time, I was still weak, and due to my impatience, I ended up thrashing around without drawing my sword, ultimately not harming the fairies. However, if Tia had faced the situation without prior information, she would undoubtedly have repelled them with her spirit magic. Easily getting irritated and easily cooling down, innocent and fond of mischief, rather than dealing with them as fairies, she would have treated them as a swarm of mysterious winged insects that suddenly attacked. And by now, there would have been a large number of dead fairies here. Thinking about it gives me chills. It's not about our future activities in this world. It's about the sorrow of the fairies who lost many friends unjustly and the heart of Tia when she learned that she had slaughtered a large number of potential friends. Compared to that, this level of mischief was something to be welcomed with a smile. Still, both this time and the last, I really appreciate the blessing from Nuo. Should I express my gratitude somehow? Would praying be enough? Well, I'll think about it later. Now then, shall we head back to the fairies' dwelling? Are you ready, Tia? My body is fine, but we won't receive the same welcome as before, will we? No, it'll be different. To Tia, who tilted her head with a subtle expression of anxiety, I clicked my tongue and wagged my finger. Alright, it's going to be about 5 times the welcome we got earlier. We were about to head to the fairies' dwelling, meaning a place with a large number of fairies. So, there's no way there would be fewer fairies than when we passed by. Hey Ed, would it be a bad idea to protect ourselves with wind spirit magic? Not a bad idea, but it might be interesting if we do that. If we just deflect them with a protective barrier, they might see it as a game and even more fairies could gather. No, but If it's just that much. Also, if fairies figure out they can't touch you no matter what, they might look at you with really sad eyes. Like, why can't I touch you? Do you hate me? Kind of thing. What? That's a bit unfair, isn't it? Well, not unfair. If you just make sure not to hurt them, then you can do as you like. Ugh, Ed, you're so mean. Tia, who was good with children and couldn't reject fairies, would undoubtedly start patting them on the back. With a sly smile at Tia, who was hitting my back, we slowly walked towards the direction the fairies had flown away. T/N, done with exams. I have uploaded advanced chapters so whoever wants to read ahead can do it. Don't worry, free chapters will be posted just like before. Chapter 374, Understanding is not about making someone understand, but about acknowledging each other. Wow, that was quite an attack. No, I mean, a warm welcome, she remarked. Yeah, it was intense. Upon reaching the fairy village, we received the fervent welcome we had anticipated. Of course, knowing they were expecting us, we didn't just barge in unprepared. Tia employed offensive defense by using wind spirit magic to keep her hair from being tied up by the fairies, while I showcased an impenetrable defense with invincible. Ugh, it's all tangled. Wait, there are still some left. Got out. Yay, see you again. The fluttering hair captured the hearts of the fairies, who chose to dive into it and play instead of tying it up for mischief. As a result, Tia's hair ended up entangled with countless fairies, requiring significant effort to remove them all. As for me, damn. There are still some left. Initially, the fairies kept bumping into me for fun, unfazed by my stoic demeanor. However, unlike Tia's wind barrier that repelled them, my invincible was akin to them bumping into a wall or the ground. Soon, most of the fairies lost interest and left, but the problem was with those that didn't. Why do you want to stuff so many nuts into my hair? Just like before, it seems there are fairies who love doing that. A fairy holding a bunch of brown nuts tried to push them into my hair, became frustrated when it couldn't, and directly protested to me. Well, it's like this. I could handle being angry or complained at, but when those small eyes gazed up at me with tears, well, that felt unfair. What option did I have other than to give in? And so my hair ended up filled with quite a number of nuts again. And my bag, which I had tidied up along the way, was once again stuffed with something sticky. Seriously, what is this? I don't remember seeing anything like this the first time I came here. Phew. Well, once we've sorted things out to some extent, let's take another look around the village. Understood. Oh, there's still one left? Found you. Kai-ha-ha. Hey. Stop it with the mischief already. Ha-ha, you've become quite popular. Tia skillfully scolded them while laughing, and after waiting for her to calm down, we walked around the village again. Perhaps satisfied with the earlier welcome, we no longer faced any attacks. So this is what a fairy village looks like. It's quite unique. Well, frankly, it's like a nest. Hey Ed. You shouldn't say things like that, even if you're thinking them. Ouch. Tia's flick landed on my forehead, causing a nut that was apparently still in my hair to fall out. Of course, I wasn't belittling the fairies. It's just that from our perspective, the appearance and impression of their dwelling place can only be described as a nest. The fairies live in structures attached to trees, resembling beehives. Brown, round nests or houses, about 50 to 60 centimeters in diameter, are attached to a single tree, with 1 to 3 per tree, and the fairies enter and exit them. There's no scent of civilization. At least from the outside, it looked like large winged insects have made nests all over, which would be an undeniable fact to anyone. And flying in and out of such places were beings almost completely human in form, though differing in size, with 4 wings on their backs and no apparent gender, their chests and groins smooth. The dissonance and sense of incongruity from such a sight was considerable. Even for me, seeing it for the second time, I couldn't completely hide my confusion. But they all look the same, don't they? How do they tell each other apart? There's supposed to be no such thing. No such thing? What do you mean? That means there's no concept of my home. Fairies don't even have individual names. What? No way. My casual remark caused Tia to exclaim in surprise. Reacting to her loud voice, a couple of fairies approached us. The big outsider shouted, "What's going on? Is something interesting happening? No, it's not that. Hey, is it true that you guys don't have names? Names? Confused by Tia's question, the fairies looked at each other and tilted their heads. I'm a fairy. I'm also a fairy. But that's the name of your species, not your name, right? Question mark. For example, I am of the elf race, and my name is Lunarisha. You all are fairies, but don't you have your own individual names besides that? Nope, nope. Isn't that inconvenient? Why would it be? Faced with the fairies' innocently tilted heads, Tia looked perplexed, unsure of how to proceed. Despite her further inquiries, it seemed that none of them really resonated with the fairies, and eventually, one of the bored fairies flew away, leaving Tia to droop her ears and turn back towards me. Ed. It seems my common sense doesn't apply here. Ha ha ha. Well, this is another world, and fairies are a different species. Understanding each other isn't about making the other comprehend our norms, but about recognizing that we are different. Fairies aren't troubled by not having names, nor are they dissatisfied with their homes resembling beehives. Instead, they really dislike sitting still to listen, and if they see something interesting, they can't help but jump at it. It's fine for us to think that it's inconvenient, but there's no need to pity or look down on them. Look. Do they seem unhappy to you? Before us, countless fairies were buzzing around. Whether it's one drawing pictures on the ground with tree branches, another wrapped in leaves sleeping, or even one caught after losing a game of tag, none of them seem angry or sad. Fairy emotions were fleeting. That's why their grudges and sadness disappear quickly, and they devote all their energy to enjoying each moment. You're right. They all seem happy. I would be sad if you called me hey, elf. But these kids are happy being collectively called fairies. That's right. No need to overthink it. In this world, all we need to do is play with the fairies. Really? What about the hero? The hero is... Look. Flying over there. I pointed towards a fairy fluttering carelessly in the sky, its golden wings unmistakable among the others whose wings bore faint shades of blue and green. Even though it's called a hero, it's still a fairy. Fighting the Demon King would be practically impossible, and even if we took it on a journey, it would probably get bored and return here within a day. What I did during my first visit was merely live here for 6 months. At that time, I hadn't even considered defeating the Demon King, nor had I researched its existence. In fact, since the hero didn't move from here, I couldn't even go elsewhere to gather information. So, I don't know what this world is like, whether there's a human town nearby, or anything about other races. So, what about the Demon King? Well, that is. Big Outsider, are you looking for Mao? As we were having this conversation, a fairy suddenly spoke to us. A small person with thin, translucent green wings fluttered joyfully in front of our faces. Huh? Yes, but... Do you know something? Yes, I know. Mao is over there. What? T/N. So is Ma, which means Demon King, and what fairies use is I.T Mao, so I kept it as is, but if I am wrong feel free to correct me. Chapter 375, I may not be troubled by it being known, but it's not something I want to boast about. Big Outsider. This way. In a singing-like tone, a fairy led the way, floating gracefully. As I followed behind, suddenly Tia placed her hand on mine. Hey, Ed. Is the Demon King really ahead? Well, that's... But... Tia spoke to me in a hushed tone, using missing talk we mostly used for such purposes. Fairies may deceive, but they don't lie. So if there was a Demon King, someone must have been there for sure. However, whether it was the Demon King I was looking for was another matter. I found it a bit hard to believe. Still, it wasn't impossible. In the past world, there were instances where the Demon King was right beside me, and since the fairy showed no fear of the Demon King, if it was a type that could communicate, it wasn't absurd for one to exist. Maybe? Well, there's also the possibility of someone completely different with a name like Mao or Miao, or maybe something that sounds like a cat. That could be it. If it's a cat, I'd like to pet it. I'd never seen parents name their child Demon King, but a name with a similar ring was not unusual. Well, it was helpful for gathering outside information. Also, I wouldn't mind petting a cat. Big Outsider. We've arrived. over there. While we discussed these things, it seemed we'd reached our destination. The fairy pointed to a slightly open area, resembling a grassy field with soft undergrowth and simple yet beautiful flowers dancing in the wind. And in that, with a diameter of probably only 4 or 5 meters, on the edge of the meadow, sat a figure leaning against a thick tree. From a distance, I could see a solid, muscular body. The worn, dark brown leather armor and a black cloak that went down to the knees resembled mine, but the materials were probably different. And, more than anything, what was different was that the face was not human. The deep green tinted skin and the 2 fangs peeking out from the mouth were strikingly similar to those of a demonic beast commonly called an orc. In an instant, my instincts were convinced that this was the real Demon King. Reflexively, I lowered my hips and took a defensive posture, but I quickly released it. Why? Because around the guy who seemed to be the Demon King, several fairies were joyfully dancing in the air. In fact, even the fairy that guided me approached the figure without any hint of caution and greeted them normally. "Hey, He-Mao. This big outsider here is looking for you." "Me? And who is this big outsider?" "Yo." To the surprised expression of the Demon King, I casually raised my hand in greeting. The Demon King tightly clenched his fist, but soon relaxed, wearing a somewhat sad smile. "So, it is meeting here. Is my end destined to be today at this moment?" "No, no, no. You're way too perceptive. Let's talk for now, shall we?" "Yeah? Why? Haven't you come to kill me and collect me?" Well, I can't say I never had that thought, but I wouldn't do something like that to someone I can have a conversation with. Let's start with exchanging information, okay? If that's what you desire, I have no objections. Then, you can sit there. Unfortunately, there are no chairs. Ha ha ha, don't worry about it. Looks like there's a fine carpet. Tia, you're okay with that too, right? Of course. Foo-foo, indeed, this feels nice. In response to the Demon King's words, Tia and I directly sat on the grass. The soft sensation was genuinely pleasant, and I wouldn't mind lying down right there. Naturally, Tia was in high spirits, happily stroking the grass, creating a rustling sound. "Now, shall we do some introductions? I'm Ed. And I'm Lunarisha. You can call me Tia." "I see, Ed. And Tia." "Hey, Tia, about Ed." "Oh, that's fine. I've already explained everything about who I am." "Are you serious?" In response to my words, the Demon King furrowed his brow and questioned. He probably didn't mean it that way, but being given that look by an orc was quite powerful. "Did you actually inform her that you're the Demon King, the bringer of the end feared even by gods? Didn't you consider the possibility that Tia might distance herself from you upon learning that?" "Well, no, I didn't think she'd distance herself, but the reason I told Tia about myself in the first place was because there was no way to evade it given the situation. Certainly, if I had had the memories of being the Demon King from the beginning, could I have talked about it?" "Wait a moment. Don't say rude things. There's no way I'd distance myself from Ed." "Tia." In an instant, as I imagined a future that might have been, Tia unexpectedly hugged my arm tightly. When I turned to look at her face, Tia was glowering at the Demon King, sticking her tongue out. However, the Demon King didn't back down either. He stared straight at Tia and continued speaking. "Is that so? Tia, is Ed being the Demon King just something to you?" "Yes, exactly. Compared to Ed being Ed, things like titles and races. Hey Ed, what was your original race? You're not human, right? Huh? Well, I've never really thought about it. What am I? There's no way I'd know something you don't." "When I was the Demon King, I was the Demon King. Even if being the Demon King was just a title and didn't indicate a race. But I was the Demon King, and I wasn't called anything else." "Well, whatever. Anyway, that's how it is. Whether Ed is someone or something is completely irrelevant. But there must be a reason you've come to such a conclusion. What is it? Are you interested? Fine, I'll tell you." "Huh?" In response to the Demon King's request, I raised my voice in surprise. "Wait, Tia? You're speaking?" "Why? This person knows Ed's situation, so it's not like I'm telling something that should be kept a secret, right?" "Well, that's true, but certainly, even if it was known, it wouldn't be a problem. It wouldn't be a problem, but Please, tell me. I'm very interested in the man in front of me. The man who created me, and what kind of days he has lived through. Hoo-hoo. Then I'll tell you all about Ed's great exploits. Listen carefully. Wait, isn't it getting way too crowded? Just the Demon King would be one thing, but fairies had somehow gathered around us without me realizing. They probably sensed something interesting was happening. This was not good. A very bad development. Hey, Tia. If we're going to talk, at least keep it between us and, where should I start? Maybe from the first time I met Ed. It was when I was traveling with Alexis, the hero of my world. Ed, at that time, seemed a bit unreliable, like a puppy in the rain, with a vibe that you couldn't just leave alone. Is the big outsider unreliable? Is the big outsider weak? The big outsider seems a bit shady. Tia-san. Come on, there, summarize the main points. Instinctively reaching out to Tia's shoulder, the fairies nearby covered my mouth with their small hands. Wait, not only the mouth, but if my nose is also blocked, I can't breathe. Come on, Ed. We're in the middle of explaining things to everyone, so be a bit quieter. And at that moment, Ed, beside me, struggling against the swarm of fairies that immediately rushed back even if thrown away, Tia continued talking in high spirits in front of the cheerful Demon King and fairies. Chapter 376. Memories accumulate within everyone and, though they may fade, they are never truly lost. So, Ed and I are bound by a strong bond. Alright, then the story ends here. What? The fairies who had been listening to the story with the Demon King applauded with cheers as Tia finished summarizing the tales of our journey from our first meeting until now. Of course, fairies couldn't remain silent for long periods, so there were frequent rotations and returns in their audience. Probably, not a single one of them heard the entire story. But well, for the fairies, the atmosphere of having fun seemed more important than the content of the story. Oh, I see. Ed and Tia have been on such a journey. Foo-fa-foo, it's a good relationship. That's right. Ed and I are very close. Right, Ed? Why yeah, innocently questioned by Tia. I turned my face slightly, feeling a bit awkward. Of course, my relationship with Tia was good, and if asked, I would confidently say she's precious to me. But, how should I put it, talking about it in detail and having someone ask about it felt somewhat embarrassingly intimate. Anyway, that's enough. Let's hear your story next. I don't mind, but shouldn't we take a break first? It's already well past noon, you know. Well? Now that you mention it. With a slightly exasperated look, the Demon King looked up at the sky, and following suit, I raised my gaze. The sun was long past its zenith. Tia, how many hours did you talk? If it's about me and Ed, there's still a lot more to tell. Because, you know, we started our journey together. For how long? Probably several decades, right? Oh. It's been about that long. Although the physical time rewound each time, the memories of the time spent together didn't disappear. I hadn't counted precisely, but it had certainly been more than 20 or 30 years. With that much time together, we have lots of memories. Traveling through different worlds, meeting various people. Even in the worlds we stayed briefly and the ones we lingered in for a long time, all of them are precious memories. Yeah, you're right. As Tia spoke, memories of the days when we traveled together with the faces of the heroes we spent time with gently resurfaced in my mind. Compared to the time I lived as a Demon King, or even the countless loops before meeting Tia, it might be an insignificantly short period, maybe even shorter than a blink in terms of ratio, but each moment was irresistibly dear. So, I can still talk for many more years, but for now, shall we have lunch? Wise decision, Tia-kun. Hey, Demon King, how do we handle food here? The fairies bring fruits and nuts from the forest. We haven't faced any particular issues with that. I see. In that case, we can whip something up on our end. I thought the Demon King might hunt forest beasts for food, but considering the situation, using the available ingredients was more practical than going hunting now. I took out items from their stranger box, including dried meat and basic cooking utensils. Although we were in the forest, it was a well-established fairy settlement, so we didn't need to worry much about wild magical beasts. So, it was okay to take a little extra effort in cooking. Big outsider, eat this. Big outsider, have this. Hey, wait. Geez, can't be helped. While I was making soup, the fairies who approached tossed various things into the pot. The soup, which was initially a light brown color, gradually turned into a vivid purple. Ed? Can we eat this? I mean, is it edible? Ha ha ha, it may look like this, but it's perfectly edible. The taste is, well, normal. I had lived for 6 months in the first loop, so this kind of thing was a long familiar experience. After adding dried meat and long-lasting vegetables, I let it simmer and poured the contents into Tia's cup. So, there you go, enjoy. Yum. It's really quite delicious, right? Well, let me try. Not bad. The soup I tasted had a taste that could only be described as normal. It might have had a slightly stronger sourness than usual, but on the other hand, the black spotted mushrooms resembling human faces provided a delightful chewy texture. The mysterious nuts that seemed to be the cause of the purple color, when crunched, released a faintly sweet juice. It was surprisingly tasty. I wouldn't pay money for it, but as a meal, it was satisfying. After finishing our lunch with a reasonably filled stomach, I rubbed my belly and spoke to the Demon King again. So? Are you finally going to tell us your story? Sure. However, even I don't know where to start. It might sound strange coming from me, but honestly, when I descended into this world, the events right after that are a bit unclear to me. It's like the vivid memories of the dream I should have remembered clearly upon waking up are spilling away. Hey. That's a typical trait of a Demon King. If you were to classify Demon Kings broadly, there were those who possessed intelligence and rationality, and those who didn't. For example, the Demon King in Wafa's world or the Mist Demon King in Rebecca's world were straightforward demonic or calamity types. Driven by some impulse, they mindlessly scattered their power. On the other hand, speaking of Demon Kings with intelligence, the first that came to mind was John from Canal's world. There were several others who could engage in conversation. Thinking about it, the Demon King in Elie's world could barely speak, so perhaps it was in the process of transitioning from a demonic beast to a human. I see, it's not always fixed, it can change. What's the matter? Oh, sorry. It's nothing. Please continue. From a sentient mass of power without ego, acquiring intelligence and rationality over many years. Or perhaps, at the end of too long a time, wearing down the mind to become less than a beast. Certainly, such transformations were to be expected, but it was a story that currently had no relevance. Well, fine then. Anyway, I am such an existence. Thus, one day, I suddenly realized that there was something within me that I could call myself. Or you could say that intelligence developed to the point where I could recognize the self as an ego? Anyway, several hundred years ago, I became who I am now. And then I thought, I want to eat something sweet. Yeah, sweet things are always desirable, right? Caught off guard by the Demon King's words, I was further bewildered by Tia's deep agreement for some reason. What's wrong? Even Ed likes sweet things, right? Well, I don't hate them. But what's the point? If you want to eat, just eat, right? With a somewhat indescribable half-smile, I said, but the Demon King quietly shook his head. Indeed, that's true. But think about it. Sweetness readily available in the natural world is quite limited, isn't it? Fruits have their seasons, honey is a one-time thing, and above all, constantly having similar things would get boring. Probably the easiest way is to blend in with humans and procure sweetness, but in my case, with this appearance, I guess you can't just stroll into town looking like an orc. The body shape aside, having a face exactly like mine won't get you into town. Or maybe, if I save a human being attacked in the forest, I might start socializing from there. But stories like that, sung by minstrels, rarely happen in reality because they're so rare, huh? But then, why do you look like that? Shouldn't the default face for a Demon King be mine unless you do something about it? Even if you tell me that. Although I vaguely retain memories from my time as the Demon King, I don't know where to start in trying to change my face. Changing one's face is something I don't even know how to begin. Well, yeah. I guess so. I didn't know what words to offer. In front of me, who wore a face of uncertainty, The Demon King's story continued. Chapter 377. The things that seem out of reach, when given up on, often come falling before your eyes. I want to eat something sweet, but because my face is scary, I can't get close to people. If I were to say just that, it might sound like a laughing matter in some rural area, but it seems to be a serious problem for the Demon King himself. His expression remained serious as he continued speaking. The desire to eat something sweet grew stronger day by day. The yearning turned into thirst, and if there was any sweetness, be it flowers or trees, I devoured it. However, for some reason, the idea of "then let's take it from those who have it" never occurred to me. If I had thought that way, I would have been more easily satisfied. And lost many things. I see. So that's your turning point. I don't know how it happened, but if the Demon King in front of me had taken that path, I would surely have moved in the direction of subjugating the Sweetness Demon King. For the residents of this world, threatened daily for that reason, it would have been unbearable, but is that so? A Demon King who becomes docile just by offering sweet things might be much easier to handle than ferocious demonic beasts. Don't you think? Maybe. Tilting her head, Tia's words made my palm turn over in an instant. Indeed, if a Demon King becomes docile by feeding them sweet things, it would be much easier to deal with than troublesome demonic beasts. Moreover, using sweet things as negotiation material, one might even be able to manipulate them as they please. Haha, I don't know what would have happened in a future I didn't choose. If I had learned to take by force, I might have endlessly demanded and taken everything. Anyway, I continued to crave sweet things alone. Desperate to eat them, I was driven to madness, and at that moment, I awakened to a certain power. This is it. Saying that, the Demon King raised his palm upward and extended his right hand. Something rectangular and brown appeared on his hand. What is that? You'll find out soon. Hey, you over there. Mao, what is it? Called over. The fairy approached, and the Demon King reached out his right hand. Let's do this. Is it okay? Yay, huh? In front of me, bewildered, the fairy grabbed what appeared in the Demon King's hand and happily took a bite. Devouring the brown object, about the size of her face, with a messy mouth, she belched quite heartily, contrasting with her cute appearance. Jefu, it's sweet. Thanks, Mao. You're welcome. So, I gained the ability to produce sweet things from my own hand. Probably, this is my power as a Demon King. The power in response to my sincere desire. Well, that's convenient, isn't it? So, is the problem over? If you can produce it yourself, you can eat it whenever you want. No, it didn't turn out that way. You geese should try it too, huh? Well, that's a bit. Is it okay? Then, here goes. Throughout, not knowing what expression to make, I watched as Tia casually picked up a brown object from the Demon King's palm and put it in her mouth. Her lack of hesitation was beyond amazement, even evoking a sense of admiration. Tia, you're amazing. Maybe I'm feeling a bit bold after drinking that purple soup earlier. Besides, the fairy was eating it normally. But, huh? It doesn't taste as sweet as I thought. Is that so? Yeah. Ed, try eating it too. Oh, okay. Here goes. While Tia was eating, I couldn't just not eat. I picked up the brown object newly created from the Demon King's hand and, with determination, put something soft and sticky into my mouth. However, what is this? It doesn't taste like anything. That's the answer. I did gain the power to produce sweet things, but I couldn't taste anything from the sweet things I created for myself. I guess there's no room for a difference. I can't taste it because the power just returns when I eat something created by my magic. Tia felt it was bland, probably because Ed's soul. The Demon King's power was slightly mixed in. I see, huh? If you can't feel it's sweet when you eat it yourself, how did you know it's sweet? That's the result of observation. When I didn't understand what was happening to myself and continued to produce it, I found ants swarming over what had fallen and been left on the ground. Afterward, I experimented with other insects and animals, and finally, I provided it to a sub-race of demi-humans with whom I can communicate, and they confirmed that it's sweet. But, I just understood. I can endlessly produce sweet things. They are appreciated when offered. However, the fact remains that I cannot taste sweet things. Instead, I've been given fruits and honey as substitutes, but they were things I could originally obtain on my own. I awoke to this power for what reason? Even though I can give anyone what they desire most, why can't I experience it myself? Troubled, I traveled the world. I visited various places and met various beings. Sometimes, I helped injured humans and formed connections, albeit fragile ones. However, the results always turned for the worse. Sweetness remained out of reach, and even those who defended me suffered. When I arrived at the same outcome for the 5th time after helping 5 times, I stopped revealing myself to people. I want to eat something sweet. However, I can no longer interact with humans. Among non-human races, none consumed anything sweet other than natural things. My desire had withered away completely. What I arrived at in the end was here. Pausing momentarily, the Demon King gazed into the distance with a distant look. Joining in, I looked around and saw the lively figures and voices of fairies playing freely. The fairies weren't afraid of my appearance, and no one objected to interacting with me. And, above all, they were incredibly delighted with the sweet things I produced. Treated like treasures, they would eat it with their entire bodies sticky, and watching them enjoy it made me feel a little fulfilled, even though I couldn't taste it myself. So, I settled here. By observing the fairies enjoying what I couldn't taste, I found peace in my heart. Thus, with the Demon King's power, I protected this land and the fairies. In return, the fairies gave me an unexpectedly wonderful gift. Hey, Mao! Interrupting the Demon King's narration, a fairy flew in from the depths of the forest. Small bubbles floated in front of her face, containing something. What could it be? It was too small to see clearly, but there was definitely something inside. Mao, I'm giving you this. Oh, thank you. It's fine. Give us more sweet things next time. Sure thing. Here, the Demon King received the bubble with his left hand, and with his right hand, he created something brown. The fairy cradled it, then took it home without eating it this time. Musan, what did you get? Fufafu. This. Poking the bubble with his fingertip, the Demon King burst it, revealing incredibly small crumbs or something similar, around 10 pieces. Huh? What is this? Could it be baked sweets? Baked sweets? No way, these are so small. Oh, I see, for fairy sizes, are these quite big? That's right. Probably for us, it's about the size of a palm, I think. While Tia and I were still surprised, the Demon King gently picked up a piece of baked sweet and put it in his mouth. Instead of chewing, it seemed like it would dissolve just by resting on his tongue. However, the Demon King savored it for a full 10 seconds before exhaling a contented sigh, looking truly happy. Oh, this is it. Do you understand, Ed? This is sweetness. It's not originally sweet fruits or honey. It's something someone wished for, saying, may it be deliciously sweet. I will never forget the first time I tasted this. Ah, sweet. It's truly sweet. The Demon King's stern face, savoring a tiny baked sweet that could easily shatter with a little force, looked blissful, like a child embraced by its mother. Chapter 378.1, Side Story 1, Memoirs of a Certain Elf, Part 1, Happy Reminiscence. T/N. These are some side stories author wrote when Volume 1 was released. They are set before the events of Volume 1. In the depths of a dark and dense forest, where few dare to tread, amidst the overwhelming presence of nature, there stood a solitary, seemingly out-of-place artifact. No, to be fair, it wasn't exactly out of place. The handmade-looking house wasn't grand enough to assert its discordance with the surrounding woods. To put it bluntly, it was modest. Its log walls, entwined with vines and moss, truly seemed a part of the forest itself. However, stepping inside revealed a different story. The interior, arranged by an adept spirit user, the homeowner, maintained a comfortable temperature, equipped with sturdy cooking tools not easily found in the city, and even magical devices capable of preserving food for long periods. Should a lost thief stumble upon this building, they would likely leap for joy, dreaming of possibilities, before despairing over the long journey back to town. Inside this incongruous home, an elf woman, the homeowner, hummed a tune while cooking. Her hair shone like the bright sun, and her emerald eyes seemed to draw one in. Her skin was flawless, and her long ears, swaying in good spirits, signified her accumulated wisdom. The young and beautiful elf woman, Lunarisha, moved her fingers as if dancing, tossing prepared ingredients into a pot of boiling water one after another. This should be enough, I guess. I'll need to gather more ingredients later. Lunarisha's cooking skills were average. Neither particularly delicious nor disappointing, she managed to prepare meals that were satisfactory. In fact, this skill was quite valued among those called adventurers. Being unable to return to town for days meant relying on preserved food, so being able to create quite tasty meals was indeed a rare talent. However, it's still not right. After tasting the thoroughly simmered stew, Lunarisha tilted her head in frustration. She had been attempting to recreate the taste of a dish made by a companion 10 years ago, but it just wasn't working out. What's missing? I'm using the same ingredients. The dish was, after all, something eaten while camping. It wasn't made with special ingredients or complex procedures. If anything, it seemed to have been simmered for a long time, but she had plenty of time at home. Yet, it still wasn't the same. While not bad, it never reached the taste of that time, no matter how many times she tried. I guess Ed really was a great cook. She muttered the name of a nostalgic person, filled with a hint of sentiment. This was a companion from her travels, and also one she had driven away. Each time she thought of that day, regret piled up in Lunarisha's heart. If only I hadn't done that back then. Would fate have changed? It was a meaningless question, yet she couldn't help but ponder. Those joyful days of travel were Lunarisha's sole consolation. Hey, what are you doing? Hurry up and come here. Okay. I'm coming. Sigh. Approaching was a young human man with hair brighter than mine, clad in impressively beautiful armor. The hero, Alexis, called out, and another boy, staggering towards them, was Ed. A newcomer who had recently joined our party as a porter. Come on, lad. Put some spirit into it. If you falter at this, you'll never be able to keep up with us. I understand. I'll do my best. Ed, a head taller than herself but slender, responded to Gonzo, a muscular man with a fatherly demeanor and a cheerful personality, who always lifted everyone's spirits with his healing magic and cheerfulness. Are you really okay? Don't push yourself too hard. I'm fine. Thank you, dear-san. Feeling concerned, I inquired, and Ed tried to smile and bow, but faltered, almost losing his balance. Whoa! Careful. I hurriedly caught his arm, preventing him from falling. Though my body was light, almost feather-like, it seemed I was able to support Ed from falling. What are you doing? If you're going to be a nuisance to Tia, you really can't come with us. I'm sorry. I'm okay now, really. Alexis, you don't have to speak to him like that. I don't mind, really. I'm truly okay now. Ed desperately interrupted my protest. Though I had issues with Alexis's attitude, Ed's words left me speechless. Really, Ed? You could stand up for yourself more. Alexis is always like that, but it's not like he won't listen. No, I'm really fine. Just being able to accompany you all is. Lately, Ed had been frustratingly self-deprecating. He was always nervous, seemingly obsessed with not being abandoned by Alexis, which honestly irritated me at times, but Ed was trying his best. No matter what Alexis said, no matter how treacherous the path, even when nearly injured by demonic beasts, he never once said, I quit. Why do you try so hard, Ed? I had asked him once. I had seen many who worked hard or flattered others for the title of being a hero's companion, but Ed's efforts clearly went beyond that. I was curious. What drove this seemingly unreliable yet determined boy to stay with us? To my question, Ed smiled shyly and shared his reason. Why? Well, I want to go home. Home? So? You can't go back? Yeah, sort of. It's quite far, and on my own, I can't make it back. But what does that have to do with following us? Oh, is your home occupied by demonic beasts or the Demon King's army? If that's the case, I can talk to Alexis. No, it's not that. It's different. I can't explain it well, but somehow, I feel that if I keep working with the hero, I might eventually be able to return. I don't quite understand. If you explained a bit more, maybe I could help. Thank you, dear San. But, I'm okay. I'll make sure to do my best. Really? But if you're ever in trouble, make sure to tell us. We're companions, after all. Companions? Yes, of course. Isn't that why you're here? If you say we're not companions now, I'd be so sad I might cry. Eh? No, please, spare me that, Lunarisha-san. Boo. Tia. Huh? That's why, Tia. You should call me Tia, remember? And talk to me more casually. But, isn't that too familiar? Tia. I stared intently into Ed's eyes. My reflection was clear in his deep black eyes. And finally, as if conceding, Ed let out a small sigh. Understood. No, I got it, Tia. Good. With a wry smile, Ed conceded, and I, basking in the glow of victory, unwittingly fluttered my ears. Chapter 378.2, Side Story 2, Memoirs of a Certain Elf, Part 2, Sharp Tongue and Poor Judgment. Ed? How's it over there? Ah, no problem. All good. Having traveled together for half a year now, Ed had become completely comfortable with everyone, and his demeanor had changed significantly. Specifically, he had lost that nervousness. Of course, he was still polite to Alexis and Gonzo, but he no longer excessively humbled himself or acted subservient. Watching Ed grow from a seemingly unreliable boy into a man appropriate for his age was a joy for me. Then, since there are no signs of demonic beasts around, I think we should camp here for the night. I'll handle setting up the tent and cooking. Then I'll go gather some dead branches. Alexis, why don't you hunt for something suitable? Gonzo, are you planning on making me procure food? Would you prefer to collect branches? Ha, fine. Having an extra dish does sound good. Tia, you? Oh, I'll help Ed here. I'll also set up a barrier to keep the bugs away. Understood. Let's go with that. With that, Alexis and Gonzo disappear into the forest. So, I start working on setting up the tent with Ed. Ed, hold that side. Got it. There. Here. Setting up the tent, which was a challenge when we first started, had now become second nature. Especially with someone to help, we quickly erected 2 impressive tents. All that's left was to pull out the foldable metal base from Ed's pack to complete the makeshift stove. Hey, I've gathered a bunch. And there was Gonzo, returning with a mountain of branches. It's more than he could ever use. But since they were just lying around, it's fine if we leave the extras. Then, Tia. Please, leave it to me. Asked by Ed, I quietly called the spirits. Big spells required proper chanting, but lighting a small fire on some branches didn't need that. I mumbled a bit, and with a flick of my fingers, the fire I lit easily caught on the branches. Hey, Tia. I've always wondered, doesn't that get hot, eh? Oh, I'm fine. The fire transfers to the branches as normal fire, not magical fire. Unless I'm really distracted, I won't get burned. Huh. Magic is really convenient, huh? Ed, you can't use magic, right? Yeah, not really. Seems like I just don't have the talent for it. Saying this, Ed shrugged casually. This slightly theatrical gesture had become one of Ed's habits that I've noticed recently. Alexis and Gonzo don't point it out, so maybe I'm the only one who notices. Thinking about it that way makes it a bit fun, like I'm keeping a secret. Indeed, the lad has very little innate mana. He's what, 20? No, 21 now? At that age, it's unlikely he'll see much growth, or, that's not true. Sure, without more mana, he can't use strong magic, but with the power he has now, he could still learn simple spells if he tries. That may be true, but that's a perspective unique to elves, who live long lives. Human lives aren't that long. Pouring one's heart into something they're not suited for. It's not a waste, but it's inefficient. If he wants to grow as an adventurer, it might be better to cut his losses. That seems a bit wasteful. What do you think, Ed? Do you want to use magic? Well, I guess. At my question, Ed looked up at the sky, and I followed his gaze. The gaps between the trees were turning quite red, and the early stars were already beginning to shine. If I could, I'd like to try it. But like Gonzo-sama said, rather than struggling with something I'm not suited for, I'd rather improve on my strengths. Right. In your case, it would be best to continue honing your swordsmanship. I could teach you healing magic or martial arts. I could teach you spirit magic. but I'm not good enough with a sword to teach anyone. In that sense, you should learn from Alexis. Learn from the hero? That might be a bit. What's wrong with me? At our casual conversation, a slightly sarcastic voice came from a distance. We all looked over to see Alexis, holding a plump rabbit. Ah, you're back. Seems like you've caught something. Wow, isn't that a killer rabbit? You did well to defeat it. What do you think I am? There's no way I, a hero, would be outdone by a mere rabbit. No, no, killer rabbits are fierce beasts that leap at you and bite off your neck or limbs. To take on 5. I'd be dead if it were more than 2. That's just because you're weak. Don't lump a mere porter like you with a hero like me. Haha, well, that's true. Ed laughed off Alexis's harsh words, but I know it hurts him inside. Two people per tent, and since Alexis only sleeps with Gonzo, Ed ends up in my tent. That's how I know. Sometimes at night, Ed has nightmares. But I pretend not to know. Because a man, not a boy, wouldn't want others to know he cries or shows weakness. Alexis, you always say things like that. That's not good. That's right, Alexis. The lad may be weak, but he's trying. Not everyone can be as strong as you. Don't forget that. Ugh. Weak. Gonzo too. It's okay, Ed, I'll protect you. Ah, ha ha. Hey, Tia. I think you might be saying the worst things of all. Why? Alexis, who usually had harsh words, looked at me with disbelief. I don't get it. I'm an older sister, right? Then it's natural for me to protect someone younger, isn't it? That should be the same for humans and elves, right? Well, that's true, but I'm stumped. Tia? Maybe that's enough. What? Why am I being made out to be the bad guy? Gonzo, Ed, why are you looking at me like that? I'm grateful. Really grateful, and I rely on you. Look, I'll prepare the game quickly and make a delicious meal, so please cheer up. I don't know. And I'm not in a bad mood. I'm just indignant at being treated unfairly. So, that's being in a bad mood. No, never mind. Right away. I'll make it in seconds. As I puffed up my cheeks, Ed somehow tried to soothe me. It's unclear who's comforting whom. As I huff and puff, the delicious smell of cooking meat wafts over, and Ed offers me a skewer with a wry smile. Really? The men in our group are just, oh, this is delicious, right? It's perfectly cooked. And here, look, he handed me a skewer of meat, cut into bite-sized pieces. Just one bite, and the juicy fat almost made my cheeks fall off. And then, Ed poured a thick, brown, sweet-smelling sauce over it. What's this? It smells sweet. Wow. Yummy. The sweet and spicy sauce is perfect with the freshly grilled meat. Amazing. Delicious. I could eat 3. No, 4 skewers of this. Ed, this is delicious. Give me another one. Of course. Here you go. Yay. I feel like something was glossed over, but I quickly forget about it. The secret to happiness passed down among elves, who live many times longer than humans, is to enjoy the present happiness without dwelling on the past. And so, I went to sleep full and happy, having eaten my fill of delicious food. Chapter 378.3, Side Story 3, Memoirs of a Certain Elf, Part 3, Crossroads of Destiny. Hey, Ed. Are you really okay? Well. I'm fine. A year and a half into our journey together, Ed responded with a forced smile as I looked back at him on the rugged mountain path. But it was clear to anyone that he was just putting on a brave face. Lately, Ed was truly reaching his limit. From the east, behind the rocks, a wyvern. Everyone, duck. At Alexis's sudden command, we all lowered our heads. This was a necessary precaution against the wyvern swooping down from above, attempting to snatch its prey with its talons. Yet, Ed's reaction was sluggish. Whoa, Ed? That idiot. Ed, who failed to duck in time, was nearly caught by the wyvern and lifted into the air. Fortunately, the weight of his backpack caused him to tumble down instead, but his bag was torn open by the claws, scattering its contents down the slope. Whoa. Over here. Tia, the wings. I'll finish it off. Got it. As Gonzo let out a battle cry, using his massive body as bait to draw the wyvern's attention, I began my chant. A blade of wind I conjured sliced through the wyvern's wing membrane. Take this. Alexis's strike decapitated the struggling wyvern as it fell. The whole incident lasted only a minute or two, but the damage was significant. What are you doing? Ah, damn it. Our supplies. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. I truly apologize. It can't be helped. We need to descend the mountain and resupply. Tch. This incompetent. I'm sorry. Ed bowed his head as Alexis spat out those words, clenching his fists tightly. But I couldn't say anything inappropriate here. I couldn't defend Ed any further because... Hey, Ed. Can you come to the tent later? I have something to ask you. Sure. Is in about 10 minutes okay? Yes, please. After returning to town and resupplying, we were camping in a forest on our way back to the mountain. There, I called Ed out. And made up my mind. One by one, I took off my clothes, pondering each thought. And then, Tia? Can I come in? Please do. Ed called out from outside the tent, so I invited him in and took a deep breath. So, what did you need? Kaya. Well? What? What's going on? At my scream, Ed stumbled back, and Alexis and Gonzo rushed over. I quickly grabbed the clothes I had shed and covered myself as I ran towards Alexis. Listen, Alexis. Ed was peeking while I was changing. Huh? Hey Ed, what's this about? Eh? No, that's not. I didn't. I've thought it was strange for a while. Even when we sleep in the tent at night, I hear weird noises like uck and duck coming from next to me. Is that true? That is. Under Alexis's piercing gaze, Ed faltered. I knew those were moans of enduring pain, but I said nothing. Hey, Alexis. I can't take it anymore. I can't stay with Ed any longer. I see. Look, Ed, I know you've been trying as hard as you can as a commoner. But between you and Tia, I would undoubtedly choose Tia. Moreover, I cannot keep someone who would commit such acts against a woman in the hero's party. Therefore, I am expelling you from my party right now. We're still close to town. Go back alone and do as you wish. With that, Alexis walked away without looking back. And to his departing figure, Ed bowed deeply. Thank you for everything up to now. I will never forget this kindness. Then, Ed hesitantly entered his tent. Our tent, and began to gather his few belongings. And then, sorry, Tia. With a face that looked like he was about to cry, Ed said that and walked away. I suppressed my voice and my heart with all my might. As Ed's figure disappeared from sight, I collapsed to the ground, and Gonzo approached me gently. Was that the right thing to do? It's fine. If he had continued with us, Ed would surely have died. I can't protect him with just my power anymore. That's true. Unless Alexis and I were to guard him with all our might, as a fellow traveler, he was indeed insufficient. Perhaps this was a good opportunity. So, don't cry. Your decision was surely not wrong. I'm sorry, Ed. I didn't cry, as I shouldn't have. Ed, who had the most reason to cry, didn't, so it wouldn't be right for me to do so. But tears kept flowing endlessly, and they wouldn't stop. That was the last farewell between me and Ed. A small sound escaped Lunarisha's throat as she returned from the distant memory to reality. She didn't regret the decision she made that day. But that choice, made long ago, continued to affect her present. Hey, Ed. If I hadn't driven you away back then, what would have become of us? Alexis and Gonzo were no longer around. They had sacrificed their lives to allow her to escape from the advancing demon army. And it all started when the porter who replaced Ed fled at the first sign of danger, caring only for himself. If Ed had been there, even though he wasn't strong, he would never have chosen to flee alone. We would have all faced it together, and then, turning off the stove, Lunarisha shook her head weakly. It was just a fantasy, thinking about it was meaningless. Everything was already over. And the past couldn't be changed. Hey, Ed. If I met you now, what would you think of me? Alexis and Gonzo were confirmed dead. Her homeland forest had long been destroyed by the demon army, and her family and friends had died without her knowing. But only Ed's death was unconfirmed. Having been active in the hero's party for a year and a half, there might be some trace of him somewhere. She had searched, but never found any sign. I want to meet you. Hey, you'd probably be disappointed. What would Ed, who never ran from a challenge, think of her now, hiding and running away from everything? Would he despise her? Or would he comfort her? Though she pondered various possibilities, the image that often came to mind was of Ed, smiling wryly and reaching out to pat her head. Really, I'm supposed to be the older sister. But still, I want to meet you, just one more time. She wanted to meet Alexis. She wanted to meet Gonzo. And she wanted to meet Ed. If a reunion with her dear companions were possible, she wouldn't mind dying the next moment. I want to meet you. Her wish dissolved into the void, a dream that would never be fulfilled. The true ending of this world was supposed to be a tragedy, but there was one man who defied it. A man who, with an unyielding spirit, struggled through painful battles to shatter the impending tragedy. The time for their reunion was still far off, unknown to those not divine. The tears of joy that would fill Lunarisha Emerald eyes were still a year away. Chapter 378, Because it is imperfect, it is more valuable than perfection. Later, after chatting with the Demon King and playing with the fairies, we returned to the village and set up our tents. As expected, there were no accommodations tailored for humans in this place. By the way, we only set up one tent. In the densely forested area, finding a suitable spot to set up a tent was limited, and instead of setting up two tents in distant locations, it made more sense to share one. It was large enough for two people to sleep comfortably. Once we secured our sleeping arrangements, we had some free time before dinner. We explored the surroundings of the village, but this is quite intense. Around the village, there were no ordinary beasts, let alone demonic beasts. While there were occasional traces, the absence of any excrement indicated that they had been gone for at least several years. Oh, damn. I wonder how it was during the first loop. Undoubtedly, this situation was caused by the presence of the Demon King. However, I honestly couldn't remember how the forest looked during the first loop. Although I had no memories of being attacked by demonic beasts or ordinary animals, there was nothing left in my impressions. Back then, if I had asked the fairies about the Demon King, well, it's pointless to think about it now. At that time, I had no means of determining whether the Demon King was present in the village. So, I resigned myself to the fact that there was no use in pondering over it. While thinking so internally, Tia, with a slightly furrowed brow, spoke to me while looking around. Is this environmentally okay? If all living beings have been eliminated to this extent, it seems like the natural balance would be disrupted. I think the Demon King must have considered that. But, fairies were a difficult to defeat existence but by no means a strong existence. They fluttered in the air with small bodies, but their bodies were sturdy enough to match their size. If caught or hit unexpectedly, they would easily die. Although they could use various magical abilities, all were on the scale of pranks, making it quite challenging to repel enemies, let alone cause harm. In short, fairies were not immortal beings as described in legends but rather ordinary living beings that lived and died. That's why the Demon King probably eliminated surrounding threats to protect the fairies in this area. However, this seemed overly thorough, crossing the line into overprotection. By the way, what's your assessment, Tia? The power of the spirits has weakened considerably. At this rate, I think the forest will die within 10 years. Seriously? Seriously. But that's just our perspective based on the area we've explored. If we go a bit further outside, and there are animals living normally, then there might not be any issue. After all, just because there's a human town doesn't mean the surrounding forest will die, right? True. That makes sense. A town where humans lived wouldn't necessarily mean the surrounding forest would perish. Even if they eliminated threats in such a large area, if there was abundant nature outside that area, there shouldn't be any problems. In other words, could it be that this is just a town that the Demon King has beautifully arranged to look like a forest? If we consider it that way, the reason makes sense. This forest probably continues further beyond, right? Probably. Although I haven't gone that far into it, I heard about it during the first loop, and it was described as an endless forest. Since I didn't encounter any humans during the 6 months, it should be a deep forest where people wouldn't easily venture. In that case, it should be fine. That Demon King seems to care a lot about the fairies and this place. Yeah, I think so too. We can ask him later, There's no need to rush. With that conclusion, after completing our survey of the surroundings, we returned to the village. We had a meal with the Demon King, and then we treated ourselves to a sweet called yokan, one of the preserved foods I bought in the 92nd world, which was getting close to its expiration date. The Demon King devoured it eagerly. When we returned to the tent, I lay down right away. I moved a lot today. The first day of a new world transfer is usually intense. Beside me, Tia was also lying down, wrapped in a blanket. In normal camping, one of us would stay awake and keep watch, but here, it was safer than a mediocre inn-room, so there was no issue. Hey Ed, what are we going to do tomorrow? Are we just going to keep playing around like this? Under the lantern's light, Tia, with her emerald eyes shining like the sun, asked me. I responded with a subtle groan. The hero is here, and we found the Demon King. Honestly, there's nothing we really need to do. Well, that's true. Just to be sure, though, defeating that Demon King. No way. If we defeat him, I can imagine getting pranked beyond imagination by the fairies, you know? Haha, that sounds scary. Anger and sadness don't last with the fairies. However, that doesn't mean they forget. Behind their cheerful laughter, the fairies will carry the existence of the Demon King with them for a long time. Since that future is not what I desire, I decline from my side. But remember that we need to gather fragments of power to meet God, right? What about that? Well, that's a bit of a problem. To oppose God to some extent, it seems collecting fragments of my power was essential. However, once I leave this world, it's practically impossible to come back for them. While it might be achievable with repeated loops, there's no guarantee I can retain my memories in the next loop, and above all, losing Tia was out of the question. I used to think that Demon Kings were much scarier and evil. But when I actually met one, I realized that many of them are quite reasonable people. Yeah, that's true. At least, I never imagined a Demon King who could produce sweet treats from his hands. Well. Yeah, the Demon King's powers were diverse, but the idea of producing sweet treats was not something I had imagined. Still, I do have a skill that allows me to enjoy the faintly delicious taste of roadside grass, calling myself a grass eater, a pretentious herbivore. Hey, Ed? Could it be that there are so many Demon Kings like this because they are fragments of your power? I can't deny that. You don't have to make that face. I think it's wonderful. Besides. Hey, Ed? You're the Demon King of End, right? The one who brings about the end of everything? Yeah, but... Tia, rolling around on the floor, Tia approached me. She embraced me tightly, and at such a close distance that our noses almost touched, she gazed into my face. I thought about it. If the original Ed, the Ed who was the Demon King of End, became imperfect and turned into a Demon King who only ends sadness and tragedy, wouldn't that be a good thing? Losing something isn't necessarily unfortunate. By losing, you can see things that were hidden. If you can think like that, it might bring happiness. So, what I want to say is, Ed is fine just the way you are now. Instead of forcing yourself to pursue perfection or sacrificing various things to punch the god, I think it's better for me to be here with you just like this. I believe it's better for you to be surrounded by many Demon Kings born from Ed, laughing together. Is that okay? Haha. I laughed and embraced Tia, who was looking at me with anxious eyes. The soft and warm sensation seeped into me. It's more than okay. Yeah, it's more than okay. A perfect being cannot accept anything because they are perfect. But in my fragmented state, there were gaps everywhere, and that's why I can accept someone like this. Rather than gathering fragments to return to the original, inserting something else into those gaps and accepting it. That sounds quite enjoyable. So, Tia, are you going to fill my gaps? Oh? Are you saying that after going this far, there are still gaps left to fill? Ha ha ha. Well, yeah. My patched up self, with various colors mixed in, would be much more lively than the monochrome me. But this distorted existence, which should be warped, was much more charming than the original. I plan to stay with Ed forever, but I won't become the same as you. No matter how tightly I'm embraced, I'll just be myself and snuggle up to you. Yeah, that's good. It has to be that way. Tia, stay as Tia. Yeah, that's right. Is everyone okay with that? Although nothing in the situation has changed, I feel some of my lingering doubts melting away. I continued to embrace Tia, and quietly, we both drifted into sleep. T/N, so cute. Chapter 379, The destruction within acceptable limits is merely a temporary alteration. So, having pretty much wrapped up almost everything to do in this world on the first day, we spent our days playing with the fairies, as planned. Well, it can't be helped. Despite having an interest in what lies outside the forest, the hero fairies were usually flying high in the sky, and even if I called out to them, they wouldn't come over. So, I can't leave this village. Of course, forcibly catching them and moving on was possible, but that would likely lead to opposing the Demon King, and kidnapping fairies for mere curiosity or to dispel boredom was not my intention. So, in the end, we had no choice but to spend our time in this forest. It's been about a month since we came to this world. On that morning, like every other morning, after finishing breakfast, Tia and I were surrounded by the usual fairies. Big Outsider, let's play. Big Outsider, I'll play with you. Big Outsider, what do you want to play? Ha ha ha, it's confirmed we'll play again today. What should we do? Actually, I couldn't identify individual fairies. They had personalities, but there were so many of them without names. Moreover, they easily flew off somewhere even in the midst of doing something, and they might join in playing without any relation in the middle of it. So, I couldn't remember them. Well, the fairies didn't have a fixation on individuals either, so I never had any problems with that. Hey, Tia. What about you? Me? Well, Tia, who was tilting her head next to me, was in the same situation. In fact, she seemed to accept the idea of no distinction between individuals more smoothly than I did. It was a bit surprising, but when I was told, spirits are like that too, I understood. Big Outsider, what are you going to do? Big Outsider, let's play that. Big Outsider, phew ah phew ah, phew ah phew ah. Ah, you want to play with magic again? Foo, sure, why not? Alright, shall we then? In truth, we can't compete with the fairies' requests, as they seem to have settled on what to do. Well, it seems that magic is the key to their requests. Oh well, I might as well provide them with an attractive play, but yay, phew ah, yay, zawa. Wow, spinning around. The fairies gathered around me seemed to particularly enjoy Tia's swirling wind magic. The lively atmosphere around me until a moment ago suddenly felt lonely. Sorry, Ed. It seems like I'm more charming again today. Huh? Ha ha ha, seems like it. Well, you might as well enjoy it while it lasts, right? Facing Tia, who had a triumphant expression, I responded with a strained smile. Our recent source of enjoyment was mainly about who can play with more fairies. The one who offered a more splendid, flashy, and enjoyable play would win. By the way, in the matches so far, I have 3 wins and 7 losses. However, being able to enjoy this mood is only for now. I've passed sweet things to the Demon King and secured the supply. If I can reproduce what I saw in that world, I should be able to firmly capture the hearts of the fairies. Wow, Ed seems to have a really wicked expression. No, it's nothing, really. I'm definitely not planning some major entertainment that would shake Tia-san's stronghold. Hey, you thinking about something? What could it be, I wonder? Exciting, so fun, so enjoyable. Yeah, it's dazzling. Tia and the fairies genuinely looking forward to things were so dazzling. Oh, what the heck? When did I become so messed up? Wow, now Ed seems down. Big Outsider, not feeling well? Big Outsider, cheer up. Big Outsider, not stinky. Thanks, everyone. And it's not like I'm down because of a smell or anything. After the small fairies patted my head with all their might, they jumped back into the whirlwind Tia created and shouted. I think if you were a human, getting caught in a tornado would blow you away. But, well, if you can fly on your own, it's probably not that scary. But you know, fairies are really different from spirits. What do you mean? It might have been my own misconception at this point, but I thought fairies were closer to spirits. So when I heard that fairies can't see spirits, I was really surprised. Oh, now that you mention it. We talked about that. It was one of the things Tia mentioned when we started playing like this. She was certainly surprised back then. Is that really such a surprising thing? Well, I can't see spirits in the first place, so even if you say they're different, I wouldn't understand. Foo-foo, that's true. Spirits are much lighter than fairies, and they don't have strong emotions. It feels like they're truly part of nature. For example, there's quite a common belief among humans that if you recklessly cut down trees in the forest, spirits will get angry, right? Oh, yeah, that's a thing. There are quite a few who say if you disrespect nature, you'll incur the wrath of the spirits. But that's not true. Because, spirits don't have strong emotions like fairies. It's more like being an integral part of nature. For example, if you cut down the trees in the forest, the spirits that dwell in the trees will certainly leave, but as a result, sunlight can reach the ground, and the wind can blow through more easily. It's just that the active spirits change, and it doesn't mean something is lost. So saying that spirits get angry when you destroy nature is incorrect. It just looks like their existence disappears because the medium needed to exert their power is gone. It's only a matter of the medium disappearing. Wow. Then why do they say the spirits get angry? Probably, but if you cut down too many trees, landslides are more likely to occur, or something unrelated to those spirits. I think spirits are using the easily understandable expression of getting angry to warn of natural phenomena. In deserts, there are desert spirits. Remember when I told you that, Ed? So it's not that the desert is disliked by spirits more than a forest, and even in lush green places, there are places where the spirit's power is weak. Places with excessively strong magic or, conversely, places with almost no magic. Since plants don't easily wither even if the power of the spirits disappears once they grow, there are places that, despite appearing rich in forests, are more withered than deserts. That kind of place. Is that so? With the newly shared knowledge, I nodded emphatically. The spirits in my mind were like tiny lizards spewing fire or small fairies wrapped in wind, so it's quite a different feeling. But why suddenly talk about that? Well, remember on the first day we came here, I said, the spirit's power in this forest is really weak? And also, that the forest will die in 10 years is probably much more serious than what Ed is thinking. However, I thought that the fairies living here might be helping to heal the forest. But after spending time here, I don't feel that way at all. So I started to worry a bit, wondering if it's okay to leave it alone. I see. Then let's go to the Demon King later and talk about that, and offer. A small but firm voice came from high above in the distant sky. Raising my face to the slight shiver in the spine from the echoing sound, there was the figure of a shining white fairy. Ed, what's that? Oh. That's. Hey, Offer. I know that white presence speaking those words well. However, regardless of my vigilance, other fairies approached the white fairy defenselessly. Idiots, get away. Danger, Offer. Offer. Offer sweetness. Wah. Offer it. Offer it. Offer something sweet. In front of me, who frowned intensely, a fairy holding what seemed to be brownish gooey stuff, probably made by the Demon King, handed it to the white fairy. The white fairy then ate it with a nibble and smiled satisfactorily with its small face. Bliss. Sweetness is justice. Sweetness is justice. Sweetness is wonderful. Hail to sweetness. What's going on here? In my bewildered state, the white fairy didn't do anything in particular and floated away in a flutter. Chapter 380, Even if you can change the future, you cannot erase the past. Hey, Demon King. Let me hear what you know. After the white fairy disappeared, I ran alone to the Demon King. I didn't bring Tia because if I did, the playful fairies would follow us. It's a bit too much to have a serious conversation while dragging dozens of fairies along. What's up, Ed? Why in such a hurry? To me, who came running out of breath, the Demon King, who was always in the same place, tilted his head. At first glance, it might feel like I'm being stared at, but I already knew that it's just that his face is scary. Of course, I'm in a hurry. Well, is there any point in hurrying now? Anyway, spill it. What's with that white fairy? White? Is there something wrong with that? It's not something wrong. Do you have any idea what's housed in that fairy? Of course, I know. But now, that thing doesn't have much power left. Don't you understand that, too? Ed? That is, in response to the Demon King's words, I unintentionally stammered. When I saw the white fairy, I did feel something like a shiver. However, it was very faint, and it was more surprising that the opponent I thought would be much farther away turned out to be close. Above all, the fragment was inside the fairy. Even if it was a fragment of the god, with the intention of destroying the world, it could have entered an ordinary human, but the current fragment of the god was not a being that can fit into something as small as a fairy. Of course, there's no way the power to interfere with an individual's consciousness and the power to destroy the world were equivalent. Moreover, if there's no need to hide the identity, there's no need to inhabit something. Despite that, it infiltrated a physically quite fragile vessel like a fairy, and moreover, if it can't fully control its own consciousness, its power must be severely weakened. Could it be that you somehow did something? And couldn't destroy it, so you sealed it inside the fairy? If that's the case, it makes sense. However, in that case, there remains the question of how other demon kings managed to weaken the god's fragment to such an extent that they could finally handle it. But to my question, the demon king shook his head vigorously. Impossible. I wouldn't and couldn't do such a thing. Sealing a god's fragment with sweet things I produced from my hands? Well, yeah. That's impossible. Even though Owner Demon King suppressed a vast power of desire, there is a real example of it, but asking if that brownish gooey thing has an equivalent power. It's scary to think that there might be a chance, but judging from his wording, it doesn't seem likely. Then why is it so weakened? Do you want to know? It's harmless, so I think it would be better for you all if you depart for the original world without knowing, don't you? Ah, that's fine for the things I did in the previous world. Tell me everything without worrying about it. I don't think of myself as an invincible being who can do anything. But even so, I don't consider myself a weakling who just accepts the results without knowing anything. At my urging, the Demon King closed his eyes for a while, and then slowly opened his mouth. Then let me tell you. The reason why that entity has become so powerless is simple. It's because its purpose has been fulfilled. Purpose fulfilled? What does that mean? That's right. This world is already completely broken! Exclamation mark. Upon hearing those words, I glanced around. However, the peaceful scene that unfolded was filled with fairies playing among the trees. No, something was off. Tia said that this forest will die within 10 years. Well, that's probably the limit. Whether I can protect this forest and the fairies until then. I sat down on the soft grass, adopting a posture to listen. The Demon King also leaned against a nearby tree, treating the approaching fairies to sweets before continuing the conversation. 20 years. Yes, just 20 years ago. The White One who descended into this world asserted to dedicate the world to God and continued to attack the world with its power. Despite the efforts of people worldwide, there was no way for human strength to oppose a god. The world was steadily and surely destroyed by the White One, and outside this forest, there is nothing left. The resigned words of the Demon King brought to mind the world I had once traveled with the hero Harris. The world, enveloped in white snow, was shrouded in a silence of ruin. What remains? What I managed to preserve is only this forest. People and beasts have perished, leaving only me, the fairies, and a few insects. Thanks to that, flowers still bloom, but even in this limited area, insects may not survive for long. Yes, this place is the last paradise and the prison of demise. It's just a location where I, selfishly, prolong the end. Demon King, it had always been on my mind. Despite his intimidating appearance, the Demon King's expression, which smiled gently, always had a hint of shadow. I wondered what troubled him so much. Well, now I understood. Hey, Ed. My true form. I've always had something I wanted to ask you. I was afraid to ask because I couldn't bear to hear the answer. But now, at this moment, I can ask. Can't you do something about this situation with your power? No, that's the power of the Demon King of End, the power to end everything. However, it wasn't a straightforward power like ending the end. If the situation was progressing, I might be able to stop it, to end it. Still, there was no way I could do anything about a world that had already come to an end. In other words, if it were possible to do such a thing, we could have saved Harris's world in the first place. The fierce orc face drooped sadly in acknowledgement. As expected, it's impossible. I knew it, but still. At least, if I could let the fairies escape. Hey, Ed, is there no way you can take the fairies with you when you travel between worlds? Impossible. If I could split my soul and give it away, there might be a possibility. Merely possessing the power of the Demon King wouldn't allow anyone to hitch ride on world travel. What Tia was doing wasn't because of her power but the mingling of souls. Moreover, I had no idea how to split the soul, and even if it were possible, I couldn't fathom doing it for hundreds of fairies. Sharing the essence of existence, or accepting someone else's, required a relationship where one would sacrifice everything for the other, a relationship not easily established. Well, theoretically, it might work if it's just you. Haha, what's the point of me going alone, leaving the fairies behind? That's true. I returned a wry smile to the Demon King's wry smile. Someone who chose such a path wouldn't persist until the end in a place like this. Sorry, let me think about it for a bit. Sure thing. Until you guys leave this world, it's about 5 more months, right? I can maintain this place for that long. So take your time to think. And if possible, save us. I'll do my best. I couldn't say leave it to me. Making empty promises of reassurance felt akin to abandoning effort. There was still time. It was too early to give up. I slowly stood up, turned my back on the Demon King, and began walking. The joyful voices of fairies and the Demon King from behind were painfully poignant to me at this moment. Chapter 381, Things that I couldn't think of on my own sometimes come to me when I'm with someone else. Ah, welcome back, Ed. What's wrong? Big Outsider. What's wrong? Big Outsider. Something happened? Upon returning from the Demon King's domain, I was greeted by Tia's concerned voice. The fairies, eager to join in, also gathered around. However, all I could manage in response to their greetings was a wry smile. Ah, sorry. It's nothing. I'll talk about it later tonight. Tia, could you play with the fairies for now? That's fine, but... Alright, I understand. So, everyone, shall we continue? Yay! Responding to my unspoken request, Tia led the fairies back to their activities. After quietly watching them leave, I returned to the tent alone. The fairies, considerate enough not to intrude, refrained from entering the tent. In other words, I was left alone in this small space. Hey! In a world where there's so little left, locking myself in an even smaller place? It's almost laughable. Muttering with a self-deprecating tone, I began contemplating how to save everyone. This was a dilemma I also faced in Harris' world, but unlike the hero Harris, who didn't desire salvation, I couldn't imagine that the fairies living here were accepting death and carrying on with their daily lives, and if the fairies were saved, the Demon King wouldn't willingly choose to die either. In essence, it would be ideal if there were a way to keep the fairies alive even after Tia and I left. Yet, that proved to be an exceptionally challenging task. I said I'd try my best, but... well, there exists 100 different banishment skills acquired from traversing various worlds within me. While combining them might sound like it could achieve many things, the majority of that power only affected myself. For instance, if I could deploy invincible walls of the Unfallen and magical absorption curtain Magi absorb around the perimeter of this forest, it would likely create a much more robust defense than the barrier the Demon King currently maintains. As long as I didn't deactivate it, this effect would be continuous, and it might even resolve the immediate issues. However, such a feat was impossible. If I couldn't even deploy it to protect Tia, let alone the fact that activating exile skills around this ambiguous forest was inconceivable. Well, even if I could maintain it, it wouldn't solve much. In that case, it's probably better to release them somewhere. The simplest option would be to follow the Demon King's suggestion and relocate the fairies to another world. However, even the mighty Silver Wing Sword, which carried significant causal connections, required tremendous power to traverse the walls of the world, and it was limited to moving within the world associated with both Tia and me. From that perspective, it's needless to say how challenging it was to relocate hundreds of fairies with no connection to other worlds to a different realm. Still, there was a track record of successful migration to other worlds, so it may be theoretically possible. No, rather, That seems even more hopeless. The phrase possible in theory implies that something essential is missing. Overwhelming power, more than just magic, something extraordinary and beyond my understanding, was required. Without fulfilling that requirement, interworld travel was deemed impossible, and there's no clue on how to fulfill that requirement. Even if I were to exhaust all the powers I've gathered as the Demon King, or maybe I can't sacrifice everything just because I want to help. If it was for Tia, there would be no hesitation, but I don't have such strong sentiments towards the fairies or the Demon King here. Rolling around in the tent, I continued contemplating, but no brilliant ideas came to mind. Time passed, and eventually, Tia called me for dinner. After that, it was nighttime. Tia, lying next to me in the tent, spoke to me with a motherly expression, scolding a mischievous child. "Come on, Ed. You've kept me waiting until night. Confess already. What's bothering you so much?" "Confess? Well, yeah. Honestly, I couldn't come up with a good solution on my own, so I'm grateful that you're willing to listen. But it's quite a shocking revelation. Even so, I want to hear it. Whatever it is, I'd much rather listen than watch you lying here groaning." "Oh, really? Well, sorry." That was true. If Tia said, "Don't ask me anything right now," I would just put up with it. But if she kept grunting and groaning in that state, I was sure I would be very concerned. So, I explained to Tia the current situation of this world as I heard from the Demon King. After finishing the story, Tia, with a determined look, said, "Wait a moment," and left the tent. She returned about 10 minutes later. "I just checked. Indeed, it seems like the other side of the forest has already ended." "You can tell?" "Yeah. You know, in Black Knight Sands world, I've seen places that were messed up by the gods and places that weren't. I can't accurately determine the distance like head, but I can tell that the spirit's power is almost gone outside the forest. Because the wind travels throughout the world." "That makes sense. So, my dilemma is figuring out how to save the fairies and the Demon King here. Tia, do you have any ideas?" With my question, Tia, still wrapped in her blanket up to her head, moved her ears vigorously, pondering deeply. However, even after waiting for a few minutes, her expression didn't brighten. "If only this place is left, I guess it's pretty much impossible to revive the world like in Black Knight Sands world, right?" "Probably impossible. The fairy village doesn't have anything like a spirit tree, and the fairies themselves don't possess extraordinary mana. So, gathering power is. So, if that's the case, the only option would be to take them to another world. But even that seems impossible, right?" "In terms of practical means, I can't think of anything. If we had a few hundred years of leeway and could stay here, maybe." "Either way, it boils down to a lack of power." "That's the situation. Especially in the case of this world, it's tough that only this place remains lacking the means to pull in power from elsewhere or entities capable of generating power. This world have nothing left. Moreover, with the world's collapse steadily progressing, there wasn't even room for surplus power. Given the dire straits they were in, relying solely on the remaining power in this world seemed impossible. "At least if we could use the power of that ship," referring to the talking ship he bought in Canal's world. It had a considerable amount of compressed mana used as fuel. However, it was specifically processed, and breaking it wouldn't release mana. To convert it back into mana, specialized facilities were necessary, and naturally, such things weren't commercially available, so I hadn't bought any. "Hey, Ed. I've been thinking about something." "What is it?" "To move between worlds, you need tremendous power because you're going to a different world, right?" "Yeah, that's right." "What about it?" "Well, what if you were moving within the same world?" "Within the same? Ah, indeed. The required power would likely be less, but..." "Huh? Oh, I see. Even if we send the Demon King back in time?" "No, it's still impossible." "Huh?" "In this situation, the only way to change things would be to send the fragment of the god back before it destroyed the world and somehow defeat it there. However, whether we send the current Demon King back 20 years or implant his current memories into the Demon King of 20 years ago, it would still be impossible for this Demon King, who only possessed the power to produce sweets from his hands, to contend with the god's fragment." "That's not it. It's not about sending it back in time. Look. The reason God is trying to destroy the world is that the same world split into two because of Ed, right? But doesn't that mean there's another copy of this world, and furthermore, it's still intact? What? Hey, Tia. At those words, a shiver ran down his spine. Before the astonished Ed, Tia's emerald eyes sparkled as she smiled. Isn't it possible to move the fairies of this world to the other one? The one that's safe? Chapter 382. The moments that move destiny are always brought about by small realizations. Move to another identical world? From my perspective, that was a completely out-of-the-box idea. Certainly, compared to connecting to a completely different world or sending existence back in time through the intricacies of cause and effect, the required power would be significantly reduced. After all, there's no need for actual movement. If the scene I witnessed when resonating with the God fragment is correct, all I have to do is create a small opening in the blurred boundary where the worlds overlap, allowing a few hundred people to pass through. No, but something like that. Is it impossible? Facing Tia's inquiry, I fell into silent contemplation. While the difficulty level would undoubtedly be much lower compared to other methods, breaking through something like the world barrier wouldn't be so simple. The primary challenge at this point was how to secure power to execute it. In this world on the brink of ending, no matter how I squeeze it, generating such a colossal amount of power seems impossible. Wait a minute. Suddenly, Nuf's words flashed in my mind. The idea of absorbing the world's power entirely by ending it. Indeed, this world is nearing its end. But it hasn't ended yet. Even if it's a world like a shrunken remnant, if I intend to turn the world's essence into power and use it as disposable, I might be able to pierce a small hole through the vague boundary where the worlds overlap, allowing passage for a few hundred people. If I do it. No, hold on, let's stay calm. That's not the only problem. If it's for the sake of helping the fairies and the Demon King, bringing about the end of this world with my own hands might be a viable option. It's like demolishing an old house to raise money for moving expenses. However, the problem isn't just that. Even if I managed to acquire such power, the next challenge was whether my body, now tasked with wielding that power, can endure it. Without robust medium like the one bound by the powerful causality of the silver-winged sword at that time, an ordinary human body won't withstand such force. Impossible for me and the Demon King. However, the fairies, me and the Demon King were not omnipresent in the world, so there was no causal connection with the other 024th world. However, using the fairies as a medium for relocation would be counterproductive. Applying such power to the fragile bodies of fairies would only lead to a future where both the fairies and I burst into pieces. How about enhancing my body's durability? If I get expelled beforehand and use the bloody engine contract at the last minute? Well, it still feels like an excessive gamble. As long as I avoid outright death, all wounds will heal when I return to the dot. If I use this characteristic wisely, I should be able to handle quite a bit of recklessness. But still, relying on just a hundredfold increase, can I really do it? Using power far beyond human limits, it's not about being several times stronger than a person, but about transcending humanity. Becoming something beyond human, someone just above human, or an existence. Oh, a term that seemed quite recent to me casually cut across my thoughts. Hyde, the Demon King who recently aspired to transcend his fragments of my power and become his own entity. According to him, the necessary conditions to reach a level beyond humans include the power of the Demon King, the power of the hero, and finally, the power of a god. Whoa, I have everything. The power of the Demon King is naturally within my possession. And the fairy infused with the power of the hero and the god is flying around somewhere. If I can retrieve that. Wait, is it possible? Could achieving the goal that guy dedicated everything to be this straightforward? Ed? Is it okay to talk to you now? Yeah. Sorry, I got lost in thought for a moment. It's fine. So, what do you think? Is my idea achievable? I might be able to. Maybe, I don't know. Unlike the previous ideas, Tia's concept of migrating to another world currently has almost all the essential conditions in place. Of course, there are still many unknowns, such as how to utilize the power of the world I ended, or how to handle the powers of the hero and the god. Yet, probably, this is a feasible plan. Still, there's one thing that bothers me. Hey, Tia. What would you do if I stopped being human? Stop being human? What happens if you stop, huh? You... What? Demon King Hyde only vaguely referred to becoming a higher existence, so I don't know exactly what that means. What does higher existence mean? Does the body disappear? But, even higher beings like Nuwa have a body, right? In that case, does it get bigger or stronger? And maybe, does it mean there's no lifespan? So, Ed, does that mean you'd return to the original Demon King's body, huh? Now that you mention it, is it something like that? Certainly. The original me, the Demon King Endrail, didn't have a lifespan. If the soul is eternal, the body is just an accessory. Even if it's destroyed, it can regenerate, and even aging or deterioration won't happen. What's more, in the event of total annihilation, I could probably create a new one immediately, and that flexibility extends to appearance. While I vaguely remember having a larger and more robust body during the Demon King era, with the power of that time, I could recreate this fragile human vessel or even adopt the appearance of the Demon King. It all depends on how I define and perceive myself. So, probably, the appearance wouldn't change much, and the inside? That probably wouldn't change either. I'll still remain me. If I were truly an ordinary human, my personality might be influenced by significant power. However, I find it hard to believe that the soul of me, the Demon King of Endrail, would change with just a power equivalent to being one step above human. Well, then there's no problem, right? Besides, I think I mentioned this a long time ago. We, who seem to rejuvenate every time we move between worlds, aren't exactly ordinary humans from the start, are we? Come to think of it, I believe we did have that conversation. It was probably right after I remembered being the Demon King. Alone in there, I distinctly remember having such a conversation with Tia. So, what's the deal? Was it when I, who was a pseudo-human, gained power and became something like a higher being? Or maybe a pseudo-demon king, considering I couldn't return to being the Demon King with a 10% success rate? Is there not much of a significant difference? Also, I've said this many times, haven't I? As long as Ed's heart remains Ed's, I'll be with you. So don't worry unnecessarily, Ed. Just do what you want. Tia. Wrapped in a blanket, Tia crawled closer like a caterpillar, bringing her face so close it almost touched mine, and smiled sweetly. So, what's your reckless idea to make my plan come true? We have time now, so explain it properly. If we have to do something dangerous, let's face it together. I want to be a part of it. Yeah, you're right. Oh, this idea I came up with is quite risky. After all, I have to bring an end to this world with my own hands. What? Ed, saying something so Demon King-like. Should I be happy, thinking you've grown up? Or should I cry, clinging to you and saying, don't lose your humanity? You know. No, there's no mistake, right? Unfortunately, I haven't had the experience of being consulted by a familiar Demon King saying, I'm thinking of destroying the world a bit, so I don't know the correct answer. However, at least Tia is wearing a cheerful smile right in front of me. Come on, come on. So, why do you need to do something like that? Oh, yeah, about that. To such a cheerful Tia, I explained the details that I had been mulling over in my head. And thus, into the late night, we clandestinely discussed the plan to bring about the destruction of the world. Chapter 383, There are things you can't do even if you try, but if you don't try, you'll never be able to do them. The next day dawned. After staying up late, both I and Tia, yawning, finished a simple breakfast and, as usual, I alone made my way to the Demon King's place. The reason I left Tia behind was because if the Demon King and I were to have a serious discussion, there would be no one left to play with the fairies. Regardless of the outcome, the time the fairies could spend in this world was limited. If that is the case, it was the result of and Tia's concern for even making as many happy memories as possible. Oh, you've come, Ed. You look quite sleepy, huh? Ha ha ha, I've been thinking about various things. So, I came with the results of the discussion between me and Tia. So I'd like to hear your opinion as well. Is it okay now? Of course. I'm sorry guys. I'll do this, so please put off playing for later. Yay, Sweets. Mao, thank you. Oh, over there, Tia's using flashy magic, spinning around or something, and doing amazing things. Why don't you go and see? What's that? Sounds fun. What's that? Sounds awesome. The fairy who received sweets from the Demon King flew off towards where Tia was. Then, when we were alone, I brought up the conversation with the Demon King again. So, to cut to the chase, this world cannot be saved no matter what. But if it's just the fairies, maybe we can help. Maybe. Really? Oh, don't get so excited. Sorry. As the terrifying orc face came dangerously close, I instinctively recoiled. I didn't find it scary now, but still, the pressure was intense. So, is it true that you can save the fairies? It's just a possibility. Well, let me explain. With that, I began to relay to the Demon King the contents of the discussion I had with Tia yesterday. As I did, the Demon King's expression became increasingly stern, and he started to growl with a fierce expression that would make not only children but even adults want to cry and run away just by looking at it. Do you think it's impossible? To be honest, I don't know. It far exceeds my understanding, and I can't make any judgments. But if I were to dare say, it might be better than the idle talk of a drunkard or the whimsical fantasies of a child. Ha ha ha. That's good. Indeed, it might be. So, well, there's also the option of doing nothing and waiting for the end, you know? In that case, it might last for about 10 years. If the world were to end tomorrow, one might leap on this idea without thinking. On the other hand, if it were to last for 100 years, they might not rush to cross such a dangerous bridge. So, what decision would the Demon King make in 10 years? After several tens of seconds of silence, the answer came from the Demon King. No, let's do it. Is that okay? It's just the idle talk of a drunkard, right? But the opportunity to turn that idle talk into reality is now. I'm not a selfish person. Just as I couldn't resist sweets, I can't bear the thought of the fairies being unhappy after I'm gone. In that case, yes, let's cooperate. I entrust everything to you. My power, my life, everything. Well, they were yours from the beginning. That's not very classy, you know? I am me, and you are you. So, I'm counting on you, partner. HMPH, leave it to me. The Demon King firmly grasped my outstretched hand. With this, the future course was decided, but the towering mountain of problems in front of us had yet to be solved. Well then, let's go with the plan. The first problem to address will be how to incorporate the power of the hero and the god into me. There's a precedent, but how did you do it? Either killing someone who has the power and taking it or inheriting it from someone who died. That might be an unavoidable sacrifice, but so don't give me that look. I'm talking about how to avoid doing that. The start of the plan to somehow save everyone was let's just kill the necessary two for now. That's just pathetic. But I don't know of any other way to transfer power. Let's confirm. The power of the hero is the will of the world. When there's a threat from the outside, the world produces a hero, and when a hero with power dies, that power transfers to someone else. So basically, that power won't transfer to anyone else unless the person dies. As for the fragments of the god, I think they probably latch onto someone convenient for the god, but I don't know the details. If it hasn't latched onto anyone, it can probably be absorbed by defeating them. But if, like this time, it's already residing in someone, I don't know the conditions for it to leave the host's body apart from when the host dies. So, it means we have to kill both. Well, yeah. If it's an exception and it's residing in the Demon King, I think I can absorb it by taking it in with his power, but it's just one more step. Whether I kill and directly absorb or the Demon King kills and I absorb the taken power. Either way, if it involved killing the fairy inhabiting that power, there was no difference between the two. So, I want to find a way to extract just the power from the fairy's body. And for that, I think your power might be useful. My power? Why? Well, because you can produce sweet things from your hands, right? In other words, you can manifest your own power in the form of sharing it with others. If we can make the fairy do the same thing, turn the power of the hero and the god into something sour or spicy, manifest it, and then I can absorb it by eating it. Don't you think? This idea was born from a discussion with Tia. I want to praise her for such an unusual, flexible thinking. However, the Demon King, upon hearing the plan, tilted his head in confusion. Even if you ask me what I think, it sounds like nonsense. If you can't agree with this level of nonsense, you won't be able to do world transmigration. Honestly, for me and Tia, this world is just passing through. That's why you, who would probably want to help the fairies more than anyone else, have to do your best. Show some determination, Demon King, so that you can proudly say that you saved the fairies with your own hands. Those are truly harsh words. But that harshness is exactly what feels good to me right now. Very well, I'll figure something out. Alright, I'm counting on you. As for whether to end the world and take that power, I'll handle it somehow. The execution depends on how things progress there, but I'm planning for 5 months from now. 5 months? Because Ed and the others will meet the conditions for being banished from this world by then, right? Yeah, that's right. Sorry, but I can't compromise on that. If by any chance something happens, even if it means abandoning all of you, I'll choose to help Tia. If you have any objections to this, then I won't budge an inch. If there was equality in this world, it was only when the objects being compared were worthless. There was always a priority for something valuable, and for me, Tia was eternally at the top of that list. That was absolute, regardless of who or what the comparison was with. There shouldn't be any opposition. To the one who lends a hand knowing the danger to help what is precious to me, we should prioritize you, not ourselves, isn't that right? That's a relief. Well, besides that, considering that this world is on the brink of destruction, the longer time passes, the more the power contained within the world should decrease, right? I don't want to end up saying we don't have enough power at the last moment after dragging it out, so I've set a deadline as soon as possible, even if I have to compromise. Well, even before that, I can't do anything without preparation, and you'll need time to teach the fairies how to manifest their power. That's true. Understood, then let's move aiming for 5 months from now. Yeah. Let's do our best together. With a nod to each other, we left the place. Now, it's a race against time. To overturn the promised bad ending, I put my strength into taking the first step once again. Chapter 384. Even though I know it's necessary, doing simple tasks alone can be quite tough. Alright, today I've safely arrived at the end of the world. With the decision to relocate the fairies to a new world at the expense of this one firmly in place, I began to take action. As part of that, I've come to the very edge of this world. Well, it's not exactly the end of the world in the literal sense. It's more like the boundary between the living world, protected by the Demon King, and the already finished world. From the fairy village, it's about 2 or 3 kilometers in a straight line. Oh, a tree I touched suddenly snapped with a loud crack. It seems that the trees outside the barrier, while they look the same, were quite brittle inside. Proceeding cautiously, I moved another 10 meters or so until the vegetation, including trees and grass, rapidly disappeared, revealing a vast wasteland beyond. No matter how many times I see it, there's really nothing here, with the Demon King busy teaching the Hero Fairy and the God Fairy how to use their powers, struggling considerably with the Fickle Fairy. It falls on Tia to entertain all the other fairies. Well, Tia herself didn't seem to find it painful, and in fact, she seemed to be actively devising various games using spirit magic. The fact that the power of the spirits had weakened considerably seemed to be convenient for playing purposes. And fortunately, there's a reason why Tia couldn't be brought here. While I've been shown desolate landscapes even in the world of the Black Knight, there was still hope at that time. But the scenery of a world that has completely ended was too lonely even for me, the Demon King of End. I'm really not cut out to be the Demon King. Normally, in front of the scenery I create myself, I didn't feel any excitement or a sense of duty. If it were a matter of life or death, I would do it, but conversely, if there were no significant disadvantages, I wouldn't want to create this scenery for eternity, or perhaps, if I were to regain the original power of the Demon King, would I become indifferent to creating such scenes, and even feel satisfaction or pleasure in them? If so, then such things. No, it's pointless to think about that now. Now then, let's get to work briskly today as well. Yesterday's There it is. I stepped back a bit and entered the inside of the barrier. Not that I could see it, but I hit nearby trees with my hand until I found an area with sturdy trunks. And then, I drove the Dawnbreaker, a creation of copy and fake, into the ground with its blade facing east. And thus, starting from the spot where I stabbed the sword yesterday, I continued endlessly at roughly 1 meter intervals. Of course, since the barrier was circular, I occasionally checked the surrounding trees to ensure I didn't go beyond. But also making sure not to get too far inside the barrier. This modest and painstakingly simple task was for me to accurately grasp the extent of the world. Currently, I didn't possess enough power to completely end this world. Ideally, by gradually ending it, I could increase my power, but most of this world no longer contained any power at all. In other words, to end the entire world without doing this was like squeezing an empty eggshell with all my might. Even if I managed to crush it with all the strength I have, there would be no power gained. Instead, it would result in a huge loss of power, leaving us with nothing but a future where we, along with the world, come to an end. So, I accurately recognize only the parts of the world where power remained, and I continued to mark them with swords on the ground to end only those parts. Then, I'll redirect all the power gained from that to breaking through the world's barrier. That's why I was continuing to stab swords into the ground like this. How much more to go? I'd been doing this for about 2 weeks already. But according to the auto-mapping, I was only halfway done. That's because the swords I've created with copy and fake may look identical, but they lack strength. So, if I stab too forcefully, they'll break quite easily. Ah! Damn it, I messed up. Thinking about such things, or perhaps due to that, my hand slipped, and the fake Dawnbreaker broke with an unexpectedly light sound, halfway through the blade. Originally, the ground was quite hard, and there were even small stones mixed in, so even with a real sword, if you're careless when stabbing it in, the tip may chip. So, if I wanted to stab deeply enough that it wouldn't fall over even when I let go, I needed to concentrate somewhat, even with my strength. I should just dig a hole first, then stab it, and bury it. No, that would be more trouble. Then, another one. Here we go. After watching the sword disappear as if melting away, I summoned a new one and firmly stabbed it into the ground, this time without breaking it, halfway through the blade. After taking 2 steps, I summoned another sword and stabbed it into the ground. After stabbing 5 more of them, I checked the auto-mapping, and also touched the surrounding trees to ensure I was still inside the barrier. Simple tasks drained my mental strength more than my physical stamina. Maybe I could space them out every 2 meters instead of every 1 meter? That way, the workload would be halved, right? I felt a tempting whisper from somewhere, but I brushed it off with my willpower. Here, there was no room for cutting corners. If anything, I could double the density of my strikes. But this was not all I had to do, and yet, this task was something only I can do. I must remain focused. Continue without distraction. As if reminding myself, I steadily stabbed each sword. By noon, I gnawed on dried meat, continued stabbing swords, and before I knew it, the sky began to turn red. Even in a world like this, the sky is still beautiful. There was nothing obstructing it, just a sky ablaze with red. I had thought that the sunset in a destroyed world might turn as dark as blood, but perhaps because the wind was still, there wasn't a single cloud in sight. It stretched endlessly, as if it could swallow everything. Now then, I suppose it's time to call it a day. As I audibly voiced this in the empty space, I walked back towards the center of the forest, where the fairy village lay. Within an hour or so, other than myself, the presence of others returned to the surroundings. Likely because I had quickened my pace without realizing it. Oh, it's the Big Outsider. Big Outsider, welcome back. Big Outsider, you've returned? I'm back, everyone. The welcoming reception from the fairies, which I found so irritating on the first day, now warmed my heart. As I walked with the fairies, who joyfully recounted their day, I arrived at where Tia was cooking something. Welcome back, Ed. I'm making something delicious right now, so just wait a moment. Sure thing, Tia. Hey, looking forward to it. Big Outsider, should I put this in? Big Outsider, I recommend this. Sure, let's put everything in. But strange bubbles are forming, is it okay? Hey, Tia. Okay, it's done. Here you go, Ed. Tia, with a smile, offered me a bowl of what seemed to be a hearty soup she's been cooking. But as soon as I took it, bubbles appeared in my hand, accompanied by a slightly pungent steam. Tia-san, shouldn't you taste it first, or what are you talking about, Ed? I wouldn't eat before you, you know. Ah, right. Okay, with the things left in this forest, there should be nothing inedible, I think. I took a deep breath and tasted the foamy soup. Huh? It's actually delicious. Yeah. Seeing my surprise, Tia clapped her hands together, and the fairies followed suit, tapping their tiny hands. Big outsider, were you surprised? Big outsider, were you scared? Big outsider, is it tasty? Foo-foo, what do you think, Ed? I worked really hard with the fairies to see how strange we could make the appearance while maintaining the flavor. Huh. Well, yeah. It looks really weird, but it's quite tasty, right? Oh, I may have mentioned it earlier, but of course, I taste-tested it properly. Now, As Tia moved to pour the soup into another bowl, she sat next to me and started eating. Seeing her cheerful expression, I couldn't bring myself to be angry about the successful prank. Geez. Next time, I'll surprise you, Tia. Oh, really? I'll look forward to it. Oh? You guys are here. Oh, it's Mouse-san. Will Mouse-san eat too? Is it something even humans can eat? Of course. Here, go ahead. What is this? It's actually edible? Of course. Although I make interesting dishes, I don't waste ingredients. Truly, Tia-sensei, you're admirable. So, Mao, how's your progress? Such peculiar. Well, never mind. As for me, surrounded by a small pot, we all ate the same thing with laughter. And thus, we cherished the remaining time, enjoying a brief moment of tranquility together. Chapter 385, Sometimes, I think having the courage not to verify things is necessary. Even in a world like this, nearing its end, time flowed equally. And it was precisely during such moments that the passage of time made the end feel even more real. The first anomaly we noticed was the drastic reduction in the food brought by the fairies one day. Upon inquiring about the reason, it seemed that the mushrooms and fruits they gathered had stopped growing altogether. The reason became apparent soon enough. The barrier the Demon King had erected around this forest was merely to maintain the status quo. Meaning, even the power to regenerate what was lost was no longer left in this world. Certainly, trees bore green leaves, and flowers bloomed in the grasslands. But fallen leaves never grew back, and buds never bloomed. This was not the last remaining paradise of normal activity, but merely a place that had already ended, stretching the final moments to their limit. That realization hit me strongly at that moment. Having been in this world for 3 months now, the meals prepared by Tia and me had become nothing but preserved foods. We had started to be more careful with our actions to minimize any damage to the current environment. 4 months passed. The fairies still frolicked around as usual, but they no longer approached us in droves as they did initially. The novelty of being outsiders had worn off, so we had become just another one among the crowd. Only the Demon King remained as popular as ever. Aside from the difference in age, his unparalleled ability to conjure sweet treats from thin air made him especially powerful in this environment. It seemed he skillfully attracted both the hero and the god fairies with his charm and dedicated himself to daily guidance. And so, 5 months passed, 6 months passed. A little past the scheduled time, 7 months and a bit later. We finally completed all preparations and were about to embark on the final ritual. It's finally time. Yes. Indeed. Tia and I were standing in the grassland where the Demon King always was. We debated whether to choose this place or the spot where we first arrived in this world, but we felt that a location with a stronger connection between the fairies and the world would result in a higher rate of success than a place where the world's barrier was thin. Ed, are you ready? Before us stood the Demon King with fairies gleaming in gold and platinum on both shoulders. Furthermore, all the fairies had gathered around, flying around randomly, playing chase, and whatnot. Despite prior explanations, it seemed impossible for fairies to wait quietly. Well, it was still a relief that they could gather here at all. Hey, I'm all set. Though the real preparation starts now. How about you? I heard it went well, but... Yeah, probably. But, you know. I can sort of ooze something out from my body now, but I'm not sure if I can infuse it with the power of the hero or the god. I wanted to experiment, but if I mess up and lose it, there's no turning back. Fair enough. Well, anyway, from here on out, it's all or nothing, so don't worry about it. Shall we get started? Yeah. Then the Demon King nodded and, for some reason, turned his back to me. Then, a golden fairy descended from his shoulder into the unseen distance, and he began to groan. Keep going, put your back into it. Push it out. Hey, Demon King? I have a bad feeling, or rather, a really bad image is coming to mind. Don't worry about it. Alright, there. Put more strength into your stomach. Keep trying. Push harder. Squeeze it out. Phew. Have you expelled everything? Good job. Alright, Ed, eat this. Huh. When I turned around, the Demon King was offering something gleaming golden on a small plate. I took it and scooped it up with my fingers, feeling its soft and slightly warm texture. Don't worry, Ed. I'm always on your side. Then why are you stepping back a bit? Well, I'll eat it, but I decided not to dwell on how this came out of the fairies and bravely put it in my mouth. And then, no way. It's delicious. Ed, don't make that face, Tia. Seriously, it's delicious. It's like that thing we had in Canals World, with mayo. What was it again? It's like they enhanced the acidity and added depth to the flavor. I see. So, that's the taste of a fairy? Don't say stuff like that. Besides, fairies don't do that. They just twisted the hero substance out of a part of their body. While protesting against Tia's subtle expression, I thoroughly licked up about a tablespoon's worth of it. Then, from the depths of my body, I could feel the power of the hero welling up, as I had felt before. Oh, how is it, Ed? It's fine, it worked. But I don't think it'll last long. I see, understood. Then let's prepare the next one right away. In this dying world, the power of the hero imbued in the fragile fairies as a countermeasure against the harmless Demon King was quite limited in terms of sheer power. Upon hearing my words, the Demon King rejoiced but immediately turned his back and began preparing for the power of the god. I'm counting on you. Here, take it. Huff. Keep going. Push it out forcefully. Hey, Ed, don't say it. I didn't hear anything. I didn't hear a thing. Blocking out the cheers of the lively fairies once again, I quietly awaited the finished product. Before long, a plate with something white and shining on it was presented. Alright, Ed. Eat up. I'm gonna eat it. Alright. Let's see. Ow. Scooping it up with a bit of desperation, I felt a sharp tingling pain in my fingers. I knew what this was. It was the same pain I felt when I sealed the fragment of a god inside me. I see, it's coming. However, it wasn't unbearable. Despite the tingling sensation in my fingers, when I put it in my mouth, what I felt on my tongue was an intense spiciness. Despite supposed to be cold, it felt scalding hot, more painful than spicy. I felt like gagging, but I forced myself to swallow it down. Ed, are you okay? Should I massage your back? Nah, I'm fine. Just a little more. Just one more scoop. Although the quantity was the same, I struggled much more to finish it. As I ate, I felt a tingling pain spreading throughout my body, gradually growing stronger, possibly in response to the hero's power. Damn, this one's a bit tough. But now, with the power of the Demon King, indeed. Ed, this one. Finally, the Demon King handed me a brown, sticky substance he had conjured up, and I grabbed it and stuffed it into my mouth. It didn't taste like anything, which made it the hardest to eat in a way, but I had no time to complain. By the way, the reason I absorbed the power of the Demon King of this world, not the one within me, was because I thought that would have a higher affinity with the other powers. The fact that I was consuming and recovering power differently from usual was part of that. I don't know how much significance this act holds, but it's a matter of sentimentality, almost. The final one. The more I consumed, the more rapidly the Demon King's power within me weakened. The barrier protecting the forest had already disappeared, and the collapsing that had been held back was gradually approaching us, instinctively urging us to run away now. But I couldn't run away. I am End Roll, Demon King of the End. The decision to end this world rests solely on my will. This is it. The last one, gah. And gh. Alright, I've eaten it all. The Demon King, whose originally green complexion had turned jet black, collapsed on the spot while panting heavily. But at the same time, all the powers gathered within me, and the powers of the hero and the god, which had been raging, were gradually suppressed by the Demon King's power. It's a three-way harmony. Amplifying and suppressing each other, the scorching heat circulated throughout my body. Perhaps the fragile human body couldn't withstand that power, as blood gushed from numerous parts of my body, and the intense headache conveyed that my brain was physically boiling. Oh, this is death. I've used their blood engine before, so I remember this state. This reaction, much more intense than before, I won't last 10 minutes, let alone 10 seconds. Ah! With a roar, my body burst open as if shedding old clothes. Thus, the old me died, but within the reign of blood and flesh, there was a new body for the new me. Ha, ha ha ha. Success. I have ascended to a higher being. What do you say, Tia, with this, Ed? I was really worried, and there's a lot I want to say, but... What is it? Well, first, I think you should put some clothes on. Alright. Turning her face away slightly, Tia offered me a piece of cloth, which I wrapped around my waist for the time being. Chapter 386, though it may start out as calculation, if you continue, it will become a bond. Yotto. Well, this seems to be about it. I aligned the three elements and became a higher being, but under the omnipotence that now seemed capable of anything, the first thing I did was put on clothes. Well, you know. Right? Being completely naked wasn't acceptable, is it? Or rather, looking at it this way, my physique hasn't really changed, has it? The spare clothes I took out weren't particularly tight or loose, and I could wear them normally without any issues. There were no additional hands or legs, no wings or horns growing, and my body seemed unchanged from its original form that was blown away. Here, Ed. I've wiped it clean for you. Oh, thanks, Tia. Sorry about that. It's fine. If you wore that filthy thing as it was, the clothes you just changed into would soon be soaked in blood. Yeah, sorry about that. I really appreciate it. When my body was blown away, the clothes and leather armor I was wearing tore apart, but the bag and sword were just thrown aside normally. However, they were scattered with blood and bits of flesh, so Tia cleaned them neatly with spirit magic. I conveyed my gratitude and apologized as Tia handed me the sword and bag while observing my body with a furrowed brow. More importantly, is your body okay? It looks like nothing has changed, but... You didn't know beforehand that it would turn out like this, did you? Well, obviously. I'm probably the most surprised. With the soul as the core, the body was reconstructed to match the acquired power. As a result, it seems that the original body on the outside, like shedding or metamorphosis, was blown away. It's just, the scene is the worst. I think it would be nice if it evolved a bit more nicely. Huh? Whoa? It's disappearing? Oh, yeah. The original Ed's body is disappearing. While we were talking about that, the flesh and blood that had spread on the ground turned into sparkling particles of light and disappeared. What in the world? Oh, that's how it is. Remember when you were killed by burn before? It was like this, too, your body disappeared. I see. So it's the craftsmanship of the god, huh? Oh, even the blood soaked into the bag is disappearing, too. This is convenient. What's wrong, Mao? And as we were discussing such things, the Demon King suddenly looked at us with an extremely puzzled expression. Then, after realizing what I had noticed, the Demon Lord, who had been opening and closing his mouth several times in confusion, spoke again. Even though it was an incredible sight, the fact that you two are calmly conversing, huh? Should I say you two are truly the main body and its partner? Well, both Tia and I have been through a fair bit. Is it just a matter of experience? The details don't matter. Anyway, this should work, right? I grinned smugly and drew their Dawnbreaker, that I had attached to my waist once again. Holding it straight with both hands, I lightly imbued it with the power of the higher being. A thin film began to cover the surface of the blade, as if the true dawn had always resided within the sword. Fu. Quietly breathing, I thrust thousands and tens of thousands of swords into the world as if cutting out a circle. I focused on the fragments of my power created by their copy and fake. Then, as if using auto-mapping, everything in this world became visible in my mind. Alright. All the actors are ready. Let's wrap it up and give it a debut. Holding up the shining sword horizontally in my right hand, I slowly moved the tip in a circular motion. A thin black membrane connected my sword and the outer swords, and the world gradually became shrouded in twilight darkness. Wow! What is this? You can touch it but feel nothing? But it's so mysterious. It's beautiful. Haha, it's like wearing a dress of the night sky. The membrane spreading to the height of my chest couldn't be physically interfered with. Even though the fairies happily moved up and down, it didn't stretch or tear, nor did it coil around Tia's body when she turned around. However, it certainly existed. After completing one rotation, the remaining world sank beneath the membrane, and the stage was set. Now, it's time for the end of dawn. Open up. Curtain call beyond the end of the world. As I loudly shouted while thrusting the sword into the ground, light gradually spread from the eastern side of the thin black membrane, just like the sunrise. And as the final dawn filled the world, an enormous power flowed into my body. Ed, I'm fine. Be careful. It's starting. I held Tia back with my voice as she reached out, and at the same time, I issued a warning. The fact that all the remaining power in the world was converging on me meant that this world was rapidly coming to an end. The sky? Is this the true end of the world? Like glass cracking, the sky began to fracture and break apart. The earth trembled violently, and the world outside the place where I thrust the sword collapsed into nothingness. Of course, the inside was not safe either, and I could tell that the earth was crumbling away like poorly baked cookies. This is the showdown. Get ready, me. There was hardly any time left. To make the final stand, I once again held the sword with both hands in front of me and concentrated my consciousness. No, the ground is crumbling. No, it's disappearing. And it's rapidly approaching. Ed, I'm okay. Sue. Ha! With all the power gathered in the raised sword, I swung it down into the empty space. The sword filled with the world tore through the space in front of me, and beyond the crumbling gap was a world similar to this one, but much more abundant with light and life. Alright, we made it through. Let's go to the other side. New playground. Let's go. At my words, the fairies all rushed into the gap. Now, it was just Tia and the Demon King. Hey, Tia. What's wrong? The Demon King. In front of my turned gaze, Tia was desperately trying to support the Demon King, who was kneeling and unable to move. But it seemed impossible for Tia to support the massive body with her strength alone, and she couldn't get him to stand up no matter what she did. I'm fine, leave me behind. I can't do that. The fairies love you so much. That's not true. What the fairies love is the sweet things I produce. And I can't produce sweet things anymore. Because I've given most of my power to Ed. That's not the point. That's why it's okay. I'm counting you to take care of the fairies. No. Ed, isn't there anything you can do? Sorry, I can't move right now. To Tia's tearful plea, however, I couldn't respond. If I were to move here and now, this world, already teetering in imbalance, would collapse in an instant. While I ground my teeth in frustration. But then, a miracle occurred. Mao, skipping tilde. Mao, let's go tilde. Mao, heavy tilde. On the other side of the hole, where the fairies were supposed to have flown off to a new land, they returned and began to lift the Demon King's body. Each of their strengths may have been small, but with dozens or hundreds combined, his body gradually began to rise. Are you idiots? Why did you come back? I can't offer you sweets anymore. So what? Mao is our friend tilde. Mao, will play with us tilde. You guys, save the emotions for later. Hurry, hurry. Seriously, hurry. Already, most of the planet had collapsed, leaving only this Demon King square. There probably wasn't even 30 seconds left in this world. Rah. Move. Move, my legs. Even if I die tomorrow, it's okay. So just move now. If you die tomorrow, that's not okay. Do your best. Hang in there. Heavy. Stinky. But we'll take you with us. As if dragged along, the Demon King's body moved toward the crack. helplessly watching. I fretted, but just in time, his body was thrown into the crack on the other side. Good job, Ed. All right. In response to Tia's call, I hurriedly crossed the gap. 2 seconds later, the land where I had stood disappeared, and it seemed like the world on the other side had completely collapsed, but there was still one final touch remaining. This is it. Engrave, nothing beyond here, the end. With the power of ending, I swung the sword horizontally into the crack in the vertically split world. Then a jarring dissonance echoed, and the scars connecting the two worlds disappeared completely. Ed. Yeah. We did it. To Tia's inquiring voice, I answered with a smile as I sheathed their Dawnbreaker into its scabbard. Ah, now I can say it. The little show-off finally became the real deal. All things, nothing is impossible. Under the endlessly clear sky, I shouted loudly toward the shining sun. Chapter 387. While there may be anxiety about the unseen future, if there is a path forward, there is also happiness. Where are we? Where is this? Is this the usual place? Is this an Isekai? No, it's another world. T/N. Here the word Isekai signifies parallel universe. Sitting on the ground, catching my breath, I watched as the Demon King and the fairies looked around with interest. No, the fairies were flying around with amazing energy. Well, my job was done once I brought them here, so it's fine. What do you think, Demon King? Any thoughts on being in this new world? Thoughts? I'm not sure if I can call them thoughts. But I remembered something. You remembered? Yeah. I remembered that the world is so beautiful and full of life. I see. This world, of course, was not on the brink of destruction. The wind blowing through the trees, the butterflies fluttering among the flowers, everything sings the joy of life. If you come from a world where such things are lost, it's natural to be moved by even the simplest of sights. Well then, I've fulfilled my promise, so do as you please from here on. Since we should be in roughly the same location, I don't think the environment will be so different that you can't live here. Though I'm not sure if the fairies live here or not. Is that so? I thought everything was the same as before. I don't really know at what point the worlds diverged. The closer it is, the more likely it'll be the same as the original world, but if it diverged 50 or 100 years ago, it might actually be more natural if it's not the same, right? Also, this world is one where you didn't exist, so there might be differences based on the support you gave to that village. Right, I see. When you put it that way, it makes sense. My subjective experience was that the worlds duplicated at exactly the same moment, but each world might interpret that differently. Also, the difference between whether the Demon King exists or not was too significant. There's a possibility that entirely different histories have unfolded. Now that we have plenty of time unlike before, we can look into that later. Wow! And then, as I was having that conversation, suddenly the noise of the fairies caught my attention. I turned my gaze in their direction, only to find that the fairies seemed to be playing. Hey, what's going on over there, huh? Lots of outsiders. Are there big outsiders too? There are so many things we don't know, Ed. These children are fairies who live in the forest of this world. Oh, is that so? Then it seems like life has been lively from the start. Tia, who had become accustomed to handling the fairies, whether they were native or brought by us, was entertaining them just right. Even now, with her favorite whirlwind magic. Oh, Kaya, whoa, my head's spinning. The world's spinning. What used to be a small whirlwind of about 50 centimeters was now a tornado about 3 meters tall, easily passing over the surrounding trees. The fairies caught in it seemed to be enjoying themselves, but this is a bit too conspicuous. Hey Tia, isn't that a bit too much? I'm sorry. When I used magic here just like over there, it became incredibly powerful. Yeah, I guess it's because the spirits here are so lively. It's natural. Are you guys okay? What an incredible sight. So much fun. One more time. One more time, huh? What should we do? Do you really want me to do it? You idiot, Tia. Don't take them seriously. Unlike over there, there might be demonic beasts around or even human towns. I understand. Then, how about I summon a few small ones, and we can play with those. If we mix in some reverse spins, it'll be fun for sure, right? Reverse spins? Guruguru becomes Liguru? Sounds fun. Let's do it. Alright then. Haha, fairies are carefree. Huh. Well, if there were natives here, then it should be fine. Hey, Tia. It's about time we head back. Okay. Goodbye everyone, take care. Lifting my waist, which felt heavy as if all strength had drained from it, I called out, and Tia waved to the fairies before coming over to me. Then, the fairies dispersed one by one, leaving only us and the Demon King in this place. Are you leaving? Yeah. We're done here. Plus, there's an banishment judgment pending on me. If I don't do anything, I'll disappear in about 2 minutes. What? What does that mean? I don't know the details, but it seems like when I crossed the world's barrier, I met the conditions for banishment. I really don't understand it at all. When the god built this mechanism, it's unlikely they anticipated the world doubling or that a mere human like me would break through and cross over. In that case, they may have put in place measures to reset the situation by returning anything unexpected to the I wanted to explore this world a bit more, but I guess it can't be helped. Yeah, well, we had enough room to make sure everything was okay, so be satisfied with that. That's true. Being greedy won't get us anywhere. As Tia stood beside me, she took my hand, smiling softly. Meanwhile, the Demon King, still wearing a terrifying expression, looked at us with a poignant gaze. Tia. No matter how much I thank you, it won't be enough. To think that not only the fairies but even I would be saved from a dying world. Don't worry about it. We just did what we wanted to do, what we felt was right. And besides, the hard part starts now for you, right? If only I could return your power. When it was Eld, he had a human body thanks to the blessing of Nuo, so losing the power of the Demon King meant simply becoming human. But the Demon King in front of me was nothing but a fragment of my power, like a few drops left in an empty jug. That's why I was worried, but the Demon King smiled happily and shook his head. I don't need that kind of thing. Sure, I don't know what lies ahead for me. Will I disappear and fade away in a few years, or will I eventually regain my power? But whatever the outcome, I can confidently say that this was the best path. The time I spent with the fairies who accepted me, the peaceful moments I shared with them at the end. I will never forget their kindness. When the little bit of power left in me returns to you along with my soul, I vow to entrust everything I've accumulated to you. Thank you, Tia. I am truly proud to have met you both, and to have been a fragment of your power, the Demon King expressed sincerely. Hey, don't get all dramatic. I don't need such a weak power anyway, so just live as long as you can. After all, you're still the Demon King, so you might even survive until the end of this world, you know? I replied. Haha, even so, I won't forget. I am the sweetness-loving Demon King. I can never forget that you granted me such sweet dreams. The Demon King chuckled. Alright then, we should be going, I said. Good luck, Demon King. Get along well with the fairies, Tia added. Yeah. Stay safe, both of you. 3, 2, 1. Initiating world transfer, the voice echoed as we bid farewell to the Demon King, who smiled through tear-filled eyes and grinned with his fanged mouth, and thus, I and Tia were banished from the newly arrived world. Chapter 388, Unknown evolution or growth does not necessarily lead to good results. We read tilde back, I've returned. Welcome home, Ed. Once again, after safely landing in there, Tia energetically exclaimed next to me. It seems she's fond of the previous home setting. Hey, Ed. Ha ha ha, I got it. Welcome home, Tia. I'm home. Foo-foo. Seeing Tia happily laughing, I also felt joyful. I once again realized the incredible power of home. There's a part of me that seriously wants a house. Should I buy one? Well, I can afford it, but what's the point of buying it? Using Stranger Box, I could carry it around. But wouldn't that just be a big tent rather than a house? A house. Deep thinking about such things, I checked my body's condition as usual. Especially this time, I checked thoroughly. Huh? What's wrong, Ed? No, it just feels different somehow. What could it be? Even after moving my hands and feet, there wasn't anything wrong. There was no discomfort, just my usual body. Wait, no discomfort? Oh? Come to think of it, Ed, what happened to your usual leather armor? Eh? Ah. Oh, could it be? The leather armor I had always worn was something I acquired during my days as a mercenary. So to speak, it wasn't anything remarkable. Unlike clothes, I hadn't prepared any spares for the armor, so it remained where it was when it burst along with my body. But now, I was not wearing that armor just after returning from another world, without any discomfort in my body, and my lost equipment hadn't returned. This means my body didn't regenerate, huh? What do you mean? Well, you know. Every time we return here, we're supposed to be restored to the state we were in when we first came here, right? But it seems that's not the case for me now. However, it was probably because I'd become a higher being, and my body was no longer the vessel prepared by God. It sounded nice to say that one had been released from one of God's restrictions. But the disadvantages that come with it were quite significant and couldn't be overlooked. If my body didn't return to its original state, it meant that if I came back here while injured, I'll remain that way. In that case, skills like the blood engine, which were centered around self-destruction, could not be used, and strong poisons or difficult-to-cure illnesses will become major threats in the future. After all, it won't heal. Compared to the benefit of maintaining a trained body, losing the completely insane effect of complete recovery or other regression upon return, was an enormous loss that couldn't be easily overlooked. And even that, compared to another disadvantage that came to mind, it's like nothing. That is, I'm sorry, Tia. I might not be able to adventure with you for much longer. Not being able to return to my original state meant, in other words, simply growing older. I was still only 20 years old, but when it came to traveling the world as part of a hero's party, defeating the Demon King, no matter how hard I try, 40 years old might be the limit. In other words, 20 more years. Even if I traveled through all the worlds in the shortest time possible, I wouldn't even be able to conquer half of the 100 different worlds. Ultimately, I think I'll settle down somewhere in one of the worlds and wait for death there. The conclusion of such a journey was something I hadn't imagined until now. Do I require a planned life strategy now that sets it apart from what I've been doing? But with my current abilities, I can only foresee the next world, so a long-term life plan spanning multiple worlds seems. What do you mean? As I seriously contemplated this, Tia furrowed her brows and pressed me for an explanation. So I forced a smile, but it was undeniable that my lips were slightly twitching. Well, you see, it seems like I'll age normally from now on. So I think I can adventure normally for about 15 or 20 years, and if it's 40 or 50 years, I might die. I think. I'm sorry. It's just so ordinary that I don't know how to react. Well, yeah. Tia was confused while I had a strange expression on my face. Certainly, if a 20-year-old youth were to lament, I only have about 50 more years of my life, I'd probably have a similar reaction. I see, yeah. This was just my sense of perspective being shattered, and if I think about it carefully, it's normal. I'm sorry, it seems like I'm confused too. That's okay, but could you explain a little more clearly? What suddenly happened? Right, about that. As Tia inquired, I carefully explained how my body would no longer reset, and the potential disadvantages that could result from it. She listened attentively, and then tilted her head slightly as she asked. I see, I understand most of it, but can I ask one thing? Is it because your body has become a higher being than before, Ed? Yeah, that's right. Probably. So, does that mean this being you've become is higher than many of the Demon Kings we've encountered in different worlds? Yeah, I guess so. Since it was the goal of the Demon King hide, and it was an existence that integrated the powers of heroes, gods, and demons, it would logically be higher than just a regular Demon King. Regardless of the total amount of power, in terms of simple position, it's likely that current me would be higher than the original me, Endrail, Demon King of End. It's not as simple as being stronger because you're higher or weaker because you're lower. But, the Demon Kings, they didn't have things like lifespans, right? So why are you aging normally? Isn't that how it has been so far? There have been Demon Kings who've lived for hundreds of years, but none of them have weakened due to old age. So, if you, who became an existence even greater than that, turns into just a regular old man, isn't that strange? With ears twitching, Tia said, leaving me dumbfounded, with the most idiotic expression, my mouth hanging open. Ah, right. I see. Aging and deteriorating to death were different matters, huh? When you put it like that. Yeah, I guess so. Sorry, really sorry. Seems like I'll age but won't die, somehow. Foo-foo. Well, that's a relief, isn't it? But then, does that mean I'll die before you? Oh dear, being an elf, to be seen off by a human like Ed. I never even thought about it in the past. Well, I instinctively retracted my hand that moved. Tia will die before me. That's something I've known for sure, something I've imagined and prepared for countless times, yet when she said it herself, my determination and resolve wavered so easily. And then, Tia gently enveloped my hand with her own. Her hands, embracing me like a precious treasure, were so warm it made me want to cry. Hey, Ed. It's true that I don't think I can live together with you forever. You're an amazing demon king, but I'm just an ordinary elf. But, we can be together for a long time. As long as you don't forget me, I'll always be here. So, don't make that face, let's enjoy the present, okay? Until that far-off day, far in the future, when that time comes. Yeah, you're right. I wonder if I managed to return a natural smile to Tia's smiling face? Honestly, I'm not sure, but this is the best I can do right now. Ha ha ha. What's with that, talking all high and mighty about being a higher being? In the end, it's just this, isn't it? Even though I should have become an existence far beyond human, all I could do was muster a pathetic, self-deprecating smile. Chapter 389, If it doesn't exist, then we should create it ourselves. Then, Ed, shall we read our usual book? Yeah, sounds good. As if concluding our conversation, Tia released my hand and moved towards the table with lively steps. Following her lead, I arrived shortly after, only to hear Tia's voice filled with confusion. Huh, what's this? What's wrong, Tia? It's gone. The book is nowhere to be found. Their record of the hero's story is missing. I looked at the table as well, and indeed, there was nothing there. It was not on the floor, nor was it in the bookshelf. I momentarily considered the possibility, but it didn't seem like it had fallen from the sky either. What could this mean? Is it possible for that book to not exist? Or maybe, did the blessing received by you rewrite its contents, causing the god to be upset and stop writing it? Well, that would be a bit. While it seems somewhat plausible that the god would behave in such a human-like manner. No, it's possible, but it's unlikely they would go as far as such petty harassment. Considering their priorities, it's doubtful they'd leave me, who abandoned the body of a human puppet, unattended just to prevent that book from appearing. Ah, I think I get it. What? What do you mean? Remember, the world we were banished from earlier didn't have a hero, right? So maybe that's why their record of the hero's story isn't showing up, huh? Wasn't that fairy the hero? No, no. That's not it. We moved to a different world this time. At my words, Tia's expression changed abruptly. Yes, this time we moved to a world on our own. And the world we were banished from was a peaceful one, without a demon king, hero, or even a fragment of a god. If we had received the banishment judgment before the collapse of the previous world, maybe it would have been there. But, well, it's still uncertain what happens after we move to a new world, right? So we won't know anything about the fairies or the demon king anymore. That's right. With drooping ears, Tia looked dejected, and I pondered for a moment. Then, slowly, I reached my hand into the void, into the black hole that had opened up. Huh? Ed, you can use your skills even without my help. It seems like it. All right, this should work. Ignoring Tia's surprise, I took out a quill and paper from their stranger box, and placed them on the table. Then, I went to the bookshelf and grabbed a random record of the hero's story, activating copy and fake. Oh, it worked. All right then. In my hand, a perfectly replicated record of the hero's story appeared. As the final hurdle, I flipped through the pages of the duplicated version, and it seemed to have taken on the form of a real book. Well, this was actually the most challenging part. Copy and fake creates a replica that looks just like the real thing, but when it comes to replicating something like a book, there was a possibility that it would end up looking like a square object resembling a book. However, as long as the pages exist, there's no problem. Hey Ed, what have you been doing all this time? Just watch. I'll do this. While Tia watched with curiosity, I covered the part of the replicated, World 004 record of the hero's story, where the 4 was written with a piece of paper, then used a feather pen to write 5 over it. Oh, this is terrible. While I managed to paste a piece of beast skin paper with a color as similar as possible, the attempt to rewrite the golden embossing with a thin feather pen turned out quite shoddy. I couldn't help but let out a strange noise at the poor quality, but seeing this, Tia's eyes sparkled with excitement. I didn't expect you were planning to write a book, Ed. Well, yeah. If it doesn't exist, why not make one yourself? Although, it might end up being quite disappointing. Foo-fa-foo, if that's the case, leave it to me. I'll borrow a book real quick. Confidently, Tia took the fake record of the hero's story from me. Placing it on the floor, she started chanting something. Watching with keen interest, soon a red light sphere appeared in front of her. Dropping a gold coin onto it, the melted gold seemed to come to life, tracing over the shabby 5 I wrote, making it look like it's naturally part of the book. Foo-foo, how's that? Quite well done, right? Wow, Tia, that's amazing. Ah, this should work perfectly. Alright then, let's think about what to write inside. What kind of content would be good? Yeah. Feeling excited now that the quality has improved dramatically, we both brainstormed ideas for the stories to write in our handmade record of the hero's story. Firstly, it was impossible to write about the heroes. The fairies' life as in the original. Besides, neither I nor Tia knew much about that world anyway. So, the content won't resemble the typical, record the hero's story. But if we've already come this far, we might as well just do whatever we want. After much deliberation and brainstorming, the result was only a few lines of text. But those lines contained our hopes and dreams, and I carefully transcribed them onto paper before transferring them to the pages of the fake book using copy and fake. By the way, the reason we went through all these steps was to prevent the text from becoming illegible due to deterioration. Since my fake book was made of leather-like material and paper-like material, it was hard to predict how it will deteriorate over time. On the other hand, by copying it with my ability, as long as it doesn't break or disappear, it will never degrade. Is this it? Well then, let's take another look, shall we? Yeah. I carefully flipped through the pages of the book placed on the table. The content was just 1 page long. It was a memorandum of dreams and hopes, written by us who knew nothing about that world or the fairies. World 005, record of the hero's story, final chapter, beyond the end to a new beginning. Having successfully escaped from the collapsing world, the Demon King and the fairies were released into a new world. The radiant light of hope shining in the sky seemed to promise them an infinite future. How they lived thereafter, the departed souls could not know. However, they could hope and imagine that they lived happily. If they were ever to meet again someday, they would look forward to continuing their story. Even separated by the walls of the world, memories remain connected, and records endure. The sweet and sour adventure of the Demon King, with his fondness for sweets and the fairies who adored him, had only just begun. How's that? I think I did a pretty good job, don't you? Ha ha ha. Looks good to me. The illustrations on the back page match well too. Illustrations? Wait, Ed. You didn't put that doodle into the book, did you? Of course I did. I couldn't leave out that masterpiece, no way. That drawing wasn't even that good. As Tia lunged at me, I held the book high to protect it. Preventing the rejection of this masterpiece was a battle I must win at all costs, even if it meant staking my entire existence. That's not true. It's an important memory. It should be preserved for centuries, for millennia, until the end of time, as a treasure of the world. Ugh, Ed, you're so mean. While patting Tia's sulking head, I gently placed the fake record of the hero's story back into the bookshelf. On the back page, there was a scene depicted with exquisite clumsiness, showing the Demon King with a frightening yet adorable expression playing happily with the fairies. Chapter 390, Oversleeping Won't Cut It for Important Matters. It was supposed to be the usual world transfer. The moment I landed in the next parallel world, An excruciating pain struck my body. There. Ed? Ed? It felt like every organ in my body was being squeezed tightly. My collapsed body didn't even register the coldness of the ground beneath it. It felt like red-hot iron steak was being thrust and twisted inside my head. Ed? Ed? What's wrong? How? Why? Healing potion. No, it's not an injury, so how? Ed? Get a hold of yourself. Ed. Tia's voice shouting by my ear grows increasingly distant. Whether it's because my swaying field of vision is being jostled by my body or because my consciousness itself is wavering, I can't even discern that. Saw. Tia, struggling to utter just those words, my consciousness sank into darkness. HMGH, Ed. When I awakened, I found myself inside the familiar tent. Tia, with tears brimming in her emerald eyes, noticed my return to consciousness and rushed to embrace me. Only to stop herself just before she touched me. Are you okay? Does anything hurt? Are you uncomfortable? Can I touch you? Yeah. With a smile, I raised both my hands in reassurance. This time, Tia embraced me tightly around my neck. Ed. I'm so glad, so glad. I didn't know what to do, whether I should bring you to town or keep you out of sight. So I stayed here with you. Sorry for worrying you. I gently returned her embrace as her voice trembled. It was the right decision. Entrusting my current condition to someone else would be frightening. Not so much that I'd be taken care of, but rather that I'd be treated as an incomprehensible being. That's okay, but what happened all of a sudden? I dunno. Asserting confidently, I saw confusion wash over Tia's face. I was just as clueless. But there were things that I simply didn't understand. Maybe. It's like. What's the word? Something that wasn't supposed to happen during the world transfer happened, causing a malfunction? So, did it happen because your body changed? Does this mean the same thing will happen every time we transfer to a different world? Who knows? This might be okay after just this once, or it might happen every time. I don't like that. Clutching onto my clothes tightly, Tia buried her face in my chest. I know it's selfish of me, but I don't want you to go through this every time. I don't know if it's something that can't be helped, but I don't want it. I can accept giving up or enduring things, but I don't want this feeling of I don't want it to ever change. I'm sure of that. I see. Thanks. I gently stroked Tia's head. As much as I wanted to avoid going through this every time, it's no good. I don't know what to do. No, I don't even know why I suffered in the first place, so it's impossible to figure out what's going on. Well, for now, let's spend some time in this world. We can think about it during that time. Oh. Tia, how long has it been? How long have I been unconscious? 3 days. 3 days? Then. Don't push yourself yet. And also, yeah, 3 days had passed. So it was probably already too late. Tia likely understood the situation because it had been explained to her beforehand. In that case, there was no point in rushing now. I decided to take one more day off, making it the 4th day since arriving in this world. The 58th world. When I went back to town, the scene I had feared was unfolding before me. Looks like it's already decided. Casually observing from the shadows, I saw a young man, presumably the hero of this world, accompanied by what seemed to be his party members, a strong-looking man, a nervous one, and another carrying a heavy load with a determined expression. It was the expected sight, and that's why I couldn't help but grimace. What should I do? The hero of this world was recognized worldwide like Alexis, and he was famous for facing the threat of the Demon King. However, his party members weren't fully set yet. So, some might leave due to individual circumstances, and when that happened, the hero might recruit replacements. That was the only opportunity to join the hero's party. And it happened 3 days ago, the day after I arrived in this world. On my first playthrough, I managed to infiltrate the hero's party. Of course, I intended to do the same this time. But why did this happen? Could it be that the effect of the flag maker is gone? It wasn't the remnant power of the banishment skill, but the only divine power tied to my existence. If it was lost along with my body, this result would be understandable. If that's the case, It's going to be quite tough from now on. With the power of the flag maker, which conveniently twists fate, I was able to easily become a companion of the hero until now. So, if that's not available, how many strangers would actually accept someone as their companion out of the blue? Well, that's something that needs to be verified. First, we need to figure out how to deal with the immediate problem. What will you do, Ed? Just approach them normally and ask them to make you a companion? No, I think that's impossible. The hero party, which was the hope of the world, was not only the aspiration of many people but also an attractive position for those in power. However, because of that, party members rarely change except when the hero specifically recruits. Otherwise, you'd have arrogant individuals constantly coming before the hero and endlessly appealing for acceptance, creating a ridiculous situation. In a similar situation in World 001, I was accepted despite doing such a stupid thing because I knew Alexis wanted help with carrying luggage. In other words, I appealed before the recruitment process even began. Since the hero in this world did that just 3 days ago, if I were to leave now, it would only give the impression that I'm a fool who missed a golden opportunity and is now shamelessly trying to sell myself. What will you do then? Surely you won't spend the next 6 months following them discreetly and hoping for a vacancy? That would truly be a last resort. We need to somehow become companions. It would be nice if a vacancy conveniently opened up, but it's wrong to rely on that expectation. Aside from the man who likely replaced me for carrying luggage, at least the warrior and the mage were a part of the hero party until I was expelled from this world. Of course, there are countless ways to drive them out, but to eliminate the hero's companions and slip into that gap oneself. That's truly the work of the Demon King, isn't it? I see, that's another option, isn't it? Do you have something in mind? To Tia's question, I grinned and answered, yeah. Listen carefully, Tia. I will become the great Demon King. Huh? Tia's ears drooped as I proudly declared that.